Well, hello. I have a lot of noise in my stuff, so give me a second so I can get ready and set up for everything that's coming. My lord. As always, Jim Bob is so cool when it comes to the evolution debate. That's nothing to do with all the other people that are there. Um, they just cannot defend theory, and it's annoying. It's very funny to see scientisms lose their mind. These acolytes of the scientism cult. Really fun to watch. Um. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and just be live real quick. Pretty sure that my mic is okay. It's a little bit low on my end. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it up. Today, what a weird day. What a weird day. Um, yeah, this should be a lot better. I'm gonna go ahead and put. Yeah, this should be a lot better. Awesome, awesome, awesome possum, as people would say. Let me get it a little closer to me. Um, I have some problems giving away my channel to the people I know. I just have so much anxiety sometimes. Uh, I'm gonna mute myself for a second so you don't have to listen to me typing like a maniac. I don't think there's anybody here anyway, so it's fine. I will share the link in a second as well. I have so much stuff to do that I usually do before all of this happens, but I haven't done it yet. It's fine. Nobody really cares much about it. Whew. Like a maniac. I don't think there's anybody here. Yeah, this is fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and share these. We're gonna share it around. So iSteamy is one. I hope Greed and the people around Greek don't mind. Oh, shoot. And also Abe. There are some more places I would like to shut it out, but sometimes I'm not super fond of doing self promos over there. And the last one I think is Power Dusty. That's the last one I'm gonna do. Okay. It's on you people to come, okay? It's not on me to get you here. Maybe I'm wrong. We have Paige. Paige is in the back. I'm a small creator, so it's fine if there's not that many people. I have a couple of things I'm gonna do tomorrow. I will probably stream during the day if I don't fall asleep. We went very long yesterday, and it was good, but I am also like tired, which is normal. You're supposed to be tired after a long stream, I guess. I will be doing Joe Bobber maybe today after we review the debate. The debate's not long. I thought it was going to be like an hour debate, but it's just about 30 minutes, which is nice. Shoutouts as always, normal people. September 4th, September 4th, karaoke night stream with Grumple Stiltskin. EOD is gonna be BOD is tomorrow. He has D&D. Go ahead and check him out. What else do I have?
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'll stream
Oh
that.
my god, what is
Let me
going
get
on?
the let me get the link.
There he is. That was Sailor talking. Nightmare stuff. EOD tomorrow. He has D&D with Rob Noor. Go ahead, check him out. Abe Dinkus. We're only gonna make something happen soon. Here are the links. This is Abe. This is AOD. And this is Grumple with Karaoke Night. Rob Noor is live. If you're watching Rob Noor, don't come here until he's done. Okay. Have fun with Rob. There's a lot of channels out there I would like to thank. Grid One, which is Unreasonable Man. I'll shout him out in chat real quick. He's always been a cool member of the community. Pretty nice guy, pretty cool dude. So check him out. He's also pretty cool. I would like to. Who else is there? There's so much people. Yeah. I saw debate in evolution. That's always the same thing. And the scientism dudes are so indignant. It's so funny. How dare you? How dare you? It's like Greta was the loud voice of the scientism cult, you know. And we didn't realize it was the loud voice of the scientism cult because we thought she was kind of normal, but it's not. She's just a face. She always says the same thing. How dare you? Very annoying. Kind of bad. Kotamon. I think I have this game. I don't even know what's going on. So, I'm gonna continue playing the game I was playing the other day. It's called Heaven Crawler, pretty good game. You should probably wishlist it. You have a net demo that you can download. Get the demo downloaded, play it a little bit. I think they've changed a lot of the game, so I have a different build maybe. But it's a cool game. You should probably get it at some point. The people watching, thank you so much. There's 3 of you, probably 2 of you, but whoever's there, you're cool. I'm gonna bring Paige up. You don't have to say anything, Paige. You can tell me whenever you're ready to talk.
Hey, Emmett, how's it going?
Well, yesterday I had a very, very long stream, and I'm still kind of like on the
Tired?
ropes. Yeah, I'm still tired from it. But it was good because I just on that stream I made 1,000 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I milked it as much as I could, and at the end I was just super tired and needed to go to sleep at that point.
Looks like you got some more subscribers, too.
I got about 40 in that one stream, yeah.
Good stuff, man. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm planning to do like 100 subscriber celebration of some sort. I was just planning it because I was about 90, but that happened, and now I need to figure out what I'm gonna do.
Huh. Yeah, I wonder what you could do. I mean, you could do a debate panel between some of the regulars.
That would be. I like. Yeah, maybe I could do something like that, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just play. Maybe I just play a game or something. I'm not sure. So yesterday. What?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, put a poll up in your like on your YouTube page. Like you could put a post up and put like, what would you prefer to see for the 100K subscribers? Game night or debate amongst regular panelists? What would you like to see? And then see what the people want. Let them vote.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's see what they want. They want to see. I there's like a lot of things going on right now. It is normal, but it's Friday. You have uh, the grid stuff, and then you have verbal combat, and then there's Rob streaming, and everybody's doing it. So just so you know, if there's not that many people, it's not because you're not interesting.
Oh yeah, no, I know the evolution debate right now is happening too. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of
Oh
crap
yeah,
there.
the evolution. I was talking about it. I listened to it for a little bit because yeah, I wasn't feeling so good, so I just listened for a little while. And yeah, amazing debate.
Yeah, but once you've seen Mark Reed debate once on that topic, you don't need to see him debate again. Like you know he's gonna get wrecked. You know Jim Bob. You know he's gonna like screech out, and the little bitch boy walked away. You know before the panel even began. And now Corinth is leading the charge.
Oh no, not Corinth.
Yeah, so I mean everything is kind of happening as I thought. People keep putting him off though because it's the Raging Tomato, and most people are right-sided on there, right? So
Well, most people, I'm gonna be honest, like most of their audience from Sarah comes from the Crucible, so
yeah,
they have like a lot of crossover between them, and I think some of the reasons why Zara is like trying to foster lefty sometimes is because of that, because she wants to have more of a neutral platform ish.
well, look at the panel right now, right? You got Jim Bob, Crucibilian, arguably, or a right-sided guy, and then we've got I forget what his name is. He always wears a trucker hat. He says he's a dumb hillbilly. He's in the Eli or something. He's a Crucibilian. Then you got Kira. He's also a Crucibilian, but I don't know if he's lefty or righty. Asriel's a Crucibilian. Steelborn is a Crucibilian, and then there's like one, I don't know, maybe three leftists, and then Corinth, so like four leftists.
Well, and Corinth is also part of the. I mean, it might be the bastard child of the Crucible, but it's still part of the Crucible.
Yeah, no, he's just the leftist that like we pull out every once in a while, to, you know, to like debate with him because he's actually not bad at debating.
It has no.
Yeah.
I mean, just like the debate that we're gonna watch tonight, even like good leftist debaters can be easily owned by like an Andrew Wilson or Jim Bob. So
Kure Elinix. I don't know who Kure is. I've seen him before, but I don't know who he believes in. I know Elinix is super right. Jim Bob is right. Azrael is weirdo. Because I don't I don't know what he believes in. Silent G, King of Dave. King of Dave's a lefty. I think Silent G is Silent G is
yes,
it's a
Silent G's
Crucible. Stillborn, I don't know. Bones of Doom, I don't know. And Daniel Ramirez. Kept Corinth. Oh wow, they revived Corinth just a moment ago.
Yeah, one of the other crew did it. Alvarez did it.
Yeah.
Jeff's obviously Crucibilian. I mean, he always wears a hat. Like, come on.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like gonna say I don't know who, but then I saw the hat and I was like, yeah, obviously he is.
Yeah, I'll wear a t-shirt. I'm wearing a t-shirt tonight, but I don't really look good in ball caps. All right, so neither of us have seen this debate.
I've seen it. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen it. You haven't seen it. So it's gonna be fun because I know a little bit more about what's coming up. I didn't put that much attention into it, to be honest. There was like I listened to the opening statements, and I listened to like the end,
right?
And then I black out for a while there.
Hey, we've all done that. You know, you put it on low volume, you get into the bed, you just kind of close your eyes, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, it's 2 hours later. Oops.
What did they say?
Yeah, I woke up at 11:30 tonight, and I literally was like, what time is it? What day is it? Oh, yeah, it's a long weekend. But not really, because church on Sundays means that I don't get to sleep in on Sundays. But it's well worth it, so.
Yeah. This was super fun though. So I do want to do this because I would really like to see your what you have to say about the debate. I think the debate's going to be fun too. Um,
When did they originally do this? Was it yesterday or?
yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Destiny was hosting a panel, and the whole panel was like, um, he was hosting
Orbiter.
like a debate panel. There's gonna be like 5 different opponents, and they had like 20 minutes each to talk about different topics. Most of them was pretty much TDS, pure TDS.
Yeah, because the topic, right? It's an interaction.
Yeah.
Topic,
So
right?
everybody, but for example, Soy Peel was there,
Yeah.
and Soy Peel
hate that
was like, "Your TDS is worse than my TDS, so I'm gonna try to get your TDS worse," and that was kind of funny. But I think the first one came from MARTAE, so he's the first one up, and it was a little bit scuffed at the beginning because I saw that, and then it started to get kind of interesting.
Hmm. Okay.
We will post who won at the end, and I will change the name of the stream to whatever it is that won or lose. I'm gonna put it there, and if people like to complain about it, we'll make content out of you. Paige made me. Paige said you have to, and I was like,
Yeah.
I will.
Damn women. We're responsible for everything that's bad in this world. Just kidding. Just kidding.
It's
Don't put your
you.
panties in it now. Your thongs, your G-strings in it, not you feminist women, you.
Well,
I
it's
don't think you have to
interesting.
watch. Sorry, go ahead.
It's interesting that the two main stories that we know, like the biggest stories that I know of when it comes to legend or mythology, is well, one of them is true by the way, but that's off topic. It's woman eating from the apple. So you have Adam and Eve, and you have Helen of Troy, and they're both ate from the apple, and bad stuff happened.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, there's a saint in obviously the Orthodox Church, and I think the Catholic and Lutheran faith also recognize Saint Helen, who is also the mother of Saint Constantine, right?
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
Helen of Troy, very different Helen.
Yeah, Helen of Troy is not a saint. It's just
No.
a mythological creature that ended up with the destruction of Troy.
Yeah. Oh,
Mythological being, because I don't even know if she was an actual person, and historians still debate about it.
hmm.
Yeah, they say also that the Romans come from Troy. There's it's not Heracles. I don't know whose name it is, but he supposedly went to Rome, and he had the two kids that became Romulus and Remus. And those are the ones who were supposed to be raised by wolves and founded Rome.
Yeah, you know more about it than I do then.
I know I know a little bit about the Roman Empire. Don't quote me on it though. I'm not like super versed. I just like watching videos of the Roman Empire.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm a bit of a history nerd, but it's more so in terms of like Anglo-Saxon stuff, primarily related to the British monarchy. So
Oh yeah,
starting
yeah.
from King Edward, like the first onward, that time frame.
I think the only real thing I put on attention is the War of the Roses a little bit with the Yorks and the what were the other ones? You should know, Paige. Help me out here.
Was it the Dutch?
The War of the Roses with the Duke of York versus the other Duke.
I'm thinking about the movie, which is way different.
No, there's an actual war that's called the War of the Roses um in
House of
England.
Lancaster and House of York.
Yeah, Lancaster. That's the one. And everybody thought the Yorks were gonna win, and they like pretty much won at one point, and then they both lose because Henry the Eighth got the
Yeah,
throne.
that guy was messed up. Like, yeah, not gonna lie, he had some serious anger issues. It's like the trope of the child that always gets what they want and turns out to be like an insufferable a-hole that, like, ruins society.
Yeah. Abe, welcome. A legend. Um, so yeah, let's add these. This is gonna be pretty much the beta series right now.
Hey,
Okay. I don't know why he put Destiny as freaking Thanos.
yeah, I
But
would have
okay.
like given him a bit of a ego down boost, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a tactic. We'll see.
Oh, my name
Let's.
is Thanos and I have all the power stones. Okay.
Yeah, I think I would have made it a bit more. But this way it looks like it's like MARTAE in the prime of his life, ready to do a UFC fight, and Destiny is a evil comic book warlord. So.
I don't know. I would have used the Gremlin idea and just put like the Coomer Gremlin instead of that.
Yeah.
Just make fun of the guy, you know?
Yeah. Maybe there's a tactic behind this. I guess we'll see.
Oh, thank you, YouTube. I didn't know that January 6th, the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C. was attacked by a mob supporters. I didn't know that, but you're so good
Yeah.
at letting us know what January 6th was.
Thanks, robot overlord.
Thank you. Wait, do you wanna start or?
Yeah, I'll just go off mute when I have a comment to ask.
If you wanna, yeah, whenever you want me to pause or anything like that, just say pause.
Yeah,
I
it'll
think
be
that's the
easier when I'm
easiest
on
way.
cam. I'm just finishing my din-dins.
If you
All right.
wanna wait till you're done, we can wait.
No, we're good,
We
man.
can hang out for a little while. It's gonna be fine.
No, it's good. It's pretty easy to eat. It's just like Chinese chicken. It's like a mix of like vegetables and different meat, including braised duck and like it's got baby corn and broccoli and zucchini. It's just like a one bite kind of food. It's not like messy or anything. Like a sandwich or a burger where I would need to like be fully involved and I would have to like wash my hands every time just to talk. You know what I mean? So it's a neat dinner. We're all good.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh wait. I have something to show you. So I made these today, and it was so good. I made it yesterday. Well, I made one yesterday. I ate one today as well. What? How can it exceed? That makes no sense. If I'm copying it from, you know what? Yeah. So you can probably judge me on it later.
I don't know what it is if it's judge worthy yet.
You don't know?
Yeah, I know. I have no clue.
It's salmon, and you put in tin foil. You put it some side vegetables, whatever they are. It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
and like a rice pat pilaf or what? How do you pronounce it?
Yeah,
Pilaf.
pilaf. It is amazing, and yeah, put it in the air fryer. 16 minutes. It's done. It's amazing. It's moist.
That's such a man thing to do. You put everything in the air fryer. It's like the modern day toaster. I remember like toaster ovens came out and like every man I knew was like cooking. Like I don't know a lot, but I'm just saying like my dad, my brother, right? A guy I work with, everybody's cooking stuff in the toaster oven. And then when the air fryer came out, game changer.
Yeah,
Absolute game changer. Everybody threw out their toaster oven and just like started putting mad amounts of stuff in the air fryer and then getting upset when it did cook evenly because the air fryer pan is only so large.
Welcome, Brandon. You're always welcome, whichever you want to do. So let's start. We will whenever you're ready to come. you know, and you can just tell me to stop whenever you want to. I would like to go through the opening statements, if possible, uninterrupted, and then we can just go to the open panel and we can interrupt there. That makes sense,
Makes sense
to
to
me.
me. Yeah.
So I'll just play these.
I guess. Just for you, I do.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. Okay, let's get this party started. Welcome.
Just one comment before I move on. I understand chat don't want to listen to Week. I don't want to listen to Week. But he's there, so we have to. Unfortunately.
Why is it so tiny? I mean, it like takes up like a.
I don't know. It's how they made this thing. I can go to Destiny if you want me to. I think his is not as tiny.
Yeah, maybe. As much as I hate to support Destiny in any way, shape, or form.
Debate. Panel. Wake. When I saw it in the morning, it wasn't that way.
Wouldn't it be like
here it is.
MARTAE? Oh.
We're gonna have to support Week. This is even worse. Whatever.
Before we begin, if you want your super chat read on stream, I'll do it between debates. But we're going.
Okay. So yeah, unfortunately, we have to listen to Week. I'm not gonna link him. Fuck. This.
Yeah, that's okay.
On with the $20 minimum today, okay? If it's off topic, yeah, but you
Yeah,
gotta
we
pay.
don't care. We don't care about your grift.
Why is it mirrored?
I do the mirroring through OBS. I just have it flipped.
Or no, like my camera is mirrored in OBS. Is there a way to like turn off like mirroring, or is it always, does it just do that automatically?
You should be able to go to transform and like
Transform?
yeah, if you click on the display you're capturing in the OBS.
Wait, did I say OBS?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in Discord. Is there a way in Discord?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck you.
I don't know how to do that.
I think it's only mirrored for you in Discord. That's how it is in Zoom. Oh wait, am I on the left or right side of my camera and from your perspective?
From my perspective, you are on the right side of your camera.
Not stage right, like your right, like on the screen, like on your physical monitor. Am I on the left more or right more
Yeah, on my
side?
physical monitor, you're on the right more.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Forget it then. Okay.
Okay, we good? You ready
Yep.
to go? Okay, the first topic is what are your 96 was an insurrection 100% led by Trump. Okay, Destiny, what are your initial thoughts, and then we'll just get into it. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Are we
Hold
live
on.
right now?
We are
Yeah.
live. Yes.
Do we want to introduce anybody or?
Yeah, this is MARTAE.
Lord. Yeah, Week. You suck. I introduced the people. Okay.
What a
MARTAE.
tard.
Yeah, he's like, Destiny has to tell him how to do the job.
Tell people who you are, I guess.
I'm MARTAE L. I'm an extension of somewhat of the Crucible, and also I'm a IFBB professional bodybuilder, a blood sport debater, and I love talking politics and social issues and relationship dynamics. And you can find me on X as Mighty MARTAE, and also Instagram as The Real Mighty Mouse, and also YouTube on The Edge. You can find my channel and tune in later. So
Okay.
that's my intro.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I gotcha. I'm here. Okay. Wait, and then are these supposed to be 30 minutes each? Is that how you're
Yep.
running this, or?
Yep. 20 to 30
Jesus.
minutes each. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that Donald Trump had a clear plan to overthrow the U.S. election. I think that he had a clear structure in place to do it. He was basically faking electorate votes across the 7 states needed. He had a plan to pressure the vice president of the United States to accept the fake electorate votes, and then the goal was to use violence in January 6th in order to pressure lawmakers to accept the fake votes. Obviously, it ended up failing, but I would say that everything points pretty clearly to it being an insurrection. But like the plan is all like pretty open out there and everything else. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, MARTAE. Why is that wrong?
So the reason why it's wrong is because we're not here to argue that Trump headed an insurrection, meaning like the electors. We're not here to argue the electors at all. So the elector scheme is irrelevant completely. If Trump tried to seat them down, there was no riot. If there would be no riot, there'd be no quote unquote insurrection. So, I mean, so here's the thing though, Destiny's going to try to bog me down with this elector scheme, which is irrelevant and doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical. So going on to my point, I'm not trying to gish gallop here, but his statements are not a direct call to violence. As we've seen, the event was a disorganized protest at best, rather than a coordinated coup. Where's the coordination at? I didn't see a direct call for a riot or violence by Trump. Where was that at, Destiny?
So you say disorganized protest, but didn't they all go to the Capitol building and then try to break into the Capitol building?
Okay, that's pretty much the beginning. Those are the opening statements. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, did Martin just like skip opening and he just went right into attacking Destiny's point made in his opening? That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I heard as well. He was like, "Oh, the opening statement from Destiny is relevant. I'm gonna go ahead and just go on to the point of, well, this is what I hear. The opening statement from Destiny is relevant. What we are looking for is a direct correlation between the words of Trump and the attack or the riot or whatever you want to call it, right?"
Is that a strong way to start? Like if your opponent does use an opening statement and you just go like basically right into cross exam, like he's got like, how is that a good debate tactic? I've never seen anybody do that before.
I don't think it's a good debate tactic, but it's something that's been done a ton in debates or for like new debaters. It's something that new debaters do a lot, for what I've seen. Today, for example, that happened to me when I was debating Ryan on Grid's channel. What he did is
Oh,
he
you guys
didn't
did
actually
Signal or whatever? Yeah.
yeah. He didn't actually give an opening statement. He just decided to attack my opening with whatever he had in mind, right? I do what I like to do in opening statements is just come out with my idea of, like, I go to when I do long form debates. Obviously, in very short form debates is harder, right? But whenever I do long form debates, I look to what the arguments are and I try to make statements in regards to those arguments and what is my stance.
Yeah, like I recognize that. I think it is different in a shorter form debate, like the single or a panel debate, like verbal combat, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're obviously not going to do an opening of verbal combat. But just from what I saw, like I get like maybe MARTAE wanted to keep his, and again, I like MARTAE. I'm just like speaking unbiased. I probably would have, I would have addressed that in my opening statement, but I still would have done my opening statement. Because now what it's going to turn into, I hypothesize, is like just a tit for tat, right? Like Destiny's going to just go, and I mean, look, Destiny has plenty of meat on a bone without anybody presenting any arguments. He'll just like try and, filibuster and annoy the heck out of MARTAE and see if MARTAE bites, right? That's just how Destiny debates. But I think this might have put him at a disadvantage, and I'll be curious to see if it plays out.
Well, what we're seeing right now is pretty much that. Like he made like a cross examination question, MARTAE, and what we're gonna see is gonna be a tit for tat from the side of Destiny. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna take it back a little bit before we move on, so that we can hear like what Destiny is gonna do. Okay.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Or violence by Trump. Where was that at, Destiny?
So you say disorganized protest, but didn't they all go to the Capitol building and then try to break into the Capitol building to circumvent the certification of the election? And didn't they succeed in that? Or did that all just happen accidentally?
So here's the thing, Trump.
Yeah, so that's exactly what happened. He starts, asks the questions, and then Destiny doesn't even address the question directly. He just goes on and asks a question of his own, making about they're just going on tit for tat, like you said.
Yeah, I think MARTAE kind of put himself on the defensive now, and I think it might be kind of difficult to regain footing, but we'll see.
And I quote, "I demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors," which, by the way, is not even really analogous to this whole point, who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically protest. Where's the call for violence there?
So that
So there you go. The first person that actually answered the question and make the point is MARTAE, instead of him actually questioning Destiny. He, as you said, he flipped it on his head at this point.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think this is a strong way to do it, but we'll see. Maybe he'll, get some footing.
it's actually the perfect encapsulation of the entire election. When he says Congress should only seat the lawfully slated electors, he's talking about his fake ones. And when he says everybody's going to march over to the Capitol to make your voice heard, he's sending his people, not in a disorganized manner, but in a very organized manner, over to the Capitol building to pressure Congress to accept his fake electors.
So once again,
And
the
that's exactly what they
the elector scheme isn't relevant to the insurrection, by the way. So when we're talking about the insurrection, you're failing to bring up any points as far as the motivation. Where's the motivation?
Okay, so he gets a little bit of footing, I think, here, because he goes back to his opening. He's like, hey, I said that the elector scheme, which is what you are going to bring up, is irrelevant. We're talking about where is the direct line of...
Yeah, that it's a call to violence. I mean, I still don't know if that's the strongest point. I think the strongest way to kind of get him on it is like, where is it that Trump ordered the people to do that? Now, I might not know enough. Like, if there's proof of that, that might be a bad way to do it. But just from what I do know about the January 6th events, it was difficult to link them to Trump. Am I wrong in that assumption, or?
No, it was... Well, that was the whole problem when it came to the impeachment, right? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
they didn't have enough evidence that there was a direct relation between the people protesting and the actions of Trump. Trump was like, hey, and this is what I saw, and this is my bias, but what I saw was exactly what he said. We're going to go ahead and peacefully protest. And there's a lot of small evidence of what I've seen of people actually protesting peacefully, and a lot of incitement, especially from three-letter agencies, in order to cause violence.
Yeah, but just in legal terms, there's a difference between me saying like, hey, this action is bad and we need to protest it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And another thing in terms of you being able to argue, like let's just assume that your Destiny, you being able to argue that like I physically force the people like under duress to do it in a negative way, right? There's a differentiation. It involves like the concepts of mens rea. It involves the concepts of autonomy, right? Individual thought and expression. I think it would be difficult if this were like a criminal trial, and I know that there were trials about this, right? The impeachment proceedings, to be able to establish that Trump physically forced these people to take what he like kind of promoted, which was a peaceful protest, right? And take that and go into this like riot that basically happened at the Capitol on January 6th. And the other thing is, I know there's a bunch of theories behind, Antifa sending people to the Capitol. There's obviously groups that have a vested interest in making the Republican Party under Trump look very bad. And I don't think that that's necessarily taken into consideration when the left is making these arguments about the insurrection. So I'll be curious to see if MARTAE brings that stuff up.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
Let's watch it. Like,
To what? For what?
For this so-called insurrection that you're seeing.
The motivation is to stay in office for 4 more years.
Well, no. The motivation for anybody is to stay in office. That's if they're running for Congress, governor, or anything like that. Everybody's motivated to do this. I'm talking about the insurrection. Where's the motivation for the specific insurrection?
The motivation is to pressure Congress to accept his fake electors so that he remains in office.
Right. I can go ahead and pressure anybody to do anything, but we're talking about commanding people to do an insurrection on behalf
Okay, so
of...
here's a question. So help me with this, okay? So do you agree that everybody was there on January 6th because Trump called them to be there?
Well, as far as this, yes, a peaceful protest.
Okay. So he called them to be there. Do you agree that everybody went to the Capitol building afterwards because Trump said that they would all be marching to the Capitol?
He said to peacefully protest. Yes. Once again...
Do you agree that they all went to the Capitol building because Trump told them to go to the Capitol?
not fitting the guidelines for any insurrection. We're talking about a peaceful protest.
I'm just asking a simple question. Did Trump tell them all to go to the Capitol building?
He said to march over to the Capitol building. Yes, he
Okay,
specifically
so
stated
he
that.
called all of them there on January 6th. They all marched to the Capitol building. Okay, they broke through the barricades and they started to break into the Capitol building to delay the certification of the vote. Did Trump make any effort until Ashley Babbitt got shot and killed? Did Trump make any effort to intervene when he was notified that the Capitol was being
Hold on,
overran?
let's back up. You're talking about making an effort. Well, let's get past this first point. When did he state to break past the barriers or do any of this other stuff?
I never said that. I'm asking.
Yeah, they. So he goes. I think this is going back, as you said, in the reversal of the roles. If you see the person that's now doing the cross examination is Destiny.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this is going. I guess we'll kind of see, but again, I'm not sure really where like I understand Marte's making some points about the intent. Like maybe he'll get to that in a more concrete way.
Yeah, I hope he does.
Yeah, me too.
I hope he does, because right now he's gonna be a little bit strong by Destiny, and he's just coming out with the talking points, right? Even if I don't, this is like a debate at the end of the day for the people around, and what we're seeing right now is pretty much Marte agreeing with Destiny on the points when it comes to the questions that Destiny made. That's why Marte is trying to fight on where is the like, I'm agreeing with you, but where is the call to the insurrection itself?
Yeah.
King, did he make any effort to intervene once the barriers were broken?
So there's a timeline here. So he did text right after this, matter of fact, to go home in peace as soon as he could, urging rioters to go home in peace. The critics, they vaguely argue this was too late and included a sympathetic language like "we love you," things like this. But once again, this wasn't direction. This wasn't direction. You're saying
No one is talking about direction. I'm just asking, was it not the case that the Capitol was broken into and for hours there was a riot there before Trump told people to go home?
Destiny, my first point was intention and motivation. Can we get past this first?
No, you can't even answer my simple question, so I don't know if there's any point in this. So far you agree that everybody was there because Trump called them to be there on January 6th. They marched to the Capitol building because... What?
I don't know if you remember Destiny versus Andrew on this same topic.
Yeah, I recall vaguely. That was a while ago, but yeah.
One of the big things when Destiny asked that specific question, when it's like, why is X there, was we don't know. There were people there because Trump called them. There were people there because there was a protest. There were people there because they didn't know what's going on. They want to see. There were people there for X amount of reasons. Not all of them came because Trump called them. Right? So that's the reason why Andrew answered the question that way, so that he wouldn't get pigeonholed into the idea of, oh, you agree with me in that he did X thing.
Yeah, it's an arguable fact that like everybody knew about this event, so.
Or there were a lot of people that just wanted to go there to hear him speak, right?
Which he didn't.
But no, Trump did speak.
Briefly. Didn't he like once all the like the poop hit the fan proverbially? Wasn't he like in the bunker or something? I forget what happened.
Yeah, but I mean, people went there to hear his speech and not there to like protest or march or even be violent or anything like that. The whole point was to hear his speech, and they were probably gonna march a little bit, and they were gonna be home. That was pretty much the idea people had in general. No one go there with the idea of, we are going to commit or do violence or get into the Capitol or anything like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you don't. What I'm saying is, Destiny's trying to get the idea of, oh, he called us there, and the reason, and everybody knew the reason why, and Marte kind of fall into the trap of accepting that point because that is the implication of it.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm seeing this so far. Like again, like I'm not an American, so I will not be as knowledgeable. But what I am seeing here is yeah, that this is turning into like you said, like Marte's just on the offensive. He's just like having questions. Destiny's spinning it back. He's kind of agreeing that we're going back into another line of questioning. And yeah, it's not looking so great so far, but we'll see.
We'll see.
I
We'll
had
see.
a simple question. Where's the intention and motivation? We're getting past this. Now you want me to ask your questions without even a
I don't know what you mean. The intention and motivate. The intention was to circumvent the lawful electoral vote slating process. That was what they wanted to do, and he did it. He managed to circumvent it for some time.
Entailment of proving this. Can you show me in any way where this was tied to a disruption? Meaning, like, if you're talking about this specifically, can you point to where he instructed people to commit any treasonous insurrection activity? Period. You're failing time and time again.
Hold on. What is my standard of proof here? Do I have to show him saying you guys need to commit treason?
Okay, that's a good question, by the way. It's a very good clarifying question when you have this kind of discussions. What is the threshold?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if we're talking about impeachment proceedings, right? I'm assuming that would be a criminal proceeding, would it not?
It should, well, yeah, it has to be a criminal proceeding.
So it should follow the beyond the reasonable doubt. You would think. Let me do a quick. Yeah.
But I mean, when it comes to because we're not in criminal case in this case, we're in the internet, so there can be different thresholds. There's people that they don't even need to know any of the information, and they're convinced that this was an insurrection. And there's people that know a ton of the information, and they're like they're unsure. And then there's people that don't know any of the information. They're sure that it's not an insurrection, right? So what he's trying to do is, hey, what is the threshold for you to say this was an insurrection? I think that's the clarifying statement that Destiny's trying to get to. And the problem here is that MARTAE can take it and be like a good faith idea and be like, hey, this is beyond reasonable doubt because it would be criminal. That would be a good answer to that, I think. But at the same time, he can go completely off the rails, right? It's kind of Destiny here is like trying to figure out what is the amount of proof he has to show, I guess.
Yeah, so apparently there's no formal standard of proof in impeachment proceedings. It's up to the House and Senate, but it's either like I said, like beyond a reasonable doubt, or a preponderance of the evidence.
Yeah,
because it's not technically a criminal trial. If I was MARTAE, I would say. I don't think I would say beyond a reasonable doubt, because then he can say, well, that's not, like, there is no formal standard, right? If he knows enough about impeachment proceedings. I think I would just say, like, show me any concrete evidence, like, on a statistical basis that this was the understood practice going into the January 6th protests.
I would even go ahead and be like, well, do you have any information from the people that got actual trials from the J6ers, which they actually said our intent was these, and we had like direct communications with the president, because that would be the way I would make it, right? It's like, okay, fine, we might not know direct line of what it was the mens rea directly from Trump, but if you have a bunch of procedures and where these were connected to the president, we should have a paper trail that leads to that, so that people would know, oh, this was the intent.
Right. Yeah, no, I would agree. That's a good tactic.
Hey, I'm going to ask you a question.
No, wait. I need you to answer that question. Does Trump have to say, I need you guys to commit treason?
He doesn't have to say this for a riot.
Okay, so then when Trump's final words in his speech were, and we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. How am I supposed to interpret that?
His final words were marching over to the Capitol building and peacefully patriotic protest. You're leaving this out, Destiny. When you're saying,
sorry, hold on. I'll read the whole last program. No, that fight peacefully thing, that's not his last words at all. These are all of his. This is the end of his speech. And we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun, my fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say that despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give. The Democrats are hopeless. They never vote for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you. So my question, one question, and you can ask me whatever. Wait, one question. Just let me.
All right.
Where in that that entirety of what Destiny just read does it say, and use whatever force is necessary?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear any of that. There's also the thing he's saying like we're gonna give them like support to the people in Congress so that they can act in accordance to what Congress could do. There's no moment where they say, "Oh, well, we're gonna get in there and we're gonna make people do X or Y or Z thing," right?
Right. Yeah, I did not hear that at all, and I hope if MARTAE doesn't attack that, if he doesn't say where in there does it say, use violence, act illegally, use whatever force is necessary. If he doesn't say something along those lines, I think that's a bit of a small L.
Ask one question, and then you can ask whatever you want. I'll answer it. Can you tell me after he ends a speech like that, saying "fight like hell and take your country back," when all of them walk to the Capitol, or when all of them walk to the Capitol building afterwards, and then they break in and they fight like hell to take their country back, was that just a coincidence?
Destiny, I know you like to gish gallop right now. You're not doing.
I'm
that
not
with
gish galloping. I just read a quote and asked a question, but you're not going to answer it because you know the answer.
Quotes right now. This is what you're doing right now. I'm trying to answer your question right now, and you're just talking over me. I'm asking for the inciting of violence. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard anything as far as like inciting a riot. I'm not hearing about tearing down buildings, killing anybody, or doing any destructive activities. All I'm hearing is a powerful speech by Trump. That could, a matter of fact, I'll even concede. Let's say that he was talking about a riot. Does this fit the definitional terms of what an insurrection is?
Yes, but we're not.
Okay, good.
He did kind of go on ahead and talk about it and made it. I want to say something real quick. It's important. And this is something I realized lately. I've been looking into mics because of that. Having a good mic really helps in the paint. It really, really helps.
It definitely does.
I need 1 second, Paige. So.
No worries. Welcome, Grid Raiders. Cam the King, who the heck is this? Well, me and Emmett both debate, so Emmett thought it might be fun to do a little play-by-play and review of the recent Destiny against MARTAE debate. Destiny's obviously the Coomer Gremlin, famous gish galloping leftist. MARTAE is also a debater. He's on the conservative side of things, Eastern Orthodox, I think, catechumen, and he's Andrew Wilson's personal trainer. So, W. MARTAE. So we're on MARTAE's side today. Wick is, I don't know how that he got this gig. Yeah, it's insurrection. The topic is, I believe the topic exactly is whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. Hey Beth. So Destiny's obviously saying it was. MARTAE's saying it was not. So far we've kind of got hung up on Destiny's definitions and the standard of proof. And Destiny just finished reading the Trump call to arms, basically, which, as MARTAE points out, isn't a call to arms at all. So we're just seeing whether or not Destiny will come back with. I think he's just going to gish gallop anytime he is encountered with a decent argument. He just like Adderall talks it over. So. Yeah, hey Beth. Hey Smoking Spaceman. Who else we got in here? Josephus Comedy. The Whitney Webb thing is going right over my head. It's probably a good thing. Cam, he just started training with this guy semi-recently, actually. So, I mean, what are you doing, dude, to become I don't know. I don't know bodybuilding terms. Like, come on, I'm a woman. I'm not going to pretend to know this stuff. But yeah, I think this is one of MARTAE's first formal ones that I know of. He's normally on Raging Tomato panels. I'm not sure if he's been on grids before. Wick obviously got owned by Andrew in a recent debate on Sarah's channel as well. So I guess he took that as a sign to maybe go to moderation. I don't know. I'm sure he'll debate again.
Okay, sorry about that. Took me.
It's okay.
A little time.
I'm entertaining the folks with my lack of knowledge about
doing
bodybuilding.
a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I heard you. You're doing a great job. Okay, let's continue.
Not talking about a riot either, but also, so then you're telling me then that it was just a coincidence that after this speech, it's a coincidence that
Just,
Told you.
it's a
Gish
coincidence that
galloping,
after this speech.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a little bit of gish gallop. Well, and as I was saying, it's really important that you have like a good mic. It shows when you don't have a good mic in this kind of debates.
Am I
Right.
good?
You're great. I'm just saying that
Okay.
Marty is getting like overblown by
Oh
Destiny
yeah,
when
yeah.
he's trying to
His
talk, so he can't like they're not an equal footing in a sense because Destiny can just talk and talk and talk, and the mic from MARTAE will don't pick him up when he's trying to reply.
Yeah, 100%.
Everybody went down to the Capitol, broke into the Capitol building, and delayed the certification of the vote, which is exactly why they were there to protest. That was all a coincidence.
You know what that would happen during a riot too, right?
I'm going to keep it. Just wait. I'm just going to keep repeating the
Okay.
exact same question until he answers that. I'm just letting you know. But that's okay. We can do this for the next 20 minutes.
Well, technically, the last words he said was "go home in peace," literally. And this was
I'm talking about the speech, and I'm going to repeat my question. So it was a coincidence then that the people who were gathered there on January 6th to protest the certification of the vote, that were told by Trump to fight like hell, that walked down to the Capitol, that they broke in and they got through and they prevented or they delayed the certification vote. That was a coincidence.
It doesn't matter whether or not it was a coincidence or not. The fact is, like, did Trump hold a gun to their heads? Did he tell them to like act in a violent manner? Again, like this is just typical Destiny bullshit. He's just he realizes that Marte's making some good points, and he's just gish galloping. Like you said, the mic issue not helping Marte here.
Yeah, the other thing is when we hear the question, if you hear it, he's like trying to build from the first question he asked, and that's why I think, like for example, Andrew, when he was talking to him and he tried to ask that question specifically, did people go there because Trump called them? Andrew was like, we don't know. There's a bunch of reasons, and people might have go because of other reasons. It's because he didn't want to go into this kind of questioning from Destiny, and it, as you said, it doesn't matter. But I think when you look at it just from the outside looking in, it does like, oh, did Trump call them there? Oh, he said this? Oh, it kind of makes like a narrative statement, which is not necessarily concurrent with the facts of what happened, but it creates the narrative, right?
Yeah, so you're right. Like just concede it like Andrew did, and then just move on from that point. That isn't what's important. The important thing is that there's concrete evidence that he incited violence or an insurrection, right? Which is not present to my knowledge. So, all right, let's see if Marte can dig himself out of this one.
I would say yes, this can coincidentally happen in any riot situation or any grouping situation. This can happen after a Knicks game after they lose. In a basketball game, things like this happen. If we say, oh, we're going to fight like the Fighting Irish, and it's going to happen. The whole topic
you said like a basketball game.
Insurrection.
Let go ahead, Marte. Get to your question.
The question today is if Trump led an insurrection, not if he led a riot, not if he led a group. I'm trying to hear the motivation and intention. I'm not hearing any of that through the speech. You're failing to prove that right now.
What were they there to protest? Why were they there on January 6th?
So right now we're talking about a system in place that people disagreed with.
What system? What were they there on January 6th to protest?
Okay. I would just repeat the question here. I don't know about you, but he made an actual specific question.
Yeah, it was along the lines of what I would have asked, but
yeah, it was longer than I would have asked you. But at this point, it's like, hey, I'm asking you a question. Could you please answer my question, and then you can ask me a question, right?
Yeah, I just would have been like yes or no. I would have gone full, litigation cross-examination style. I would have been like, "There's my question, yes or no. Just answer the question. Like, stop gitch galloping, stop obfuscating."
Mm-hmm.
An electorate system.
So the president of the United States brought them there to protest against the electorate system, and then all of those people that were sent by the president to the Capitol building that ended up delaying the certification of the vote, those two things aren't connected at all to you. That was just a coincidence.
I mean, can you point out where the motivation was to cause violence or a riot?
That's a good answer by Marte, but again, I would just go back. This is actually a good answer by Marte. I think that was a perfectly good answer.
Yes,
Fighting,
the
just
words
tell people
we
to
fight like hell.
Okay, he goes back to the words we fight like hell. This is at this point is cherry picking, and this I've heard this a million times. Like we fight like hell. This is like cherry picking because the full phraseology, the full phrase doesn't mean we fight like hell going into the Capitol, and we listened to the full phrase, and it had nothing to do with that, right?
Yeah, well, context is key here, right? You can't,
Mhm.
it's like the same people that do theology debates and they pick one aspect of like, this is obviously a larger scale issue, but they'll pick one aspect of the Bible and be like, well, see this. And they're like, well, what about like the preceding verses or like the context of the passage, right? And
Oh,
they don't have crap to say about that because they haven't, they know that if they were to read the same thing in its entirety every single time, number one, it would take forever. Number two, it's not convenient for their narrative.
or even the correct interpretation, which is something that we have like, that we
Yeah.
debate a lot. We will come to the idea of there is this passage, and it's like, well, but what does it actually mean, and what is the correct interpretation of what it actually means?
Yeah,
So
100%.
at this point, it's like very cherry picking when he's like, well, it says fight, fight, fight like hell. It's like, yeah, but there's a lot more in that phrase, and the end of that phrase is not like go inside and then fight the fight the people inside like hell.
Yeah, it doesn't imply physical force. It just means like you could like for instance, when you say like you fight for a cause, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you get out and you like, sucker punch everybody that disagrees with your position on it. It means
Mm-hmm.
you could also use constitutionally available means, right? Such as the judicial process. You could also utilize things like petitions. There's ways to fight for causes that don't necessarily correlate with physical force or an overthrowing, and I would like to see MARTAE harp on that.
Fight through votes. We fight through free speech. We fight
You
through
can't fight through
gathering.
votes. The election was over.
Well, hold on. No, there's
Wait, that's not true because they were certifying the votes, so there can still be a fight when it comes to the idea of the votes, not necessarily. Um, he's not talking directly about the votes in who voted,
Right.
like the person voting, but he was talking about the votes of the electoral college. So that can be fought in a sense.
still a vote, meaning our speech. We vote in the way that we talk, in the way that we walk, in the way that we protest.
Oh, I went too quick. I'm gonna go back a little bit.
Yeah.
There's still a vote, meaning our speech. We vote.
The election was over.
Well, hold on. No, there's still a vote, meaning our speech. We vote in the way that we talk, in the way that we walk, in the way that we protest. So there's still quote unquote hypothetical votes that are still happening through our presence, through means of protesting and walking. So that's what I'm referring to when I say voting. So not only do we vote this way, we vote by our dollars when we buy things. So what I'm saying though is that I'm still waiting for proof or any evidence that this was incited by Trump and led by Trump, even though he spoke to peacefully conduct this and march this towards the Capitol. I'm still not hearing this. You saying simply fight, fight, fight. This could be a fight through our voices, through marching, through protest, which is peacefully. I'm not hearing any of this stuff. I'm not hearing attention or motivation.
So then tell me.
This is, I think, I wish MARTAE would have been a little bit briefer and just would set like the end of the statement there.
Yeah, he got to it after like a bit of, going around the proverbial,
Yeah.
wheel. But yeah, he got to it eventually. But that's why I said like, and again, like I don't know what I would have done in this debate. I probably would have lost because I'm a Canadian. But but like if I was like looking at this like in hindsight, like I said, I would have just hampered on that point. I would have said like we can fight in other ways, and then like the whole thing that MARTAE just said about we fight with our like our money and stuff like that. I
We
don't know
vote
if
with our money and our voices. That's a little bit
That's-
completely out of whack.
that's not a political vote. That's like boycotting. That's a completely different category of trying to incite change within society. So it was a weak point.
Yeah, I
and
think
not
it was a weak
unnecessary.
point.
What type of evidence would you need? Would you need Trump to say, you need to go to the Capitol building and break into the Capitol building and commit treason? Is that what you need?
Yeah, again, he's going back into this tactic. I think my standard was actually pretty good because we have a lot of different people that got indicted and even got convicted. So they need to have some kind of evidence, and it would be a good evidence to have that they had some kind of connection with the Trump team directly. That would be like the thing that I would need to have, right?
Yep. 100%.
I mean, that would basically help, but I don't see anything.
That would only help?
Can I ask what short of that?
That was bad.
Yeah.
It would help. That is, yeah. He
That's a
make.
concession.
Well, make the thing is, I was the other day debating with. Well, I wasn't debating. I got into a small panel with Easy and Alex, some guy, and they were debating about possession of firearms, of kids having pew pews, pretty much, and they both were in completely opposite places, right? So when I tried to make like a small bridge, I couldn't do it because when I ask a question, the other one would look completely unreasonable to the other person. So it's like, hey, what about 10-year-olds? Should they have a pew pew? And the other guy's like, yeah, they should. They need like supervision? No, calm down, okay. And the other one's like, oh, you cannot do it because I would never have a kid even turn on an oven. And it's like, no, we can't. When they're like kind of 14, you can pretty much let them turn on the oven at that point, and it's not gonna happen. Most of the times, nothing's gonna happen. We can understand, but we when you're going this point, Destiny make him look like way too radical. It would be like, do you need that? It would be like, no, there could be other ways for me to get to that point without the necessarily phraseology to be direct. But in this case, he said, well, that would help. It's like, well, that would help. It's like, what do you mean? Did you need that and more? Kind of.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I would clarify the position. I wouldn't just say like, it would help is like kind of vague. It's like, okay, well then what is like, we're kind of backtracking here. Like you should remain strong in like how you're going to approach determinations throughout the debate, right? Like I don't know if I would say that because it seems like it's kind of a weak, it makes it seem like he doesn't know where he's going with his line of questioning. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
That would you consider evidence, MARTAE? I'm just curious.
You mean my threshold as far as like what would you consider? I would say I need you to go ahead and do them in bad, specifically them. Meaning like I need you to go ahead and just put a stop. Like meaning like let me clarify this, right? Let me offer a clarifier. Something akin to creating treason. Any language as far as causing treason, meaning overturning an election.
Yeah.
I think they're. I see where this is going. They're gonna get hung up on the insurrection definition, which is not great. Like the Oxford Dictionary definition of insurrection, a violent uprising against an authority or government, says nothing to do with the motivation behind it. Then you have to go to the legal standard of establishing that, right? As opposed to just the definition. Now, if MARTAE can do that, if he gets in that hole, he'll be fine. But if Destiny gets him hung up on the definition aspect, we're in for a bit of a doozy. What do you think?
Yeah, I can agree. I agree with that. Because the other problem and the big problem that I see with specifically with this definition is that they're trying to set a standard. So Destiny is like trying to set a standard so that he can come to a conclusion in the debate, and the MARTAE needs to be able to provide, in a sense, that standard. And I think the standard that he's providing is one is kind of vague, and two is kind of it's too big because now the standard is not about people. You cannot get it from other people. That's not necessarily Trump. He's like, oh, Trump has to be the one saying this and this and this. And when we know that's it can. The retort to that is, what if someone in the Trump team said it? What if they were in the background doing all of the different things while Trump was being or having some kind of denial?
Exactly. Let's go, MARTAE. Kick him. Kick his butt.
I don't hear any language as far as this.
Wait. Any treason like overturning election? So when he said in the speech, okay, you look back there all the way to the Washington Monument. It's hard to believe. We must stop the steal, and then we must ensure that such outrageous election fraud never happens again and can never be allowed to happen again. What does he mean when he says stop the steal there?
I think he clarified it in his own statement, right?
Yeah.
The fraudulent. It was fraud in the. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's saying that it's obviously it's not going to influence the election at that point, right? I mean, unless like the votes, it's not going to be the insurrection unless they can successfully pull it off. But they did not, right? Like the government remained within the Democratic Party's power. So.
Mm-hmm.
there's an investigative process that's happening right now, and people are
No,
going to
sir, I'm sorry. No, it's January 6th. He's lost the election, and they're just doing the certificate that we're past
Hold
that.
on. Do you think an investigative process stops after an election? No, this can
They
continue.
did it, and they lost their cases. They didn't find anything. Yes, it stops at that point. The transition of power is going to happen.
I don't know if you know anything about the cases.
What do you mean, like the cases against Trump in relation to the January 6th issue?
No, before that, the ones that they brought up to the different courthouses that were thrown off.
You mean
During
like
the
the mail-in
election.
voting ballot issue and stuff? Yeah, I know a bit about that. Yeah, my
So,
dad's huge into US politics.
most of those pretty much got thrown out, but they weren't thrown out due to merit or anything. It was technicalities, or people were not. The court was not like going to hear them before the certification. Things like that
Motion,
happened.
yeah.
So, it's this is kind of a problem. I don't think a 20-minute debate will go well through that. They will need to go through. You will need to have like a specific. You need to go through those cases and be able to say, hey, this is the reason why, and what they were trying to do with the delay on the certification is that they would actually hear those cases so that we could have a proper ending to the procedure. That's pretty much what some of the ideas of the alternate electors would kind of do.
Right, but regardless of how that like happened or how it could have happened, the fact is like we have to operate, don't we, with the facts that we have, which is that the cases were not successful, and so the Democratic Party did gain power. So if the insurrection was, like, let's say the insurrection was successful, I think, or that you could prove that it was largely motivated by, again, going back to MARTAE's original point, and its strongest, that it was directly influenced and promoted, and like basically these people were under the guidance of Trump throughout the entire thing to act in this violent manner, then sure, like maybe we have something to work with, but we really don't. It was not led by Trump, and it was not successful in the way that if it was a violent protest that had all the support of the Republican Party and Donald Trump, you would think that it would have been a bit more, I don't know, I would think it might have been a bit more successful. I mean, I know that's not the strongest point, and I don't know if I would make that during a debate, but like all of the hallmarks of what happened seem to lean more towards what the original narrative is, and people taking that and running with it, and it kind of blowing up in everybody's face.
Well, even though, not even that. Imagine, this is some of the things that I've thought about directly. Like, if there was an actual plot to do the overtaking of the government, who's the people who have the most guns in the country? I mean, the United States, and those are conservative. Don't most of the people in the protest, which I would call a protest, were absolutely not even armed, and we know they most of them we know had guns. So if you're gonna go ahead and show use of force, why would you leave behind the most powerful tool that you have for the use of force, right?
Right, and isn't like that just like also a situational coincidence? Like a lot of people in America have guns, right?
No,
Aren't
no,
the
no.
laws? No.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm, let's say that I'm gonna try to make an overthrow of a government anywhere, the first thing I would do is get me and my friends have a bunch of pew pews so that we could go and actually use force. That would be my guess.
Yeah, shitload of ARs, rocket launchers, whatever the freak you need, right? Like just bring in all of the ammo.
All of the guns, all of the fun, all of the toys.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Do you think that there can be a separation between the protest and Trump, meaning that his intentions were to march peacefully, but meanwhile the public is pissed and chaotic, disarray, saying we need to stop this, and they're
pissed because
translating
Trump
this
make
like
them
peace or
pissed.
riot.
They're not translating. Trump makes them pissed. Okay, when Trump says, all of us here today do not want to see our election victory, what victory? He lost. Stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done, and that's what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country's had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. What are they trying to stop there? What are they doing there? They're going to use their speech?
So motivational.
Yeah, that was the point. They were trying to use the speech and the protest as a way to influence the people inside of the house so they could go ahead and do according to the will. And if they didn't do it, well, tough fucking luck. That was
Yeah.
it.
Like I said, once Trump puts out the tweet, like we don't know what people are thinking. Like there's a lot of crazy people. There's a lot of people like MARTAE said that were pissed off, right, about the results of the election. Trump can't control if they take that and they're like, okay, well, I'm going to take out my AR-15 and I'm going to go down to the Capitol and, and just like fire shots until I get my way. He can't like force them to do anything. He doesn't have autonomy over these individuals. So
Yeah.
I think it's really tough unless like there was clear and unambiguous language in the tweet, i.e., like if it was like go down there with your guns and like just shit up until we get the election overturned, right? And that, unless
Or
it
a
was that,
or as I said, a direct link from the people that were arrested
yeah, they
to the
testify.
Trump team, and they could go ahead and realize that there was an actual plot by the Trump team in some way for them to use violence, which I don't think has ever been the case.
No, and I would want receipts for that too. I wouldn't want like crazy guy with machine gun says like I interpreted that as the Trump team calling me to incite violence. I would want physical receipts of like here's money, go out and buy as many PBs as you need, and just annihilate the Capitol, right, from a Trump official.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the debate itself, because now we're talking about the meta-analysis from what happened, but when it comes to the debate itself, I do think that Destiny is still, like narratively speaking, is at least having a coherent idea of what the narrative is that he's trying to do. It's not necessarily the. I'm not saying that it's necessarily the correct in the terms of what the facts of the matter are, but I think he still has pretty much MARTAE on the ropes on that idea because he's still doing the cross instead of MARTAE taking control because the claim is from it's actually from Destiny, right?
Yeah, at this far in, I would have liked to see like, look, MARTAE has gotten to some good points through questioning, but like you said, he's basically been forced onto the defensive, which is something that Destiny, as the person taking the affirmative side in the debate, should be on. And if I was MARTAE by now, I would be trying to get certain concessions, right? Like you admitted that there was no specific inciting of violence in Trump's call to action, right? You admitted that there's no like definitive link in between the actions of the J6ers and Trump's original, call to action. Great. Okay, so can we move on to, you conceding to the debate now? Because the whole question is whether or not it was an inciting of violence, but was it true insurrection? So far, you failed to demonstrate that on any front, and
Yeah.
I just haven't seen that chokehold yet that I would really like to see from MARTAE.
Yeah, the two main arguments that the argument has been saying is, well, what do I need to say to convince you? And I'm going to try to make you look as bad as possible with doing that. And the other one is like, it's trying to gish gallop on the quotes, trying to bring up like this narrative statement more than the facts of the matter. And Marty's been trying to wrestle with both instead of being on the attack. Hey, do you have any evidence that Trump actually made kind of incitements from the back outside of these public statements that we know were not call to violence?
Right. 100%.
Speech to incite people to peacefully march towards the Capitol. I mean, this sounds like a speech to question maybe an investigative process or fact-finding process, even by the public, because we're inclined to question government activities, whether or not an election was legitimate or not. This can happen post-election. Now, if a group comes together and wants to maybe riot, he didn't state riot, he didn't state cause an insurrection or incite treasonous
Just real quick,
activities.
you acknowledge how unbelievably intellectually bankrupt it is for you to keep saying he didn't use the word riot. He didn't use the word treason over and over again. You know that it never works that way, right?
Hey, even if
Calls him stupid. What a jerk. It's intellectually bankrupt, aka you're a dumbass. You realize you're a
Yes.
dumbass, right?
Yeah.
Ugh,
But I mean, in some it's like a backhanded insult, right? That's exactly
yeah,
what it
like you say,
was.
he's calling it in more, elaborate vocab. He's calling the guy an idiot. Like,
But the question, I think the question goes back to his attack, because his attack has become, well, what do I need to prove you? And if the question that he has to say is, go ahead and riot, go ahead and make an insurrection, then it's very at that point he's just attacking on the narrative front.
Correct. Yeah.
If we throw this language out, was there even language adjacent to, causing a disruption as far as the buildings, knocking out
Fight
police
like
officers?
hell or you'll lose your country? I feel like fight like hell or you'll lose your country is a pretty big
Again?
one, yeah?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just
And
this is a I'm not gonna take a W here by the way, because I like MARTAE, but this is what I said kind of what was gonna happen. It's like, yeah, you might have the facts on your side, and you might have like the ideas that in which you're attacking this case correctly, but I think Destiny is just gonna go ahead and create this narrative, and he's gonna verbal jujitsu his way to only using only semantics, and he's gonna make you look bad.
yeah. He's just trying to get him to take the bait. And I would just, like, if I was MARTAE, I would just say, look, you brought this up a million times now. I'm going to say this one more time. Nowhere in that statement is there a call to violence, is there, inciting violence. There's no specific order from Trump to act in a violent manner. And if you bring it up again, I'm just going to assume it's just another obfuscation, and I'm just going to stop you right there. I'm not going to answer that question again because I made it very clear that's not a strong point for you. Move on. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, that's actually a good strategy as well. When you're like, hey, we've gone through these. I'm not gonna I can tell you again what happened, but you have to understand that I already answered these. Okay.
Yeah, fight like hell. I can walk down the street in basically the ABs that happened by Planned Parenthood in March and fight like hell that way with picket signs. Well, so it's like that's interpretation. You're assuming that every single person in the crowd was like, oh, we're just going to cause some treasonous event towards the Capitol. Like, to me, that doesn't.
They all assumed that, didn't they? Didn't they assume that when they broke into the Capitol?
Okay, let's.
Oh, this. Please, MARTAE, you have a slam dunk here.
Say they assume this. Can you at least demonstrate how Trump told them to do this?
Why, if Trump didn't tell them to do it, why didn't Trump stop them when they were doing it?
Okay, once again, we're at an impasse. When I ask you
How?
during this whole debate,
How would you stop them?
I hoped MARTAE would have said how many of those actually got into the Capitol. How many of those were outside saying, "Hey, let's not do this. We have to," because there were a ton of. I even think, and I don't like Nick, but I even think Nick Fuentes was saying, "Hey, let's not. We have to stop. Let's not do this. It's a psyop." So there were a bunch of people outside saying not to do it because they thought it was a psyop, pretty much.
Yeah.
So, like at this point, the claim from Destiny is actually ridiculous, and I would have hoped that MARTAE would have been, hey, this is ridiculous. We know that there were people outside, a bunch of them that were like, no, we're not gonna do this. No, we have to. We should stop this. This is not what we came here to do. We came here to protest. So that was a wild claim.
Yeah, we'll see what happens from that because, like I said, I don't know if that's a strong way for MARTAE to go about this.
where the inciting of this was. When I'm saying that, so let me go ahead and give you a hypothetical. Let's say I tell you to walk down to the store to get groceries. Did I tell you how to walk to the store? Did I tell you which avenue to take or anything like this? When I say peacefully protest, patriotically protest towards the Capitol, is he telling them how to do this?
Well, it would depend on his action. Okay, let's try another hypothetical.
See, now he's back to defending the exact same thing all over again. He's back to the exact same. We're having the exact same argument that we had 15 minutes ago all over again.
Yeah, it's a loop. He started to make him loop. Let's continue.
Okay, if I walk to a pool and I see that there's a child that just fell into the pool and the child is drowning and I don't do anything to stop the drowning child, do you think I have some moral responsibility there for not intervening?
Right.
That is an easily preventable situation with the proper swim training versus a mass event that would have been way more hard to crowd police.
Well, I don't even think they're analogous because you know.
Yeah, that's completely different. I would just like MARTAE, come on, point this out, man. Point this out.
Yeah. At this at this point, when he's making that hypothetical, I would be like, no, I mean, the person not intervening does have a moral problem, but I think I don't think they're analogous at this point. Like, I don't think that both of those situations are analogous, to be honest.
He
Yeah.
did this nonetheless, and you could say, well, maybe
I'm
there's a
gonna ask
delay.
the same question when you're done rambling and trying to obfuscate.
This is what MARTAE should have done a while ago. It's just, hey, I'm gonna ask the same question again, okay? And you have to answer that question. Then you can ask me a question.
Do you have
Yeah,
a
I'm
moral
not-
responsibility to save the child when you
I'm
watch
not
the child
asking
drowning?
the question right now. Everybody has an opportunity.
I'm not
in
saying
responsibility
everybody.
to
I'm
stop
saying
it.
if you walk to
You
a
got 5
pool and
minutes.
you see a child walk in and they're drowning, do you have a moral responsibility to help the child?
If it's me or not, everybody has a responsibility. This applies to me or not. So if I have a responsibility,
Okay, do you think that responsibility?
delayed action, does that? Okay, so
Yeah.
if I have a
Hold
delayed
on,
action,
wait. Do you
Oh yeah, I do think that at this point MARTAE is a little bit overwhelmed for some reason, and he looks a little bit overwhelmed. So
Yeah.
there are moments in time in that debate when you're heated and you say to the other person X, Y, and Z thing. That's good. No, you can go ahead and call him an idiot, and that's no problem. You can pretty much scream at them. That will be fine. But at this point, especially because you don't have the better mic, he does look bad, in my opinion.
Yeah.
think that responsibility? Do you think that responsibility would be even greater for a lifeguard?
Destiny, if I have a delayed reaction, does that prove incitement of said riot or said insurrection?
If you
If
said
I
that
have a
you
delayed reaction.
if you said that you hated the kid and you told the kid to go play in the pool, yeah, it might actually. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not what happened in this case. If
You
there's
What? I
Well-
was like, yeah, this is dumb. I would have been like, this is intellectual bankruptcy on your part, raising this stupid ass hypothetical. Do you ever anything concrete, or are you just gonna throw crap on a wall and see what sticks?
Yeah, like I understand hypotheticals, and I think hypotheticals are fine, but this hypothetical is, well, one, it's not analogous. It doesn't make much of a sense, and two, I could have even agreed to that, but I would still point out that like I would engage with hypothetical instead of trying to go around it. But yeah. The reason why I would have engaged with hypothetical instead of going around it is because I think it's easier to defeat it that way. That would be the way I would look at it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he told them to go play in the pool. He didn't tell them to drown. He told them to go play in the pool, and then when they started drowning, he didn't stop it. You don't think that looks really suspicious?
Yeah, I can say this, but here's the thing, though. I'm still.
Yeah, it's completely analogous. Like,
And the other thing too is like, unless you have personal knowledge of the child, i.e., like you're aware of their like swimming ability and so on and so forth, whether or not they have any physical limitations, which might be facilitative to drowning, it's way more difficult to argue that there was ill intent behind there. Like if you just assumed, like unbeknownst to you, that this kid had like Quest 8 swimming level. I don't know what it's like in the States, but that's like the step below junior lifeguard, right? And you put them in a pool, I don't think it's reasonable to assume that they would drown if left unsupervised without any other medical underlying conditions.
yeah. But even if let's say that there's a kid that is kind of an asshole, and you're like, just know what, get away from me, go play in the pool, and he starts playing the pool and starts drawing, and you don't realize, like, is it your fault at that point? It's like, how do you? I didn't know. He was kind of mean. I just told him to get the fuck away. You know, there's a pool. So
Yeah, I think that goes to a whole other issue, which is the criminal issue of child neglect or child abandonment on the parents' part, right?
no, but it also comes to the idea of mens rea, right? Because at one point it would be like, hey, I didn't know. It was like I have no ill intent towards the kid, etc., etc. So he could actually. This is what I said. I would just interact with the hypothetical because it's easier for me to defeat it that way. I would be like, well, what if there's no actual mens rea? Like, how would you know? How if he didn't know? There's a kid in the pool. Let's say that you have a moral responsibility. Fine, you go ahead and save it. Oh, what if you delay it? what if I didn't see it? It's like, does it mean that I have any kind of more responsibility? What if what if I was doing something else and I didn't realize how bad the situation was? There can be a whole bunch of stuff, or I was trying to get to the core of the problem, and I was trying to figure out how to say to stop, or I was figuring out if I had the possibility to actually save the kid. Maybe I have a problem myself, and I was trying to figure out if there was anybody else that could help. All of that is easier to talk about in the hypothetical instead of having two different conversations when in one you're being gish gallop and you don't have like the best mic to do it, right?
Yeah. I think
I'm
he's
not
at a
hearing a
disadvantage.
correlation between.
Go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think he's at a disadvantage because of those aspects. And like I said, like this all kind of for me started when like there was no opening from MARTAE and it just went into question answer, gish gallop, hypothetical, question answer. That's been the overall flow of the debate. It hasn't had structure. And like one of the things that I've noticed in my, semi-limited time debating is that if you can guide the debate, if you seem to have authority over the context of the debate, that goes a long way in terms of your W points at the end.
Yeah.
Play in the pool. He didn't tell him to drown. He told him to go play in the pool. And then when they started drowning, he didn't stop it. You don't think that looks really suspicious?
Yeah, I can say this, but here's the thing, though. I'm still not hearing a correlation between inciting and a motivation. Or
You can't say correlation. I've already won on the correlation ground. He said words, people walked to the Capitol, and they committed a riot that broke into the Capitol to delay a lawful process. Like, so you're the one that's
Yeah, no, he hasn't.
Chain.
But MARTAE, I don't know if that's what MARTAE is trying to say because we can't.
Yeah.
He has not. He has not won on that point. I would just I'm going to stop you right there. Again, I can't tell if that's what MARTAE is trying to say, right?
It's probably what he was trying to say. He's like, no, you haven't won this point. We're still trying to contend on it. I think that's exactly what was happening. But yeah, I do think that's exactly what's happening.
And you're saying that it was all a coincidence.
Yeah, you're gonna see in his face. It's like moving side to side, saying no.
Doesn't make any sense. By the way, back to this, Destiny. I'm telling you, if he has a delayed reaction and said it nonetheless, all you're doing is mincing words and saying, well, he just didn't do it fast enough. That doesn't mean anything. If I do something slow, it doesn't.
Okay, at this, like, if you're gonna go ahead and do it, do the actual engage with hypothetical, you engage with the hypothetical when the hypothetical is being presented. At this point, you're really kind of move past the hypothetical. Why go back to the hypothetical, right? You didn't want to engage it.
Yeah. He's just fallen into all the usual Destiny traps, it seems. Even though, like I said, I think MARTAE's made some really strong points throughout this debate. It just seems like it hasn't had the traction that I would hope that they would have because of Destiny's tactics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I would have researched more into Destiny's tactics maybe if I was MARTAE prior to going into this and just be just super prepared. But again, like there's stuff that happens during the debate that nobody really plans for, and like you don't know how it'll affect you in and of the time that you're actually making the argument. So I don't blame them.
There are also tactics you cannot prepare for. Like I don't think you can prepare for Andrew's charisma, for example. When he goes on, gives you an idea, he kind of calls you dumb and he laughs, and everybody is cheering on Andrew because his laughter is kind of contagious. Like you cannot prepare for that. You have to like think up around those kind of things, right?
Right. Yeah. 100%.
So yeah. There's things that you cannot prepare for.
Doesn't mean that I incited it or my motivation or intention was to cause this. Do you understand?
If he had something, no, because if he had something to gain by dragging his feet, which he did, and when the insurrection was happening, the only thing he and Giuliani were doing were making phone calls to lawmakers to try to certify the fake electorate slates. Yeah, it kind of seems like he wanted it to happen. He was facilitating it.
You're presuming to know somebody's mind by saying this is why he drug his feet and this is why he has incentive to do this. How can you
assuming we can never figure out what?
Yeah, this point from Destiny is kind of weird because I can actually say, well, they were in contact with different lawmakers because they were trying to figure out what was going to happen. Now that there was a protest right? Not necessarily now that there was a riot. Those are two different things, and those two things are completely different in the sense of what is happening in a person's mind.
Yeah. I don't know where Destiny's like. I think because this is like you said, like he knows that he loses on these types of debates on the insurrection. I think maybe he's just trying to just like completely throw Marte off and just hoping that whatever happens sticks.
Yeah, well, I think he's wrong in the facts. What I think he is doing, as I said, is he's crafting the narrative statement, and he's just getting the points by the semantics, which are important in debates, right? So he's bogging down, and he's telling you a story, and he's trying to make you believe the story. And in the debate, like in the debate stage, this story is the one that is being presented as the truth. And people have like, especially with people like Destiny, it would be hard to dismantle it if you don't have all of the tools to be able to dismantle it.
100%.
So this, like for example, this, hey, but Trump was only talking to lawmakers instead of stopping it. It's like, well, we don't know what was the actual information that Trump had at that time, and two, he was in contact with different lawmakers because he thought that the protest as a protest was actually having an effect on people saying, oh, there's support for these, maybe I can change the way I vote or the way I do X, Y, or Z thing, right? There's a difference between that and, oh, they're seeing a riot or an insurrection and now they're gonna do XYZ thing. Which, by the way, you don't need the votes from lawmakers if you're having an insurrection anyway. The whole point is to use force to impose whatever.
Yeah. And I don't think we've seen a single point from Destiny that is actually refuting what Marte is saying on that line of questioning. So I would just be
mind
on that.
Yeah.
In this case, can you demonstrate why Trump, that he dragged his feet on purpose? Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, by the phone calls that he was making to lawmakers to get them to delay the certification of the vote.
You mean after or before or during?
During, when the insurrection was happening and Trump was capitalizing on it, rather than doing something which he's commanded to do as president of, we now see he sent the troops to D.C., so apparently he can do it, right? Even when the mayor doesn't want it, he's got the troops there now. Why didn't he send them there during January 6th?
So if there were FBI agents in the crowd working for who? Who are in, let's just say FBI agents were working in the crowd, who are they employed by at the time? Were they
Donald
working
Trump.
on behalf of Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing though. If I have a delayed reaction, nonetheless, I'm going to get off this topic right here because this is moot. So if we're talking about the subject about a delayed reaction, that still doesn't prove...
Oh, you forgot that Trump was in office. That's why you moved on from that.
No intent or motivation. This implies that there's no intent or motivation. We can go ahead and separate the two. It doesn't mean that, oh, the reason why he delayed this, you still can't prove this. It doesn't really make any sense. I don't see...
Yeah, Marty's trying to go back to his tactic, to his debate idea. It's like, hey, can you prove that there was this direct relation, or can you prove that it was Trump, that it was the one that's making the incitement? And Destiny at this point is just following his narrative, right? He's like, hey, I already did it. Hey, I already have my narrative. Hey, you don't want to engage with what I presented. He's like trying to give the victory lap before he actually won the debate.
Yeah, and also he like raises the point that there's troops in the Capitol now. That's something that's like coordinated, organized, devoted. Like, could there have been more during like the January 6th thing? Yeah, sure, but like it doesn't change the circumstances of the event, which is like the issue now we know is a threat because of all the actions that people have taken against Trump, right? Like basically people trying to unalive him at public rallies and stuff, and like that threat wasn't as imminent during the time of like the January 6th. In fact, the Republican Party was largely on the defensive to try and take back the election, were they not? So yeah. I think the two circumstances are again disanalogous. And like I would just be harping on Destiny on that. I'd be like, look, you keep pointing out things that are really, like he said, moot, right? But I think he could have gone even harder down on that and said, like, you still failed to demonstrate that there was like this call to violence. And unless you tell me right now within like 2 minutes how that happened in a more persuasive way than like, trust me, bro, and like circumstances, fam, then I'm just going to determine that you concede the debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have that is that would be an actually good way to go on at this point, because I don't, yeah, that's actually yeah, like that. I like that pitch. Thank you for that one.
Trust me, bro, and circumstances, man.
I'll try to use it. Trust me, bro. Circumstances, fam.
Yeah.
Because he did this, and he cited anything from his sources and saying he slowed his feet or dragged his feet because of this. This could have just been a number of errors. This happens. Still, back to the current
Excuse me,
point.
he was literally tweeting as it was going on. How can that be a number of errors if he was tweeting?
Okay, so he was tweeting. A delayed tweet, same thing. Still, if he's tweeting this and still tweeted, I need you to go ahead and peacefully protest, but just like the same, by saying, God bless you all, I love you, and calls this a fraudulent election before this, and is saying, hey, I need you guys to cease this later, it still doesn't promote the promotion of this. It still doesn't
If rioters were outside the White House chanting, hang Mike Pence, and then Donald Trump just tweets 10 minutes later, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, those are his fake electors, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. The USA demands the truth.
Yeah, it goes again into narrative, and like it goes back again to the narrative idea, because people are not understanding is it was yesterday, Gorilla Biscuits. He's not understanding the whole position. At one point, I would just say, listen, why would I need, if I'm gonna do a supposed insurrection, why would I need my Pence or any of them to do my biting? I would just go in and do. The insurrectors would just go in and do it. They will go in and force it, and they will be using enough force to be able to do it. Yeah, I don't know. That would be like the way I would probably address this specific thing.
Well, I would say two things. I would say, look, it's not my fault if people like arbitrarily just hate Mike Pence, if they find him to be an unlikable guy. Like it's not Trump's fault either, right? Like, it's not like Trump. Like, what best interest? Like, let's think about this logically, Destiny. What vested interest would Trump have in having his then VP unalived while he's still in office? What would be the goal of that? So he has to find a last minute VP until the transfer of power? Like, what would be the incentive there? Like, how could it be argued that that was a translated effort or even an interpretation of Trump's desires to have Mike Pence hung? If anything, it's just a circumstance that people hate Mike Pence, and like, can you blame him after all the like motherfucker allegations and stuff like that?
Yeah, I agree. Like that's also a good way to go ahead.
They just hate motherfuckers. It's not Trump's fault.
Hour and a half after the breach into the secure grounds of the Capitol. It was 10 minutes after they had already breached into the building, and it was 10 minutes after there was already video footage of people saying hang Mike Pence.
Here's the thing though. What's your definition of insurrection?
No, I'm good on that.
Okay.
I'm good on this one.
We are at the 20-minute mark. MARTAE, you will have the last word, so go ahead, give your closing thoughts, tell people where they can find you, and yeah.
So these are my closing thoughts. My definition is a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence. He has not once demonstrated this during this debate. He hasn't described a plan by President Trump or people to use violence. Once again, throughout this whole debate, I was listening the whole time and try to listen to where Trump was telling them to use violence by, mind you, only specific people, certain subset of individuals, which are small, brought guns. Mind you, everybody, this is the most armed nation in the world right now, mind you, and everybody has two-way rights, because when we have, I would say a protest and people bring guns, doesn't mean that we're going to go ahead and use this for an insurrection. That doesn't make any sense. So, by the way, he still hasn't proved that there's basically an incentive or Trump saying, I'm telling you to use violence towards the government. And not only this, a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence by a planned event or a coup or some treasonous way. This language hasn't been used the whole time. During him or during this debate, I haven't seen from my opponent at all at once. You can find me on YouTube at On the Edge, and you can find me on Twitter at Mighty Marte and also the Real Mighty Mouse on Instagram.
Okay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And we're gonna let you go, okay, buddy?
Yeah.
Hey,
Jesus.
what a start.
I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate
love
you. Do you remember? I don't know if you watched that, but there was a moment when they were like doing Twitch debates and stuff like that, and they always finished it, even though they were like telling each other how dumb they were. Like at the end, they were like, "I love you, bro," and then like 2 minutes, like the next stream, they both were at war and they were telling the whole community to go on and attack the other. It was the dumbest part of the internet for a while.
Well, that's the stupidity. Like, obviously, you should be a good sport, right? You should say, like, thank you to the host, the moderator, and my opponent, for a good showing, no hard feelings, blah 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 blah. But do you have to go like, I appreciate you. You were so good. Oh my gosh, girl, you were the best. Oh my god.
I think that the last words for MARTAE was pretty much what we wanted him to say during the whole debate.
Yeah, I would even get a bit more concise. I would be like, throughout the course of this debate, Destiny has pointed out a lot of circumstantial evidence, but what he cannot escape from, despite how many disanalogous hypotheticals he wants me to try and entertain, is that circumstances absent direct correlation are just simply that, circumstances. And without the adequate proof, I don't see how this was an insurrection. And this is not the first time that my opponent has gotten owned on this topic, and it's certainly not about to be the last. In fact, I think there's another 3 people lined up to smoke him on this very issue. So with that, I yield my time.
Yeah, that would be a good one, because having even he called you stupid, so you probably should call him something at the end of the debate.
Yeah. Yeah, so for someone who calls me intellectually bankrupt, throwing hypotheticals when you clearly are too intellectually bankrupt yourself to make any form of concession whatsoever is rather telling, isn't it? Isn't that rather like the pot calling the kettle black, Destiny? No response? Have a great night, man. Enjoy that I wouldn't bring up the trial against him, but
Well, at that point,
yeah.
there's a reason. Like, I've been okay, fine. I'll go there. We have you here. You're kind of a lawyer. What do you think of the trial? I really think, by the way, that Pixie's gonna fucking lose. But what do you think of that trial specifically?
Well, so obviously I'm not a criminal paralegal. We have a very limited scope here. We can only do like 8 months, let's say. But I do know something about criminal law because in my capacity as a mock trial coach, I do a lot of criminal law cases. And so, I mean, it's going to be, the standard of proof should be beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence is not great against Pixie, right? Because there was evidence of a romantic relationship, but there's evidence that she transferred the videos to his care. And I believe that, doesn't he make a rather convincing argument that it was unbeknownst to him that they got deviated? The only thing is that one social media site that they were distributed on, that's like the one kind of damning thing on.
Oh, you mean Kiwi Farms?
Yeah, Kiwi Farms.
But I mean, what I would say there is Destiny has no say in Kiwi Farms. That goes to, I mean, the site is hosted by by Josh Moon, sorry, and
right.
That they both hate each other. Like, he hates Destiny, and Destiny hates Josh Moon.
Yeah, if Destiny can get around that, like he wasn't directly facilitating the distribution, and it wasn't for an ill intent, and that like he had consent in some form from Pixie for the release of the information, I think it will be difficult to argue that there was a breach there. But I mean, the secondary question is this: it's like, what are the damages, right? Like, what would be the damages on her character? Like, has she noticed an inability to book? Has the thing actually skyrocketed her career because she's in this very public feud with this huge debater? Has she lost like contract deals and so on and so forth? She's a rather small creator, so what the judge would determine in terms of damages would probably be more limited to the common law So when we look at a case for damages, we look at similar instances where an individual has suffered like a form of defamation or a breach of privacy. And then we would look at the monetary awards that were awarded in that case based on analogous factors, such as like an individual's reputation, the overall loss of income association with the breach, the physical or mental distress. So, for instance, if Pixie has records from a psychiatrist or another medical professional illustrating that these circumstances resulted in some distress on her end, and she's able to substantiate that they were significant, like limiting in terms of her ability to carry out her regular life, then there might be a cause for significant punitive damages in that circumstance. Again, this is all just my non-legal advice
Yeah.
opinion without
Well,
prejudice.
this is all just our opinion at the end of the day. As I said,
Yeah.
I think Pix is gonna lose. I don't have any like grounds that I'm not a legal expert, and I'm not a legal expert on that kind of thing either. But I do what I would say is, well, he did not host any of those in the internet for any kind of distribution. The person that the no. I'll address that in a moment, Scott, if you want me to. He didn't make any kind of direct distribution of them. In fact, what apparently happened is he sent it to another person, which was something known by the community, because he does this all the time, so people know about these, including Pixie, because she was part of the community and they have some kind of relationship. So at that point, you kind of know that this is gonna happen, and he didn't release them himself, but it was another person that got hacked and then was released. So I don't see any kind of intent for this to be happen. Now, sorry, Paige, I'll let you in a second.
Yeah.
Pixie wasn't 17, nor Cherry was 17. The person that he was talking to from in Discord, and they were having like these kind of weird relationship going on, allegedly, because it's not 100% being confirmed, was 70, and that would be Rose, which is the person that got hacked and the person they got the videos from.
Okay. So just on the point of foreseeability, which is what you touched on in terms of this being a prior issue with Destiny, at least I think that's what you're getting at, is the legal issue of foreseeability in terms of her interactions with him. Is that where you're going with that?
What I would say is they both knew. Like, I don't think the video was a secret, and in the community that he's seeing people like with the interactions, at this point you should know that they pretty much share their degeneracy with each other.
Right. So that doesn't really overthrow, like, especially in the Me Too era, like that doesn't really override the issue of consent. For instance, like an individual can belong to like, a sex club or like being like a polycule. And it can be well understood that like, sharing occurs throughout the group, but that doesn't override the individual component of consent. So if there's witness testimony that there was consent on an individualized basis for Pixie to share this information with Destiny and for Destiny to share it with other people, then absolutely that would actually seek to, at least in my understanding, to limit the amount of liability on the part of the breach itself, right? But that wouldn't necessarily translate and completely anyway to damages, because there's still like the reputational element, unless it was foreseeable on her part. Like if she knew or ought to have known and was consenting to the original transmission, knowing full well that this might result in a broader transmission, then sure. But if she didn't and it happened, and it's arguable that that transmission was in Destiny's power and control in some capacity, then he's fucked.
Well,
Like,
what if I say, let's say, oh god, this is horrible. Don't clip me. Let's say that I have my own casting couch from streamers at this point, and I can go ahead and because my community knows that I do this, which was pretty much what Destiny was doing. Okay, they know I do this. They get their own special place into my community. They get rates. They get all the benefits and perks of it. including maybe being part of like a Democrat PAC that they can get money out of. Okay, and they voluntarily take the video with me, and they also known by my own word that there's like this in group where all of the videos get distributed to. They're not gonna go to the general population, but they goes into this in group, and then let's say they get mad at it and they start to try to sue me out of that because anything got leaked. At this point, if I'm not the person that did the leakage of that information, I don't know. I think that the other person should have some kind of responsibility of knowledge that I do this kind of degenerate stuff. That's what I believe. That's what I think. I'm not saying that is all of it is bad, right? All of it's pretty gross.
So in legal speak, we have a term called like whether I was in your power, possession, and control.
Okay.
So if an asset or an item that was worth something in terms of worth something in value or worth something in terms of it being in the wrong hands damages, right? Then the question is whether or not the person had power and possession and control of the item at the time the breach occurred. And the question is whether or not it was a foreseeable breach. And if it was in their power, protection, and control, and it was a foreseeable breach that was not previously consented to, or it was known that there was a possibility by the original transmitter, then it is a problem. But if it can be argued that it was not in his power and possession and control, i.e., it was circulated by a group at the consent and behest of the original creator, i.e., Pixie, right? And he could not have reasonably foreseen the breach, then I think he might share, at least if not completely off the hook, he would have a lesser degree of liability for damages.
I think the original creator or the one that took the video was not Pixie, was Destiny, but I don't want to talk about that anymore.
Fair enough. Look, you asked for my, my
yeah, I know.
Without prejudice opinion,
It's,
non-legal advice opinion. Yeah. So
yeah.
there it is. You're welcome, people. It's that their brain now hurts. Sorry.
I do think I don't think he's gonna lose, but I think there's gonna be some kind of compensation too.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like, what will it be? Will it be nuisance or will it be like a what she's asking for close to it? I don't think she'll get what she's asking for. She's asking for what, like
1 million, I think.
$1 million. Yeah. No, it's not gonna happen. She would have to have like huge reputation. Like he would have had to like basically revenge porn.
Then it's gonna be like $2. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very difficult. The primary way though that she could get a decent chunk of change without money, and provided that there's no other issues, like I said, with foreseeability, power, possession, and control, and the intent, would be, like I said, if she has records from a psychiatrist or another medical professional saying that this directly caused significant interference with her ability to carry out a healthy life and function regularly as she was prior to the incident.
Well, I think she was like trying to build up like a streamer career, and she wasn't doing like big like she was doing big.
No, I mean like generally, like if like okay, like I'm just saying like let's just say figuratively, ever since the event, she can't leave her bed. Like she's depressed. She no longer finds a sense of like she's on a gazillion meds. Like she's a shell of her former person, and her psychiatrist was like, yeah, now she has like post-traumatic stress disorder that like hinders her ability to lead a normal life as a direct result of this incident. There might be a claim for damages, right? But
there you go, ladies. Now we know why you shouldn't engage with the Coomer Gremlin. It will make you a shell of your former self. That you're gonna have to spend on bed the whole time, and you're gonna have any kind of ways to make any income because of how depressed you are. I would be depressed, to be honest. But yeah, I'm not a woman, so I don't know.
Yeah, I would be like, wow. And it's like with this blue-haired freak that like has like slept with half the people in the field. Like, oh my gosh. It would be like traumatizing.
It would be traumatizing.
My entire image would be ruined because like I'm known for being like a pretty pious Orthodox Christian and choir catechumen this Sunday. I mean, I wouldn't be able to debate on the right side of things ever again.
But Paige, you can't get the what is called the something victory pack money. You can get the money out of it. Get some
My
monies.
soul is not worth the money. My soul is not worth Yeah.
Lord.
I can't even imagine that in a life confession, with the priest, like, Father.
Oh my god.
He's like, is that it? And I'm like, but wait, there's more.
But-
he's like, oh no, my child, rest now, my child. We shall resume this life confession tomorrow.
I need to throw up for a while.
Yeah. He's like, I cannot proceed further. Yeah, we'll have to delay your baptism by a week. Oh my. Perhaps longer. That life confession would take a long time. If Destiny's involved in it, yeah, it's.
Yeah, it would be bad.
Thank the Lord Almighty. I've never even met the guy, and I plan on never doing it. I don't even want to debate him. So.
No,
Yeah.
well, I don't. There's a lot of people that say like, I will never debate him. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Stuff like that. I don't think I would want. I don't think I'm big enough to debate Destiny. I don't think I want to debate Destiny.
Well, you say that, but on a like multi-panel, and Wick, this is moderator, and Wick's like a nobody. So.
Well, yeah, no. Wick is somebody in the whole industry when it comes with the Destiny crew. He there has to be somebody that cleans up the couch after he's done with it. Okay, that's
Oh
Wick.
yeah.
So
He's the condom and his Schmugs utensils disposal maid. Yeah.
oh master, oh I have taken what you've given me and make something out for you.
Oh Lord. Oh my gosh.
Master, have I done good, master?
He's like, and pick up another bag and some condoms while you're at it. No, you probably see another bag, and he's like, yes, mister.
Here's some change. Go on and get you something nice. Thank you, master. I
Like
will.
$5. All you can get is like a Burger King, like Whopper Jr.
Whopper, you. Thank you, master. I saw exactly what I was looking for. I love my Whoppers.
Bootlicking is hilarious. Yeah.
Oh God.
I mean, look, I hope it isn't that depraved for Wick's sake, because I don't know how one recovers after a life of servitude in that direction.
Don't. you go to the internet and keep on doing
Yeah.
it.
I think I would need a lithium prescription and like a SpongeBob SquarePants binge-a-thon while I went on a 2-month like sabbatical. Like,
I would need everything. Yeah, it makes sense.
oh yeah,
my God.
I would just be like, I'm sorry, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I need to just I need to go into a medically induced coma for 2 months while I process this journey.
But yeah, it's like Marte's been going around. He's not as big in YouTube, but I think he's kind of big in Twitter.
Yeah.
So in Twitter he has like a following and stuff. I think for the other day he was having some stuff going on around him, which is okay. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about Twitter. Let's be honest. Nobody cares about Twitter. It's a place where I go and shitpost about stuff. So
Yeah, that's the whole point of Twitter, isn't it? It's to just like repost and shitpost.
yeah, I've been looking at like Andrew got bad the other day. He was like, I cannot shitpost anymore. Like, shut up, Andrew. Just shitpost. Nobody cares about Twitter anyway. It's like, they're gonna take me out of context.
He got banned, Andrew did? Wow, I didn't even notice that.
No, he didn't got banned. He replied to a lady that was like, men are not going to help us now. They don't care that a bunch of immigrants are raping women and they're giving a bunch of grape juice. And he replied like, it's your fault, you voted for it. You know, the usual.
Yeah.
This is what you voted for, you reap the consequences. And there was in the original post there was a picture of a kid like 15 with a hatchet and a knife. And everybody was like, how dare you say that kid should be raped? And he's like, no, what? I replied to the person that made the post, not to the not to the picture. I was replying to the person who made the post, not the picture.
Yeah, but you know what happens? Like it's just in these women's brains, like in particular, like his female haters, like they're who I'm thinking about when I'm thinking of this. Although he certainly has his fair share of male ones.
Yeah.
Is that they see like the posts by Andrew Wilson? They say that in some way it feels like a personal attack, and like their mind just goes like red, and they're just like, oh my god, they start like throwing like everything at the wall. Like they can't even like think of like anything coherently at that point. But
Oh my god, hold my needles, I need to reply.
Yeah, I call it Wilson derangement syndrome because it also applies equally to his wife, Rachel. They hate her just as
yeah.
So, yeah, Wilson derangement syndrome is a real thing. Talk to your doctor today to see if getting off the internet is right for you.
Now,
Yeah.
let's go to what people have actually been expecting with Paige. What do you think? Who do you think won the debate?
Oh, this hurts my soul. Why?
You made me. I wasn't gonna go there. You were like, yeah, I have to.
Oh.
And be ready, because probably this is gonna go somewhere to. This is gonna get somehow to Andrew's ears, and it's gonna be. You're gonna be having that full blown.
Okay. Let me salvage this somehow, while still taking accountability. So when we score a debate, we look at different aspects, right? We look at the overall, like flow of the argument, like ability to command the argument, right? Mm-hmm. I think we're both. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to drag you into this. This is my my shallow grave to perish in temporarily. I think that Destiny had a better flow of the conversation. In terms of the debate knowledge exhibition that we had, obviously Destiny lost on that point. He made the same points over and over again. It was not like, and this goes to the other point, persuasiveness. I think Destiny might have been a bit more persuasive had he had better arguments, but the fact that he just kept harping on the same point and wasn't able to adequately address MARTAE's concerns without just simply gish galloping was like a huge L on Destiny's point. I think he lost a lot on the knowledge and persuasiveness categories of the debate. And then the last point, which I think, unless I'm missing a component, is like the structural organization of his arguments. I'm going to have to give that to Destiny. And the only reason that I would give that to Destiny is the fact that, like I said, MARTAE came in with like not even a structured opening statement. He basically forced himself into the defensive position at the very start, which is a weak way to control the flow of a debate. So in summary, I think, in terms of argumentation and persuasiveness, Destiny took the L. But in terms of commanding the debate and in terms of the structure, I think Destiny probably, might have gotten the command, but I think ultimately Abe won just on the not Abe. And Destiny would have also won on the structure because he had a formal opening. Right. I didn't hear a closing from him. I don't know if that was intentional, but yeah, I think it was a bit of a toss up. I think based on those points, though, that Destiny would have by a very minor amount won that debate.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I see a little bit of this differently. I obviously don't have like formal training when it comes to debating. When I look at debates, I look at them I see them a lot with the entertainment value that we've seen in the internet. So I do think a lot about like the narrative narrative aesthetic, for example. Is like, how did they present the arguments, how they did, how is it that they command the arguments to the audience so that they will be in favor or against the argument. I'm really bad at it myself, by the way, but I do look at things that way a lot. And what I saw specifically is that the one that crafted like a full narrative on it and was able to impartially Gish Gallop, and secondly, like pretty much control the whole debate was Destiny. He controlled the narrative. He made up like the points, and he put up the pitfalls. And unfortunately, I don't think MARTAE was able to get away from all of them. He did get away from some of them, but not from all of them, and that cost that pretty much gave him the W to Destiny. You're on mute, Paige.
Yeah, no, I was just about to take it off. I think it is really unfortunate, like I said, that there was but overall, yeah, I mean, knowledge, I have to give that to MARTAE. So, I mean, that was like the major thing that I enjoyed. And then the actual, ability to respond, I think MARTAE did a decent enough job. So if Destiny won, it was purely based on tactics alone. If I had to judge it on the substance, which I think would be a major component of the debate, I would give it to MARTAE because, like I said, and you kind of agree with me. Destiny was just repeating the same points, framing them in a way that benefited his narrative. He wasn't actually providing concrete responses to MARTAE's inquiries.
Yeah, it's like, well, what did he say? Oh, fight, fight, fight. And we heard the full quote, and in context, it's not saying like go in and cause a riot, you know.
And I don't think that will come at any shock to anyone because, like this has been said by Andrew and others, he's lost this debate multiple times.
Yeah,
like,
at this point.
This is not the first time he's debated insurrection, and to me, that's almost like a major L on Destiny's part. Maybe for the fact, you might say it's a weak point for the left, particularly when we look at the events that played out in June and their response to that. But why would that he's supposed to be like a professional debater? If he knows this is not a good topic to be running with, particularly on an affirmative position, why does he keep debating it with the same arguments?
I know the reason why he's debating it, and the reason why he's debating it is because it's part of the instrumental narrative that the left is pretty much using at the moment.
Okay.
Or was using at the moment. Was using pretty much all of last year. So all of last year was like, oh, everything sucks, but we didn't do the insurrection. That was pretty much what they were saying, right?
Yeah.
So things suck right now. We understand that, but look at him. He did the insurrection. That was pretty much the whole point of what they were going for, especially at the end of the, whole election. Especially at the end of the election, that was pretty much what they were saying. They were like, oh, look, we're going to virtue signal a bunch, and then we're going to tell you about the insurrection. That's all we have, because everything else is not great anyway.
But didn't that narrative, and the promotion of it pretty much change following the events that occurred at the No Kings riot? Because of the fact that it was so hard to, at one point, for them defend the fact that January 6th was an insurrection, but the No Kings riot was not?
Yeah, but this has to do with how the left has been mutating per se. They're changing the whole tactic and the whole narrative at this point, and there's like natural civil war brewing between them. You have like the people are like so pro-Palestine, so like super. At this point, they're full-blown socialist on one side. You have like Destiny and the kind of moderates fighting on the other side. You have the people are kind of in between. There's like a narrative civil war going on the left at the moment.
Right.
So I don't know who's gonna win. I don't know what is exactly going to happen, but a lot of what we're seeing in that side is them attacking each other viciously, and you can see it. H3, which is part of them now, attack Hassan, and Hassan attacked Destiny, and Destiny has attacked now Hassan, and they're all going at each other's throats.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a tale as old as time, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, they lost, and they need to figure out, like, they need to come to a conclusion on not only why they lost, which, by the way, they're never going to come to a conclusion because they think they just lost because people are mean and evil. So
right, evil right-wingers that are Christian nationalists that are trying to, institute, the friggin' overthrowing of the democratic. But yeah, I know it's all the same crap.
Yeah. So it's exactly the same, and they're all of they can come up with is a pseudo moralistic stance because they cannot accept that their ideas are bad in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but I know that they're going through that right now. They're going through these kind of.
Yeah, not a good time to be a leftist, but is it ever? I don't think so. I personally was pretty miserable when I was a leftist. I was only a mild one, and it was still miserable. So
Yeah, it's pretty. It's kind of miserable to be a leftist. Although I'm always miserable because I'm a person that is miserable. So
I
that's
thought it was
always
some black and white filter.
I need it. I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna be like,
You need
oh.
a tiny violin emoji now for speeches like that.
Soon, Paige. Soon we'll get a tiny violin. Yeah.
Tiny violin. Pull it out every time you want to be pessimistic.
I study art, okay? That's how pessimistic I have to be to
Right.
study art.
It's probably like one of the most depressing forms too, like abstract art or like what's the other one?
Imagine you're
the one
studying video game art. 2 years into it, you start seeing like a bunch of AI art and it sucks. You end up, and everybody's like, you're gonna get replaced by AI in the next 5 years, and you're like, well, thank you, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, considering how regulated my field is, I think there will always be a point. My dad and I talk about this all the time, right? Because he's a pretty informed guy and he's really into like tech advancements and stuff too. And he'll always be like, he'll watch also like programs and documentaries on it. He'll be like, "What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And I'm like, "Okay, Dad."
Yeah.
And like one of the main things that he usually has been harping on me lately is AI, because he knows that I've taken coding courses and AI courses mostly through my career. And I said, look, because it's so regulated, like just to give you an idea of like how regulated my profession is where I'm from, they won't even let us do education online. We have to have a certain amount of like in classroom hours in order to actually get our degree or a diploma or whatever you get. I'd have a 4-year degree, right? And that's no different in the field. The same regulatory body that regulates that says that we can't use AI for certain things, obviously because confidential information, legal stuff, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, makes sense.
We have to, like, because there was famously a guy that led a trial using an AI attorney, and the judge got so pissed off and like threw it out, ordered costs against him, right? Because there's still a lot of like older people, especially in the judiciary, and the profession is so highly regulated that the extent to which it can be automated remains largely confined to data input roles, right? So people such as law clerks, legal assistants, where all they're doing is they're just putting together information, provided that the AI software can maintain confidentiality, of course, or scheduling things, right? There's a limited amount of confidentiality there. I think to that extent, there might be some automation. But just in terms of my role, like a litigation role, yeah, there might be at some point like barriers that we can overcome in terms of confidential information and disbursement. But at the end of the day, at least to my knowledge, and this is no different in the medical profession, there's always going to be a skilled lawyer, paralegal, doctor, nurse practitioner that has to sign off on all the stuff that the AI is generating. I think we're a long ways away from just trusting the process like we see in Idiocracy, where the guy goes to like a medical stall, sticks a probe up his butt, is like diagnosed with
diagnosed. I
I
was having somebody that was supposed to be doing some kind of program that tells you like everything that's wrong if you get stopped, like what kind of if they have any kind of Fifth Amendment or Fourth Amendment violation, stuff like that, and how they can like fight it on court. And I was like, well, this is my thing, because he says, well, there's a lot of lawyers and they always like fuck it up and they don't know. And I'm like, well, okay, but at what point, like, do you get any kind of responsibility with the program that you've created? Let's say that you have this thing and it there's something that's called hallucination. I don't know if you know about this, but pretty much you can get an AI to fuck up, and they call it hallucinations for some reason. Okay, let's say that you're asking a question and it hallucinates and it gives you wrong information and you believe it and you go and do all of the things that they told you to do, and not only you lose the case, you have some kind of problem with it. And when they realize that it was wrong, what their program said, do you have any kind of liability for making that program? And he was like, well, no. It's like, well, why not at this point? If you're gonna give some, this is like giving legal advice at this point, and it's using like AI is just a tool, but it's giving you wrong information, and you're the one that distributing the program. So, what kind of liability do you have?
So there would be three levels that a person would have to have occur of authority in order for liability to be held with the creator of such a program. So
Mhm.
the first, I'm just going to go top to bottom here, right?
Okay.
The first is if the judiciary even allows a person to utilize AI, right? That's the first barrier. If you can even use an AI lawyer, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Or if you're going to be penalized. That's just like basic crap. Everybody
No,
knows that. I think the
but
second.
let me
Sorry.
before we go there. Let's say that it doesn't. Okay, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is, I have this case. I put it through AI, and they have this program that's supposed to give me better advice.
Mhm.
And then I get that advice. Let's say talk to I have like a lawyer. I present what I want to do according to the advice that I got from this program. He tells me I'm wrong. The program is wrong, but I'm convinced that this is what I should do, and I follow it to the point where I ended up having damages committed. uh, I fucked up the case. I have to pay stuff. At what point would I? Is there any kind of liability for those kind of cases, or is it only on the person being a complete dumbass?
Well, so it would rest on the person with two things. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The first off is the individual disclaimer that the AI program has, right? Like, i.e., use at your own risk, not recommended to use this in the course of legal advice,
Yeah.
can cause issues, right, with the ability to recite legal information, right? That's the first. That's just the organization. But the secondary component to that is whether or not those waivers and disclaimers are legally enforceable. Now, where that kind of is headed up at is at the legislative branch of things. So, for instance, like just to give you an example in current legislation that we have, there's a lot of supplier rental equipment agreements that have waivers over, like, okay, once it's in your possession, if it causes damage to your home, like it's not our
Yeah, yeah.
prop, not our job, not our prop, right? That's actually that it goes against consumer protection legislation, which it basically attempts to contract out of the existing legislation, which is in direct breach of what that legislation seeks to do. It's a process called the evaluation of legislative intent, and the intent of consumer protection legislation is to protect the consumer. Now, I expect that if if there was an AI program that was used in legal proceedings, that there would be a similar alteration or amendment to the existing consumer protection legislation in order to accommodate for those types of waivers. And the only way to really test whether or not that waiver would be enforceable is to test it in court. So how this would happen is obviously somebody would use the AI for a trial, that they would lose. They would try and countersue against the AI company. The AI company would rely on the waiver as a complete defense and estoppel to the legal action, and then it would be up to a judge to set precedent as to whether or not the waivers within that agreement were enforceable. And that might be counteracted by the company instituting other legal processes and disclaimers and waivers and so on and so forth. But it would be a whole new formation of common law or case law or jurisprudence, however you guys refer to it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I kind of agree. When it comes to the moral standard, and not necessarily the legal standard, that's where I have a little bit more of an issue when I say, well, if I'm not even saying that it was the creator, like it's not OpenAI directly. Let's say that you create a sub idea of this AI and you start selling it as a way to get legal advice because you think you have it and it starts like hallucinating stuff because you don't understand the whole thing I would think that person that created this sub product or subcategory that should be liable in my eyes, because they're selling a product that's supposed to be doing something, even though that thing is not. You're not supposed, like, even though the main or the parent company is telling you not to use it for it, right?
Yeah, it's entirely like oversight. I think just as the way that I see things now, as the way that OpenAI functions and the associated programs, right? Like ChatGPT, I think is part of
Yeah.
OpenAI, right? The way that they function currently, I think you would be hard pressed to have a company that would be like promoting, like this is the other aspect that they promote it, like use ChatGPT for your trial today and save on lawyer fees. Like that would be like,
Well, yeah, I agree. I've seen it. That's why I'm pretty much telling you that there's people on the
Oh, it
internet
happens.
pretty much saying, "Hey, you can do this and you can use it and you're gonna get better advice than if you go to a lawyer," which I find completely crazy, right? But
Yeah, it's crazy,
happening.
and no lawyer would ever recommend that to you. And like you can say, I'm sure people in chat will say this, like that's because the lawyers want to make the money, and it's like no, it's the capacity of like when you're seeking independent legal advice, be it under a limited retainer or not, the person has like a duty to like actually inform you like, hey, this is what I think the case is like, and I'll take it or I won't take it. And if during the course, like if somebody were to ask me, hey, what do you think if I were to use ChatGPT instead? I would be like, I do not recommend that. And if you do that, you do that at your own risk. Like I've seen cases where the judge actively will award costs against you for utilizing that or using like a AI lawyer, and I would not recommend that.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It goes against court decorum. It goes against the recognized practice. It hinders the justice process. It can be argued that you even are wasting the court's time by having ineffective representation or failing to clear it with the court. The only way I can think is around that is like maybe you could clear it with the court judge beforehand, but I don't know how one would do that. And I'm pretty sure if you did it, I'm pretty sure they would be denied.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with you.
Sorry for melting everybody's brain with my stupid legal jargon, but that's like a woman prattle is not the only prattle I am capable of. So,
Hey, at least you're capable of more than one kind of prattle, because most women can use only the one. Okay.
no, they're just half-assing it. Like they need to full ass it. Just like expand your prattle repertoire, ladies.
Expanded repertoire, yeah. I was thinking about having Kel on at some point and be like doing a small.
Yep.
I don't know if she's up. I don't know if she's. Paige, literally the other day you mentioned her and I was like going through her live and I knew more about her than I needed to know, and that was like 5 minutes of one of her streams, and I was like, God, why do I need to know this? And I just went away immediately.
Well, she's an overshare, what is she, Gen Z or whatnot, feminist. Like, what do you expect? That's Calvin. And she lives in like California. Yeah, she's live right now.
Yeah, I pretty much figured she would be live. She was on Greets earlier, so that makes sense that she would be on. She got hurt, and I felt bad, and I was like, why do I feel bad with this woman? And I stopped. That's why I did it. It's like, I'm not supposed to feel bad about these people.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's different women on the right side of things. Like a lot of people say that, like patriarchal women, like conservative women are more, I don't know. I've been called like more assertive and stuff like that before. Rachel Wilson's been called that too. I've seen people say like she's not as feminine. She's more of a. I think she's great. So I don't even know what they're talking about. But
well, they have this dumb. This is both the right and the left. Sometimes they have this dumb idea of what femininity is, right?
yeah.
And I have like the other day when I was they were having a debate about masculinity, and they were like trying to define it, and the only definition I could come to is, well, masculinity is what comes from men and femininity is what comes from women, and there might be traits.
Is that my debate? Is that my debate? Masculinity is a positive force in politics? Is that...
No, it was Kel. Yes, it was your debate.
Yeah. So I was like, that's my debate, man.
Yeah, that's your debate. I
Oh.
was like, oh yeah, no, it wasn't you. It was base tweaker. Oh yeah, it was yours.
Premise one,
No,
premise
yeah.
two,
So
conclusion.
the
Yeah.
whole point of it was like, well, what is masculinity is what comes from men, and what's femininity is what comes from women, and this is a debate that we wanted to have with Vive too, when they're like, well, these are the traits, but the traits can be shared and they don't mean anything. You know,
Yeah.
the whole point of it. It doesn't matter how flamboyant a guy is. It doesn't matter how much how if he has long hair. That makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't matter. What matters is if it's a woman or a man. That's pretty much what matters in that case. Okay.
Yeah.
A butch jacked up lesbian, uh, a whole
Did
bunch
somebody
of jacked
say?
up lesbian. It's still a woman and it's still feminine, even though the whole point of what you would consider a normal trait of femininity is not what she's presenting.
Yeah. I kind of see it in two parts. I mean, look, that debate, like I didn't get to say much at all, but I think there's like what is the phenotypical aspects of femininity, right? Like if you have longer hair, like
Yeah.
you're generally like I don't think wearing a lot of makeup is something that's although some women would say that, right? But I think like things like longer hair, like you wear dresses and stuff when you're in public, skirts, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then the secondary component would I think be like the traditional gender role component, like what gender roles do you fulfill, or if you were given the opportunity, what gender roles would you ideally fulfill in that circumstance, right?
Yeah, I agree with that, but that would be a generality. So at that point, we're not going through a definition, as in a strict definition. We're just saying,
Right.
hey, this is the generality and the general trend of the gender or the sex, which is the same thing, by the way. But that would be at that point generality. So you're saying, hey, generally speaking, this is what we see, and I can agree with that.
Yeah, but when I talk about phenotypical, I also mean like, yeah, Lindsay's made a good point, like their physical composition, right? Like, I don't want to be a bodybuilder. I know there's some bodybuilding chicks out there, but like,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't find that very feminine. Like how you, like I said, your dress, things like your hair, generally like how you present yourself, right? I think there could be different things that like I wear like super hyper feminine stuff like lace gloves and like floral skirts and stuff and like bow blouses and what have hair bows and stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, I'm at home. I just wear like sweats and stuff like that, or like t-shirts and like a pair of leggings. But there are women out there that will like dress in an androgynous manner. It does not convey femininity to me, despite like if they go home and make meals and like fold their husband's laundry and raise his kids.
Well, what you would say is they don't display the normal or the
Mhm.
general way a feminine person would display, but that doesn't mean they're not feminine and they're displaying feminine traits at the same time. Because I think the femininity comes from female. That's the whole point of it. It's like femininity comes from the female, and then you can, if you want to talk about generality, we can talk about the generality. What are the general trends that women behave in? But that makes absolutely no like if a man is behaving a way that generally woman behaving, that doesn't make her a woman. It's just that he is behaving, he's a man displaying a masculinity that is not conforming to the normativity way of the masculine form.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're on the same page with that. But yeah, what I would have done that debate a lot differently. I would have just gone into like masculinity is in politics is literally men in politics,
Mhm.
and the question whether or not that's a positive force. I think the statistics speak for themselves. I just would have gone hammered on that. But what happened on that is like the combination of Kell being all over the place, which we saw in the 1v1, with Gibbs just filibustering everything, and then Base Tweaker taking everything and like just taking it, as a personal attack and going on the offensive, and then Sarah trying to moderate everything, and I got like
Yes.
maybe I don't know 2 seconds to speak every like minute. It felt like.
Well,
So
you got like 2 seconds, which meant like you got a sentence every 20 minutes. It was pretty much what you got.
pretty much.
What you did get to speak, I thought it was like you made the best points when it come to it. But I mean, the whole debate tactic from Gibbs in that debate was I'm gonna take Basic, I'm gonna drag him to the mud, and we're gonna have a mud fight. And I love mud, so let's see what happens.
And look, Gibbs executed that game plan flawlessly.
Yeah,
I
and
was
you can see it because at the end of the thing, he's like, "This is mine. I take accountability for the rage quit." That's pretty much what he said.
Yeah, and I mean, I had a talk with him and Kel on Kel's stream after the fact. Like, I think it was like a week afterwards, about maybe like 5 days. And I came on and like we had a really like a good, we even did a couple mock debates. And he started off, he's like, I thought you hated us after that. And I was like, no, it's like what happens in the debate ring stays in the debate ring. Like, I don't take anything personally unless you come for me like personally, like the soy pill guy that you referenced earlier, he has a lot of personal attacks on people, which I just find really unsavory. He's done it to me. He's done it to Rachel. He's done it to Andrew. I've seen him do it to other people as well on the right, and it just rubs me the wrong way. Like, obviously, in decent amount of taste, you can poke fun at people. You know, but don't go below the belt. Like, don't say that somebody's like a ball licker or like that they or a baby mama or something. And like, I just find that so distasteful. Like, there's nothing really of value in bringing that into a debate, and it makes you look weak because it's like, okay, so you can't attack their points, you attack their persona.
Well, but I've seen, and this happens a lot, and I've seen this a lot as well. What I have seen is there's a lot of people that just go on. Sorry about that. They go, and this is especially in the left, but I see in the right too. They will go on, they'll have a debate, they will end up like kind of friendly, and they will go on the attack on Twitter, and they will say the most disgusting thing possible that you could think of after a debate. And I think, especially when it comes to this small community that we have in this kind of panelverse, at least the people that I have fostered, like you, like Abe. We can have a debate, and most of the time we'll be very gracious when it comes to the other person. I think I am way worse than other people I know because, for example, I do hate Ryan because he's a complete moron, and I will say it to his face, and I will say it anywhere else that I go because he doesn't even read what he presents as supposed to study, right?
Yeah, it's a ChatGPT prompt that he generated.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So,
I mean, look, that's not rude of me to say that. That's like an objective fact. In fact, that was verified with his Shrek monologue that he had during his debate with Andrew. And like, I don't think that's a personal attack on Ryan. That's just like pointing out a stylistic issue with like how he debates. That's a valid criticism of how he debates.
But what I mean is that, for example, you would have a debate and you will not take it personally unless they make it personal.
Yeah.
You would have I would probably I've had debates, because even with Grace, that right now is like the black sheep of the whole community. Like, I had a debate with her, and I didn't have a bad interaction with her afterwards. I didn't think it was bad, or I didn't attack her or anything like that. I know Abe has had debates that have been like kind of heated too, and he's like fine with everybody in the community. It's more of like, yeah. So we don't hold these kind of things that we end up at debate and we go to Twitter to shit talk the other person. That's what I pretty much want to say.
But the reason why, like I told you, I wouldn't debate the Thorpes, and the reason why is because I wouldn't want to feel like I had to limit myself in the case that they got offensive or mistook something as like an actionable thing. So I feel like it would hinder my ability to have an effective debate.
Yeah.
Even this, as civil as I am, I wouldn't want my tactics to be limited. And so I think there's two components to that. It's like, yeah, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Like, if I've seen somebody pull crap before, this is why I wouldn't debate soy pill.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like it would just turn into like a personal attack, right? I've debated Coder before, like I said in chat to Gorilla Biscuits. Ugh, I just freaking.
Gotcha! Clip it!
Oh, oh no!
You've got got.
Oh God. Oh. Ooh. Give me a bit. Oh, I can't recover from that. Oh, no. Oh, at least I didn't make the face. No, it's still bad, Paige. It's still bad.
And it was all of it too. Gorilla biscuits afterwards.
Oh my god, I need somebody to fan myself with right now.
Replay.
Damn, why?
Why?
Oh,
Oh my god.
Just trying to compose myself now. What was I talking about again?
It's over. Oh, we're talking about.
Oh, Lord, forgive me. It was a slip of the tongue. Oh. Yeah, so Coder does that occasionally. And he didn't do it that much in my debate. It's freaking gorilla. I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna get you back. Put something in my name, then you're like, no, he's never on a stream. How? I don't even know. I'm gonna get him back. I'll think of something.
You know his name, and you're part of the Crucible. You can just time him out forever.
There's a clip already.
It's a clip.
Oh. Of course there is. Of course there's a clip. Of course there's a clip. Why is there a clip?
I was expecting like the moment the chat was gonna blow up, and it took a while. And then it was BAM!
And I should have played. The fact is, I like played too well into that too. I mean, look, that was entertaining. I should have been like, it's okay. Everybody says it. Everybody says it online. It's not a big deal. I could have made the face too. At least I didn't make the face. No, I'm not still gonna make the face. People are wondering. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna give you the double satisfaction.
I know it was so seamless too. We were talking, it was like you said it, you finished it.
I read the name and then I was like, and then I was like oh shit.
Oh, that I realized why it took Gorilla Biscuits a while to say anything. He was doing the clip. He was like, "This is my time to shine."
Rat bastard. Yes. It's gonna take a long time to live this down now.
Shit.
Is Marilyn still in the chat? She's gonna love this.
I think she didn't, since I didn't say anything for a while. She was like bored and go away.
I'm never gonna hear the end. Trust me, people are gonna be like, "What was that one thing that you said during Emmet's stream?" And then they'll try and get me to say it again, and I'll be like, "About Gorilla Biscuits," and they'll be like, "Yeah, what did you say again?" I'll be like. I mean, I would love if you can delete it, but I don't think that changes the fact that somebody else is gonna clip it, Gorilla Biscuits. Oh, he did send it to me. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. It's titled Paige and then UW. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
The
going
UWU.
to say it again. I hate that this exists. I hate that so much. Gorilla, I hate what you do. I love you as a person, but I hate what you do. I hate it so much. You need to change your name, sir, so that nobody else suffers what I. Yeah, sure, Scott. I bet you didn't clip it. I bet you got the clip ready to go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn it. Well, I'm gonna have to do some serious libtard owning to make up for that now. Yeah, the messages are off the charts now, as I can imagine. That's great. Love that for me. That's awesome. I didn't say it with the voice, and I didn't do the eye expression. Okay, so in my defense, not like it's salvageable, but if it was, under those two conditions, okay, just saying.
For those 3 people that left, maybe 4, you suck. This was funny. You suck.
Yeah,
This was
I mean,
funny.
I'm glad they left, but I have a question as to why. Were they like, I can't respect Paige or Emmett anymore?
They're like, oh. They were so indignant. Talking about indignation, they were so indignant at that point. I have to go. This is so indignant.
Yeah, they're like, I can't watch this absolute L that Paige is taking. I have to avert my eyes. Which is like fair, you know, fair. Are you gonna have anybody else up on panel tonight?
I was just giving you the floor. We were having a great conversation. I asked Abe if he wanted to come up, and I was like, yeah, you can
I
come
think he
up.
said he was going to sleep earlier. He's like, I'm going to bed. Behave yourself, kiddos. He said that a long time ago.
Well, I sent the panel link like 2 hours before that. He was like, he went to Grid and he was thinking about maybe going to VK and then decided against it. And he was like, I'm gonna just sleep. I'm gonna sleep today, which is kind of cool. If anybody wants to jump on panel, you're welcome. Give us your thoughts about the debate, or you want to bring any topic, you are more than welcome. Now that we have Paige, I think we have you for at least half an hour, maybe less. Depends on how you
Yeah,
feel.
but I'll stay on until somebody comes on. But I gotta run a TikTok panel, so yeah, I figure like probably I'll stay on until like 3:50. I think that's fair. Another 20 minutes.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
if you have anything you want me to grift, tell me now. I'll grift it for you. I'll even grift it out of like I've been grifting. Well, not grifting. I've been just shouting out. The September 4 karaoke night in Grumpelstiltskin. EOD has his D&D with Rob Nord tomorrow. So that's D&D night for DOD. And I don't know if Abe has something, but Abe is like the main place I spend the time when he's streaming, so he'll probably be streaming tomorrow. So just check him out.
Yeah, I mean, we can see if the debate is still going on right now with Oh yeah, they are. The evolution debate's still going on. Do you want to watch that for a bit until somebody else comes on?
I don't think they're talking about the evolution anymore. They're probably just at this point talking about any kind of political stuff. We can watch a little bit. I was gonna invite Kel on. I don't know if she's still live. I'll just send her.
I have her on Discord, but she like rarely answers. I can send her a message.
I'm gonna do it directly on his chat, on her chat.
Oh yeah. Good thinking. And then I'm just gonna get up. I'll still be here. I'm just getting up to stretch my back. I had a double herniation last year, so sitting down for me for a long time is actually a lot better, but it's nowhere near what it used to be. I'm still in rehab. Not for drugs. It's for my back. Yeah, clip that too. Just clip that too. Just the rehab part.
Just clip everything at this point. Just
Physical
clip
rehabilitation. I see a chiropractor, an osteopath, an RMT, a physiotherapist. But sure, just clip just the rehab part and the ooh word. Yeah, sure. Just go for that. Just go all out tonight on the clip.
Can we start a shared chat? We also missed starting with the co-stream. Should we start a shared chat? Okay, even though she's not on yet, I hope she doesn't mind.
Yeah, they're still talking about evolution. I just checked.
Okay, let's... Although it was fine because you're getting a lot of exposure from this kind of stuff. So your name is like out there.
Sarah still hasn't removed me as a mod. I told her to do that. I'm not allowed to be a mod for anybody else but modding for Crucible, so.
Yeah, that's true. You cannot. Okay, I'm back.
What's she doing anyway? Is she just gaming?
Nah, she's talking to somebody, so I don't think she's gonna be coming. But I just sent it in case they wanted to.
Grilla Biscuits already made the clip. The 2-second clip. He's already sent that one to me too.
Hey, Lord Class, what's up?
Paige
Welcome.
This one's titled "Paige is not on drugs."
If anybody wants to come up on panel, you can come up. If you want to come up, Lord Class, you are welcome. You can tell us what you've been doing as well.
Yeah. Because I believe he was out of town for a bit too. Hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, well, I think everything's okay. He had like a celebration for his grandparent. Pretty cool.
Yeah, my grandfather was the same way. He passed in 2023, and we had a celebration of life for him, which is always, I think, a better thing than a, funeral. It's so depressing.
I used to think that. I don't know why it changed my mind a little bit lately about people, like, because the funeral is not for you, it's for like the people that lost you. So I kind of have this kind of idea lately of why the funeral is kind of important in a sense. But yeah, I totally understand.
Everybody's different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just go home. I'm fine. We went through a debate today with Paige. It was okay. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and change it so you can get the whole L on this. Just remembered. Thank you for reminding me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? What are you gonna change it to?
You can see it now.
Oh no.
Yeah, so we.
Oh yeah, MARTAE L. Hey, Minor, like I said, I think he won on the knowledge component.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, just with the ability to command the debate and the structural integrity of Destiny's whole like platform they had on it, and his ability to kind of frame things and have formal opening statements. Yeah,
it was a little bit rough.
Yeah,
but it's still a thing. Yeah.
Stuff happens. Like I said, and you've experienced the same thing, I'm sure, during your time debating, is that you really don't know how things are going to play out until you get into the ring. And sometimes the things that you think you'll be able to overcome, you won't, because you get stuck up on stuff. Like, one thing I wish I would have done more is like research more into Gibbs's style. I only really saw him on Verbal Combat maybe once or twice, and I didn't fully prepare for that as well as I should have. I kind of knew Kel and her style because I had researched her, but.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean base tweaker?
No, I knew he was going to be like all over the place. I meant like Gibbs, because Gibbs was thrown in at the last minute. I was prepared for Duck.
Yeah, that threw it. That was a wrench as well that he got in at the last time. Hello, lower class.
Hey, LC, God bless, brother.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I wasn't expecting to come up so fast.
Oh, you're having a nom session?
Yeah, he's having some food.
Just a bit. How are y'all? Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
Good to see you.
We're doing good. I've taken a couple L's tonight, but you know, we're recovering.
Hey,
Get in there.
it's Labor Day weekend in Birmingham, so all weekend's gonna be an L for me.
Yeah. Labor Day here too. I become catechumen on Sunday, so it's a pretty busy weekend. But other than that, pretty chill.
I'm whooped.
Long week.
What are you eating, lower class?
Yeah, shrimp fried rice actually.
Oh man, that's nice.
So I have like the people that I work for are very good people over at this bar. They brought us in a whole bunch of like Chinese food and everything because this is the slowest week of the year in Birmingham by far. Because all the people that you want coming out to the restaurants and spending money, they are all at like a lake, riding jet skis and hanging out. So, you know, I work in like a really pretentious whiskey bar, and they're not here. You know what I mean? So
You have to wear a suit and everything.
no. I just wear a black button down and
Okay.
some jeans. Yeah, which is cool. Like, you know, one of my coworkers wears this like really fancy vest, and that's just not my game, dude. You know. So,
Mr. Bill, you should probably send like a 5 to ask how much would it cost. Because I think she would, but I'm not entirely sure that how much would it cost.
yeah, I'm not willing to dress up too much for the job, but they don't require it. You know, what they care more about is just the way you can kind of talk to people and sell people and stuff, and you know that's like we have whiskeys there that are like $150 an ounce. It's fucking
Damn.
crazy.
So they do staff tastings too, where you get to like learn about the products and stuff like that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
not tonight, but Wednesday and last night we had our liquor rep in, and I was basically like getting tipsy on the clock because they wanted to show us. So she brought in a whole new list of Macallans. So like Macallan 15 double cask, Highland Park, which is really good, and then Brugal rums. And then last night she came in with Clyde Mays, which is just absolute shit Alabama whiskey. But
Okay.
what are you gonna do? You know?
It is what it is.
Yeah. So tonight was not like that though. Tonight was very just. We served the few people that came in and did a bunch of cleaning and stuff and got out.
So I offered Rob tonight that whoever's give him the biggest donation, I will make an animated pixel art for them. I already knew who won. I'm gonna shout him out real quick. It was Blasterbot, and I will be making a paladin riding a dinosaur. So,
Dude, Blasterbot's a legend. The dinosaur is very fitting.
makes sense. I mean, Blasterbot. I would be thinking what would be more of a some kind of bot, but dinosaur is okay. I know it has to do with the theme, the Rob's theme in his channel.
Yeah. He always has those really crazy like dinosaur fun facts that he posts in super chats, man.
Yeah, but do you know?
Stuff,
oh yeah,
dude.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Good stuff. Yeah, so the dinosaur is perfect.
Yep. Do you have anything planned for next week, lower class, on your channel?
I mean, so I'm trying to work out with the owners getting every Wednesday off so I can consistently do God and Country.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been working on a new little segment, something that I might do once a week, and if it works out real well, I might do it more than once a week. But so the owners of this bar that's right down the street from me, I'm real cool with them. You know, I knew them before they were bar owners; they were just bartenders, and I have talked to them about potentially doing like kind of a live show at their bar. And I don't know if I would do politics stuff for that. But it would be more centered around like sports, bartending, live music, because they know a bunch of the musicians around here, especially kind of like the lower end ones, and those are really the ones that I want to talk to because those are the guys that are going to give you the real skinny on what it's like to grind your ass off to make money in the music industry.
Yeah.
When I was younger, when I was younger, I fancied myself a musician, but I just nothing ever came of that for me. So I didn't. I mean, I gave up on the dream. Basically, that's what it was, and it's just such a tough thing because there's a lot of people who not only are they looking for venues, but they're also writing music, and a lot of it's probably going to be better than yours, and when they're not playing bars, if they're that good, they're going to be on the road. So a lot of these guys are just like lower class guys that they get by on like $150 a night just playing shows at like local bars and stuff, and
Yeah.
that's my people. You know what I mean? Like those are the folks that that I've always vibed with. So it's just something new, something kind of fresh, and whenever I talk politics, I really get fucking mad all the time. Excuse the language, sorry, but I get mad, and on my channel especially, I kind of play fast and loose with TOS. So this would be an opportunity for me to kind of just have more of like a chill, laid back, easy show,
Yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds like a cool idea that you've been thinking of, and I think it will really benefit your channel in general.
It could, and maybe not. It
Right.
might not do anything, and either way, man. Like all this streaming stuff for me, it's just like a really fun pastime, and I've met some good people, yourself included. Doing this whole thing, man. So if it's a good time and it's worth like putting money out there and stuff, dude, I'm gonna do it. Like it's more of a hobby for me right now. If it becomes something great, cool, whatever. But
I've been
in the
having
meantime-
like this change in my idea of what I wanted to do with my channel. In a sense, I've been thinking a lot about doing more of an interview, especially after debate interviews, and thinking about more interviewing. It's something I really am enjoying more than the whole of the debate. And yeah, it's like these kind of things of going through a debate. I wanna go ahead and talk to MARTAE tomorrow and just ask him about how he felt, how was the debate, and maybe have a conversation afterwards. And I think that's been like what I've been trying to do lately.
How did his debate go, by the way? Sorry, like I'm just getting home from. I've been pouring drinks all night. So.
Well, we gave the W to Destiny, not necessarily on the facts, but on the way that he commanded the conversation and the way that he was able to create a narrative and pretty much win on the tactics of the debate, which is what I thought was going to happen when MARTAE told us about the debate. And I'm not going to talk bad about MARTAE. I think he did a reasonable job. His microphone was way worse than Destiny's, so Destiny could talk over him for days. And he also had like the moment Destiny pretty much said, "I don't want to do this anymore," Wick jump in and it's like, "It's over, it's done." So I really think that Destiny got it for that reason, but he already has enough else in this topic anyway that anybody can just go ahead and watch the debates he had with Rob and with Andrew. See him get completely annihilated on those debates.
Right, yeah. Andrew did a really good job of like, no, dude, I don't need to give you my definition. It's January 6th.
January 6th was in right.
Yeah, he did a great job of going, I don't have to give you my definition of insurrection.
I don't have to.
I'm just shitting on yours. Like yours
is
do shit crap. You know what I mean?
And then the other one is like 5 hours of him going through Rob's definition and then rage quitting in 15 minutes. And then he's like, "But I was 5 hours with him." No, you're complete dumbass.
Yeah, dude, he literally jumped out the second Rob brought up, like, you didn't actually read, like, the Colorado Supreme Court decision on this, did you? You know? It was, I watched that live. That was what made me fall in love with, like, Rob's channel and really start to actually watch him all the time. It was fantastic.
That was painful. That was a painful debate because it was like 5 hours of dumb hypotheticals and then the sweet nectar of the rage quit was great. That was the that was the
true rage quit.
Yeah, true rage quit.
Yeah.
So they didn't even get into the definitional aspect, and I thought they did. I told Emmett at one point, I said, I think where we're going here is into the definition of insurrection, which I think might be bad for MARTAE. And then they didn't. Destiny just gish galloped back into what Trump wrote, basically saying that, you know, it's like a call to arms and that they should fight like hell or whatever it was to take action against this injustice, right? And then MARTAE would try and corner him on it. So I'll just preface it at the beginning. At the beginning, Destiny did an opening, MARTAE attacked him on that. And then it went into this whole discussion about this call to action and how it was an inciting violence or was inciting violence. And MARTAE would raise like a couple of good points, and then Destiny would just get right back into it. He would be like, well, why didn't he stop it, right? Or what does this fight like hell even mean? Or what you know? And Emmett was raising a really good point. He's like, well, where are the witness testimonies from the protesters saying that they were personally funded or encouraged by the Trump campaign to do this? Right? Sure, they have guns, they're there, right? But other than individual autonomy, which is not preventable by the Trump administration, how can it be argued that the actions that they took, which were considered violent, were a direct result of the campaign's influence, right?
Yeah.
For all the campaign knows, it could just be a bunch of crazy people with guns that saw that message and thought, oh, fuck yeah, let's take out the ARs and blow this bitch. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's the thing, right? Like that right there. There has never been any reasonable proof at all, any proof really at all, but let's just say reasonable proof that Trump was connected to what actually happened that day. None whatsoever. They'll always say, well, the false elector scheme. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about them submitting alternate electors, which is completely legal, by the way. Like, that's before. Actually like legal. Yeah. So
and it was done by the Democrats, by the way.
Of course it was. But, you know, when it comes to these things, like there has never been, and of course, like, I don't think anybody should riot, right? And like in a perfect world, which we don't live in, like no one would ever riot for anything, and people would just make their voices heard and everyone would listen to each other. That's not what happens. But I wasn't for people storming the Capitol that way. You know, I think a lot of that was blown out of proportion. There was a lot of people who were really fucking pissed off. And like, from my own perspective, I do think Trump was a little irresponsible in the way that he handled the messaging around it. Right. But that doesn't mean that like he led this group of people to the Capitol, which is the narrative that was spun to storm the Capitol and try to change the outcome of the election. That's never been proven. There's never been any evidence of that at all. And, you know, the most that they can say is he said, fight like hell. Well, if we look at the past 4 years, the kind of shit Democrats have said, they're just as guilty as anyone else for all of the fucking damage that people have done over the past 4 years. So it's one of those things where, you know, one side is totally fine with utilizing a narrative that their side is guilty of.
Yep.
Well, that's what I pointed out to Emmett. I was like, absent direct correlation, circumstantial evidence is just that. And it could be arguable that the phrase fight like hell meant using constitutionally valid means, right? Such as a petition, such as forming a group to try and bring about an evaluation of the election, as was done, right?
A peaceful protest.
Take out your guns, right? And so Emmett liked this. I said, it basically comes down to trust me, bro, and circumstances, fam.
Yep.
that's about it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to bring it up directly into the debate when Scott said it, but I was brought it up right now. That no J6er was prosecuted for insurrection, and that is absolutely true. They were prosecuted for charges of what happened during the riot itself. No one was prosecuted for like having some kind of insurrection or some kind of plot to overthrow the government.
Yep.
I didn't want to
100%.
bring it up because we were in the middle of the debate and I didn't know if they were going to mention it or not in the debate.
They won't. They won't because their argument is, well, just because no one was charged doesn't mean something didn't happen.
Yeah, I know what the argument is. I just want to say that during the debate I didn't want to propose an argument that wasn't said during the debate itself.
Right.
Well, I would just frame it like that. Like, it absolutely is not proof on one hand or the other. There's plenty of cases that go forward to trial, right, where the person is like the OJ trial is like the most famous example of this, right? Where all the evidence points against OJ and OJ walks free. Now, you might want to say, like, okay, it's because he's rich and he has the best lawyers in the business. But, like, these J6ers did not. Like, these are just common people, okay? They don't have a particular legal force. And the fact that these trials and tribulations went on at such a mass scale, not just for the J6ers, but for Trump, and the fact that the verdicts all were returned the same, despite a lot of the judiciary being made up of mostly like democratically, elected individuals, I think is telling in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also requires us to consider the fact as to whether or not the judiciary is unfairly biased. And if we go and we say, okay, it's because the judiciary is like unfairly biased, right? Then that's admitting that there's a problem in the makeup of the judiciary, not necessarily what happened on January the 6th. It doesn't necessarily prove or disprove one or the other.
Yeah,
so I
that's
think
right.
it's a weak argument. That's what I would say if people cornered me into that. Like, again, this is my forte, right? It is a legal argument. So perhaps I'm thinking in a way that is a bit outside the box, but I would absolutely concede on that point. And then I would say, hey, like, I would just point out what I just said. It's not indicative one way or the other. And if it is indicative, I think it's a problem with the judicial branch, not necessarily individual actions leading to certain conclusions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and honestly, like people's rights were broken during that. You know what I mean? There were a lot of people that, like, Cracker Barrel grandmothers that were getting put in fucking jail and held there when they did literally nothing wrong. You know what I mean? Like, go fuck yourself. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and then on the opposite hand, there are people who will like light cars on fire and throw piss bottles and bricks at cops.
No kings protest.
And cars and
Yeah.
pedestrians and businesses.
Right. And they'll go, oh, well, that's your First Amendment right. That's my thing. Like with the whole executive order with the burning flags thing, like, to me, the whole kind of argument's dumb, because if you're lighting something on fire in public, that's arson. Like, that's not protected by the First Amendment. Okay. So we shouldn't even have this conversation. If someone wants to burn a flag on their own private property, let them do it. Like, just let them get it out. They're obviously like emotionally unstable and they need to make some kind of symbolic gesture or whatever. But if you're out in the middle of the street lighting something on fire, you need to get tear gassed and put in handcuffs. Like, you stop lighting stuff on fire in the street. This is not protesting.
Yeah.
This is called arson. It's already illegal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's arson. It's a violation of the isn't the flag awarded constitutional protection? Like, it's considered inciting violence against the country, is it not? To light a flag on fire? Yeah.
Or like what's the word? It's like negligent endangerment or something like that. Like, who
Something
knows?
like that, yeah.
An ember could go up and like catch someone's shirt and then they get lit on fire, and now there's lawsuits going around because you wanted to be edgy. It's crazy. Like,
Yeah, arson, mischief, or charges related to hate crimes if the act is considered to be motivated as such or causes damage to property. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave you guys just for a second. I have to do something real quick, okay?
Yeah, man.
He has to feed his cat some kibble, clearly. He put the cat on a Cat Daddy Emmett.
He said, "I'm hungry, man."
Yeah, he was watching you eating your Chinese food. And he was, funny enough, I had Chinese food too. I had just like mixed chicken, braised duck, shrimp, and like lo mein noodles with some mixed veggies, baby carrots, baby corn.
Yeah. See, so like, if Trump's really going to bring these 600,000 Chinese students, which I'm vehemently against, by the way, I just want to be very clear about that. At least bring a good recipe with you, motherfucker. Okay. Like, you're going to go to our colleges. Like, this is some good stuff. Okay. Just like, let's make it a fair trade here, you know?
Yeah, the best Chinese restaurants have the best of both worlds. You know, like they have the chicken balls and like the the chow mein and the fried rice, but then they also have some killer hits like Szechuan shrimps and like lo mein and Shanghai noodles and
Yeah.
dim sum. You know, that's
Mongolian beef. You know what I mean? Like,
Mongolian beef. That's still technically pretty North American. General so.
we just made it better, man. You know, it's the same thing we did with rap and blues. Like,
right,
we made it better. You know, it's what it is. I'm calling a spade, right?
To quote the unfortunate skit from the Jimmy Kimmel Show, even though I don't watch that often, you get what you get, and you don't get upset. You know, if it works out, it works. General so scared. Joseph was comedy, you bugger. I remember seeing that Uncle Roger skit or whatever. I don't know if it was Uncle Roger who had it. And like, there's a guy and he's barbecuing on the summer. He's like, "Here's what you do to have a good barbecue." He's like, with your Asian friend, and you can imagine how it goes. It's so awful. It's so offensive. I can't even repeat it. That makes you hungry, Armagerd?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
That's
yeah,
like,
no.
Oh,
Sorry.
No, you first.
No, I was like earlier I said Gorilla Biscuits with like the preface at the start of his name, and people like clipped that, and I can't unlive it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I see them making Chinese food, they never touch it at all, so it's always just in that big wok pan, and like they're flipping it and throwing oil in it, and whatever they're doing, and just like tossing a bunch of food, and then they use the pot to pour it into whatever or onto whatever that they are serving it on, right? And then I think like, okay, like that would entice me to go visit China. And then I see like Indian street food shit. And
oh no!
It literally makes my stomach turn, and that's the kind of stuff where, like, if I were to go to China, I would go to probably every restaurant I possibly could in the city where I go, right? Because like the CCP would be watching me, obviously, but I would go to every restaurant that I possibly could in that area where I go, street vendor or not, right? But man, it makes me not even want to go to India because like. You get Montezuma's revenge from the food. That's crazy,
Half of that stuff has to be rage bait, where there's like putting hair in the food and stuff like that. That has to be rage bait.
Or they're mixing it with their bare hands. Oh.
Like even I used to work at McDonald's in high school, and they don't make you wear gloves at McDonald's, but you do have to like wash your hands a lot. And Tim Hortons is also kind of weird. We didn't have to wear hairnets at Tim Hortons. We did at McDonald's, but no gloves. But Tim Hortons, we had to wear gloves, but no hairnets. It was the most confusing thing.
Sounds confusing, to be honest.
I'm not Canadian, but man, Tim Hortons has some good K-Cups, let me tell you.
Good K-Cups? Yeah. I mean, I can't drink it anymore. I mean, I don't drink coffee anyway, but after working there for like a year and a half in undergrad, I can't, just like McDonald's, I rarely ever eat McDonald's.
How? You
Sorry,
don't
go
drink coffee?
No, man, I haven't drank coffee in over how many years has it been? 3, 4, almost 5 years now. Yeah, I quit.
I don't know how you doing.
Well,
Over.
easy. I had a bit of hypertension and stuff, and so it's generally advisable for me to not have caffeine. But I also like the only caffeine I have is Diet Coke, and I only have that just to stay up when I need it. If I'm doing like debate panels on TikTok, or if I'm talking to you guys or other people on YouTube. But yeah, generally I don't.
That's smart. Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough though. I'm not gonna lie. Like the first month where I wasn't drinking coffee, I switched to tea first, and then I switched to Diet Coke. It was like a gradual reduction. But it was rough. I wasn't that big of a coffee drinker. Like I knew someone who's drink five cups before 2 p.m. I would drink
Wow.
like 2 cups in the morning, 1 cup in the middle of the afternoon. That was it.
I start my day with 2 pots. Okay, like that's
2 pots?
well. Okay, hold on. Wait. Let me.
How much caffeine is in that? That's like
It's a lot of caffeine.
booger sugar levels of
Booger sugar levels.
How much caffeine is in 2 pots?
All right, hold on. All right, so just as a qualifying, this is a pot of. I don't have a big pot,
How many
man.
milliliters is in there? It's gotta say. It says at the top. What's the top marker?
You got me at a bad time, Paige.
Or the best time, depending on how you look at things.
It's all fucking booga languages.
Booga booga.
Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Wrong side.
Literally, all it says on the top is caution, risk of injury, replace the carafe.
Oh. How many cups of coffee do you normally get out of a pot? That will help me.
2.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking about 5 coffee cups of coffee. All right. 5 coffee cups of coffee contain approximately 300 to 500 milligrams of caffeine on average.
That ain't no.
Yeah. Now you know. Wow.
It works. It works. You know, I don't start my day with liquor. So
That's good. There you go.
you know what I mean? Making some kind of progress here.
Yeah,
doing
I remember like because I used to work in like a different line of legal work where it was a bit more lax, like Mad Men style stuff. And I remember sometimes we'd have like a work function and we'd have like like a 1 cocktail or whatever for like a work lunch with the client and stuff like that. And now I'm like in-house and like there's no liquor at all. Like even at like the corporate events, it's very different. So that was actually really positive for me. Like I usually, if I'm gonna have a drink, I usually don't start drinking it until like, I don't know, 11, 12, 1 a.m. at night.
Yeah.
Have a couple drinks and go to bed kind of thing. Whereas before it was like, you have 1 drink in the middle of the day and then you get home at like 5. I get home at 5:30 earliest. Most of the time it's like 8. And then it's just like, you just drink because you're so stressed out from your job because you're working in the billable hours. Crazy.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just like, I lead a much healthier life now. Thank the good Lord.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I will tell you, lawyers in Birmingham, they're regulars, man.
Yeah. We go like in the private practice sector. It's like I knew partners that had, they had bars at their desk. Like they had like, right behind the desk, there's a whole, like bar going on. Nothing crazy. Like it wasn't like they were smashed or anything during the day. It's just like they have a very high tolerance. It's a very much like a part of the profession. And it is what it is. I don't think it's necessarily positive. Like, do I think any good legal work happens when you're like, 3 drinks in, no. In fact, I wouldn't. I think it's a professional liability if you were to be, let's say, drafting claims or consulting on a legal matter when you're even like out drinking.
Oh yeah.
I think that's a violation of our professional guidelines. But it happens a lot in private practice, and I'm not out here to out anybody. I'm just saying it's a matter of fact that it happens.
Oh yeah. No, it does. It does.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of people talking big money business stuff that's way over my head while they're getting trash together, and I can only imagine how it ends up. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way it ends up is exactly how you would think, right? It's the same kind of analogy when you're at a party, right? And everybody's having a good time. It's like 3 a.m., you know? And then you're like, you know, it'd be really cool. Like, let's say you're a musician, right? You know, it'd be really cool, man. It's like, if we like formed a band, I like, I've got this buddy, like Bob, he's like a drummer, man, and we can like, you know, get together and like play, like, you know, at this bar. I know my buddy owns the bar, you know? And then the next day you're like, you know, you get the message from that one person that took everything that you said to heart, and they're like, hey, so when are we like setting up practice? And you're like, oh no, like that. Oh
Yeah.
no, shit.
Let me say
I got
this real
really
quick.
good tattoo idea. I was
Yeah.
not crazy last night, and yeah.
I'm gonna say this real
Yeah.
quick to my chat. Stop typing crack, okay? I'm gonna time you out for just a second. I don't want you to type crack, okay?
Ryan, I know that you might have had a bad, you know, experience with a certain attorney. I don't know who they are, but all I would say is that doing crack while litigating is against a person's professional guidelines.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry that you had that experience, but I just want to put out there that that is not like an industry standard substance. It does not come at a monthly supply when you join the bar. So just to clarify things, it's illegal. Yeah, don't do crack. Crack
We
is whack.
can't all have a dad who's president. You know what I mean?
Yeah. unless you have a dad who's the president, and your name starts with H and ends with N.
Right.
Yeah, the bun coffee makers are great. We actually had a Tim Hortons issue one at my childhood home because my stepmother, who was an utter princess, told my dad that we needed to have the exact coffee maker that Tim Hortons had. And if she didn't have like the literal commercial restaurant one, she was gonna have a hissy fit. So my dad bought this, and she still went out every day to the Tim Hortons and bought the coffee. So, women, am I right? But
Gaming Sage is saying, like, why do you gotta behave like an ass crack during debate? Oh god.
Oh, like an ass's crack? Gaming, are you guys in on this joke together?
It all goes back to it.
It all comes back to ass, apparently, according to these men. I wonder if they're tier 8. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a degen. Come on.
Paige.
We all got that dog in us.
We all have a past, and yours
You'll
is
get
being a
that dog.
lefty as
You'll
well.
get that
So.
We all got that dog in us. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't because I'm not a lesbian.
Oh my god.
Lesbian Orthodox Christian. That's an interesting one.
That would be an interesting one.
That
I'm
would
pretty
that
sure-
would be like a ticket out of the church, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's a grave moral sin.
That would be a complete ticket out. Like, oh, here.
But I guess you missed lower class that one point in the 1v1 against Cal where she basically tried to convert me over to the other team. That was pretty funny.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Do you play the
I don't
game?
know. I don't know if you guys know this about Kel. Kel calls herself a lesbian, but her girlfriend is a trans. Is a dude. Okay. I'm like,
Yeah.
Was I think they broke up
oh well.
or something. I don't know
She
at this
could still be a
point.
lesbian.
He dodged a bullet. You know?
Oh no! Oh
I'm just saying statistics are not in his favor, so yeah, I think he did dodge a bullet.
Oh no! Can we play the clip? It's
Which
funny.
clip? If you want, yeah, just send me
I'll
the clip.
find it. Just give me a second. I'll...
I'm gonna go ahead and put the link. If anyone wants to come up, they're welcome to come up. Dang. Oh, dude. Yesterday I made 1,000 hours in YouTube. Just yesterday. Just on my yesterday stream. It was incredible. I got 1,000 hours just yesterday on my stream. Just yesterday.
Whoa,
Not counting
dude,
anything
that's
else.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It was crazy. It was 8 hours. I got a raid from Rob, and we got a bunch of topics. It was pretty. The panel was pretty good, and then I left out when I was like pretty much 8 a.m. here. I started like at midnight, and I look at the time, and it was like 1,000 hours. So I was like, oh.
That's fantastic, bro. Good for you, man.
Yeah,
you deserve it, dude.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and you're at 124 subs now, dude. Good for you, bro.
All those bots, yeah. Whatever it was, Jared. Whatever it was.
All those bots. Wow. No,
I'm not going to complain. There were a ton of people at the end that I thought were just kind of bots, and they were gonna go away. But they actually disconnected the moment I said I was gonna go off before I went off. So maybe there were some people there. It was nice, though. It was pretty nice.
Good for you, dude. You're doing great, dude. Keep it up, man.
What did he do now? What? I don't enjoy like deleting people messages or stuff like that, but yeah, don't type crack several times on my chat. What about that? Yeah, you can join. I know. I think I know you, Gaming Sage. Doesn't matter if you don't have a camera. If you do any kind of bombing, I will absolutely. I will absolutely destroy you. But yeah, hello Brandon, welcome.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
But yeah, if you want to come up, Gaming Sage, you can come up without a camera. Just
don't be a doucher. You got overlays. You should have overlays in your media assets.
I have different things I can do. Like if I wanted to, I could put another. I could probably put the end screen, and once you're up, I can probably see that. But I mean, I can see them before I bring them up, like pretty much on the back. So I'll see that, and then I'll decide. It doesn't even matter, because if I have an overlay, they can still do whatever, you know? Once they come up.
I found it.
What'd you find?
The part where she basically tries to convert me into lesbianism. It's so bad.
Okay, let's watch it, I think. It's this, right?
Mm-hmm. 220, 239. This can't be right.
220, 239?
Yeah. 220, 239. You're at like 2.
That's where the link is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Damn it, Paige.
You know, maybe you put
Damn it, Paige.
stones in a path. You don't pave a path. Like,
Paige, when you're ready Paige, when you're ready for your lesbian awakening, hit me up, girl.
Oh no. Oh.
The troll face from Kale there.
Oh no. No. Jesus Christ, it's my God, girl.
Bikini! Oh my god, everyone is
I
so
will not have a
fucking-
lesbian turn around.
I'm literally have been
Yeah,
in a
I
crop top
think
all
most
day,
people
but
know.
I'm with Christians.
I'm with Christians. That was funny. I'm not with that crop top. I'm with Christians. Oh man. Why do you always have the best clips? You
I don't
always have
know.
the best clips.
It's unintentional. It's not done yet, though. Just a bit more, and I think we're done this conversation.
As I said, if you want to come... Oh, that's not it. Remove that. If you want to come up, you can come up. I mean, there's nothing bad about the link I sent. It's just the same link you sent me, by the way. Interesting. That was interesting, Paige.
Oh, I did say one more thing, but whatever. Yeah, that's the main lols of it. Yeah.
Oh no, that was funny.
my trademark onar.
Oh no, no, the onar is from the, you know, the people that's supposed to leave on.
Yeah.
On this imaginary land. They cannot say no. They have to say nor. Nar. Nor.
Yeah, don't they call them Australians or something like that?
They call Australians. They call themselves the Australians, and they are like globers. They think that the globe is a thing and stuff like that.
They're just better British people. That's all it is.
No, they're not better British people. They're just British people that think are special.
They have immigration on lock in Australia, bro. All right.
I'm like third generation British. My grandparents are from England.
Which part?
That was back when it was still good.
Yeah. Actually, two parts. Middlesex and Gurney Islands.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're a bit of north and south. I can do a proper Manchester accent if you want to, though. Not that difficult. Yeah, my grandfather, he had a decent accent. He was pretty Canadianized at the end of it, but at the start, yeah. Well, when people hear me, because I also live, keep in mind, I was born in close to Michigan, but I grew up on a farm for most of my life. My mother remarried when I was 3 because my dad wouldn't put up with her BS. So she married this beta bitch. moved out to the middle of nowhere with him. And that area is just like, it's farm country, man. People got 2x4s. We use all kinds of like slang, like, you know, oh, just hacking a dart, just off for it. But are you, but fuck yeah, but it's very country. It's super country. I lived on a farm for 15 years. When I was 18, I moved back to live with my dad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to pick rocks in the summer. I drove a John Deere 3-wheeler, you know, through a cornfield on many occasions. I can't actually like operate a combine, but I've seen my fair share. And I've also been on dirt bikes and snowmobiles. So yeah, I've shot a shotgun and a pistol several times.
You do well down here in Alabama, Paige.
Yeah.
Come to the real country. You know what I mean?
Come to the real country. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I at the time I was like, living in the country, there's nothing to do, there's no people for miles. But when you get older, you appreciate that serenity. You're like, oh dang,
Yeah.
there's
I think
too
the only
many
problem with
people.
Paige moving anywhere is that she cannot do her profession anymore, pretty much.
Yeah, if I move to the country, it's got to be remote work, right?
Uh-huh.
But I
Yeah,
suppose if I meet a nice country boy, right, nice Christian country boy, and he's like, "No, you're gonna pop out some babies and homeschool," and then it doesn't really matter, does it?
No, it doesn't really matter at that
It's
point.
kind of moot at that point.
You can teach them how to manipulate the law. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll raise kids as lawyers. That's,
Yeah, 100%.
yeah.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
It's not off the table, but look, I'm not accepting applications. If in chat, I will be finding someone through the church in my area. So.
Chat,
Good, absolutely.
that means that we're gonna have a speed date show with Paige. That's exactly what it means. No.
Oh, no. If you troll me and it's a lesbian one, I will hate you even more.
Oh my.
That was
Paige,
dirty.
I was, I'm not gonna say anything, but the back of my head was already brewing the idea of bringing Cal. Like the little demon inside of my head was already typing the things like, we bring Cal, and we.
Yeah, she's a firecracker.
Yeah.
But I think she has a bit to practice just in terms of debate because of like, yeah, I mean, like if you can't lose your cool during a debate to the point of, crying and stuff, like it's a bad look for the debate. You can't interrupt people. I learned that the hard way during my my 2v2. It's just I legitimately like take it as you will as an admission of like me not comprehending fast enough, but I literally could not understand what Gibbs said. He was speaking at like a mile a minute. I was like trying to like take down all the points and stuff, and I just couldn't even pay attention. I was like, can he slow down? Like, can he just slow the frick down? Like, take it to like at least 1.5 times less the speed here. That'd be great.
Yeah, he's like a Texas rancher. He's kind of like Boomhauer. You know what I mean?
You mean like
I don't know if you ever seen King of the Hill, Paige, but
oh yeah, this one. he has Gibbs should have been an auctioneer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened to make Cal throw her notebook at this stream, but
yeah, I don't know what exactly happened.
I haven't seen her on Grid's stream actually since
She was on today.
She was on today?
She was on today. She went to Vegas and was in some kind of stuff like a content house thing, and she got actually injured there. That's what I said, Paige, that I dislike you because you made me look to the stream and I realized in the stream that she was like crying and nobody was giving a shit. But I was like, oh damn, I'm feeling bad about this. And then I stopped myself from watching it anymore. I was like, I'm done with this.
Yeah, no, that sucks. Look, I don't want anybody to get injured ever, but
she fell from like electric stairs. And actually, like had to get stitches on one of her legs. It's not good. It's not. It was not good.
Yeah.
Dang, poor Cal. Yeah, I know Marilyn made a debate appearance tonight too on Speakeasy apparently.
Oh, Lord, that was funny.
She said that she got Jade out. I'm not going to repeat that. I don't know what that means. But
Well, what happened was I think they did Rob kind of dirty because Speakeasy chat made Rob debate her for 40 minutes on whether they're all gods or not.
Okay. She said that she got tiny hat people, and that means that they paid to kick her, pretty much.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's not like a cop out. I don't know, like because people can do that. They absolutely can. They can pay to have you voted off the proverbial panel.
Yeah, that's how Speak makes his money.
That's exactly why.
Yeah, I don't think I would be like upset about that. I would just be like, okay, well, that's par for the course.
Well, she
No.
gets a little bit on her feelings because she gets booted and like pretty much removed all the way everywhere on the internet, right?
I
And I
didn't feel
think-
bad for Tweaker when he went on, dude. His first time on Verbal Combat, he won, and then at the very end, someone paid to fatality him, so he didn't get the money.
Yeah.
I felt
was-
bad for him, man.
I
That was
think it
rough,
was-
dude.
I think it was William. So yeah.
Grammar, oh yeah.
Yeah, William Grainer. Which is fine. He was doing that for a little while until pretty much Kat decided Kieran was gonna win no matter the cost. That was that.
Yeah, that's part of the yeah. It's lame too. Look, I've been to like the final round on that channel, and then I've had somebody pay so that Speak comes in, Speaks won the round. Like, wow, fair enough. I'm not gonna cry about it. You know,
Mhm.
it's part of the whole game of VK.
Yeah.
It's a game, right? Exactly.
I'm
See,
just,
I wish I could still jump in the mix, but I
You could
work
s-
every Friday and Saturday now.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
You're working. But I mean, I think he pretty much closes them at like, man. Well, no, he closes the panel like at midnight. That's right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can jump in, and the thing about midnight, you could still get in and get the prize if you win. Marlon,
Yeah,
you're
but
still
there's, like-
here. You want to come up? If you want to come up, I will tell you again about how your feelings are kind of interesting and precious and whatever.
Who's here? I'm just
Marilyn.
oh Marilyn. Yeah, I was just getting my prompt ready for. I have my mods like bugging me. I probably have to leave in like the next 10 minutes to set up this debate panel.
Yep, that makes sense. Paige, can I
Oh,
ask
wait,
you a
Stu-
couple of questions?
Yeah, for sure.
I know you told us a little bit about the tweaker thing. I am still a little bit. I think I got confused. Maybe I want to clarify real quick. He got into like some kind of trouble with one of your other mods there or something like that.
Yeah, I have there's a woman that's on my channel.
Uh-huh.
She's there's always I don't know. I'm considering having women mods all together. I only have like 2 of them, or I had 2. Now I only have 1.
Okay.
But I had 2 women mods, and the rest of my mods are dudes. I have like, I think it's like 7 mods altogether. And I had this one mod, and like she has a disability, to be frank, where like she's in a wheelchair.
Mhm.
It's of no fault of her own. It's just like otherwise she's like a pretty normal chick, you know, very traditional Christian. She's a virgin and all that. She's like saving herself for marriage, which is great. And you know, unfortunately, as the internet often is, you tell people too much and they can use it against you if you're too sensitive, right?
Yeah.
That's why I never really tell people crap online that I'm not prepared to just be like, okay, whatever, bro. You really want to go there? Like, fuck you too, man. You know? Fuck yourself too. I have a couple things about you as well. But yeah, so he's brought up her disability before, and like, you know, she was a good sport. She just laughed at it. And then the other night we were having a discussion. Like I said, the guy apologized to me, so we were good. He was on my TikToks and stuff like that. We were having a discussion the other night, and then all of a sudden he starts going off. I don't even know what set him off, other than that's just him. And he starts going off on like every guest. He's like, "Fuck you for this, and fuck you for that," and then she's like, "Whoa, man! Like, what the frick is going on here?" And he's like, "Oh, how do you get down the stairs in the morning?" Or some other like, you know, disability thing was just like way out of line, you know. And he's like, "You should be thankful I set you up with your current boyfriend, and you should just shut the fuck up when a man is speaking." And she's like, "Whoa!" She's like, "I didn't even attack you. Like, what the fuck is going on here?" And he's like, "You want to get into this? You want to get into this? You want to tell them what discussions that we had before your boyfriend got in?" I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I was like, I do not think this is an appropriate discussion for TikTok. You know,
Okay.
people are gonna watch it, but like it's personal shit. Like we don't need to be talking about people's personal shit. And she's like, no, it's fine. Like whatever, he can get into it. And then like we find out that like he was messaging her like prior to, and that like he was like inviting her to like be part of like basically a 3-way with like him and his like current fiance,
Oh
and
my
like
God.
asking, like he had offered her to like have his babies and stuff like that since he felt sorry for her, he said. And it's just like, whoa, like holy crap. Like, it's just, and I was like, okay, I was like, can we not talk about this, because like this sounds like really sensitive information, and you know, whatever happened, it's in the past, because she's with this guy now, and like you're still with your fiance, and I understand it's fine with your fiance, but whatever. And he's like, no, he's like, you shut the fuck up, Paige. You let me
What the
have this.
hell?
You let me have this fucking conversation. And then he mutes my other mod, the disabled chick that he's currently like exposing to the world, right?
Oh my
And then
God.
she mutes him, and then like he boots her off panel because they both have the same powers, right? And I was like, if you guys keep freaking doing this, I'm removing both of your mod abilities. And they kept doing it. So you know what I did? I removed both of their mod abilities.
Yep.
And then what does that motherfucker do? He goes to like Discord messages and starts furiously like texting me. He's like, "You're gonna fucking regret this. Like, goodbye forever." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Just calm down. Like, you know, you've had a couple drinks. Just chill out, man. Like I took away her mod powers too. You guys went way too far. You went way too far, man. There's just shit that you don't freaking bring up in a public forum. Like, this is not the first time he's done this crap either." And he's like, no, it's goodbye forever. He's like, as a matter of fact, you know, because of what you did, you lose your right to anonymity on TikTok, and fuck you, you fucking cunt. And like, you know, like basically like just hardcore, just like, you know, just going. And I was like, you're gonna regret this. He never apologized, so I blocked him.
Yeah,
It's like
that
you
makes sense.
you made fun of people who have a disability multiple times. You violate TOS like on a regular basis, saying the N word, like J word, all kinds of crap. And then to add insult to injury, because I did something which was completely reasonable, you got your little thong panties in a knot, and you threatened to dox me. Like, screw you, like fuck you, man. Like
This is base tweaker we're talking
Yeah.
about.
yeah, dude.
Dude, so Emmett, were you on EOD's stream? I don't think it was yesterday. It was the day before when I had jumped on and someone had jumped in. And
Oh
he
yeah,
had the,
I know. I didn't. I wasn't there. I saw a
I
miniature
think
of
that
you.
was tweaker, bro. The
Yeah?
voice, and that's what he called me the last time we talked on Discord.
What did he tell you? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I wasn't there. I saw a miniature of you, and I just say like I sent a message to EOD, because I've been doing art because I have to do some art in the background, or I've been streaming, and all the
Yeah.
other time I've been streaming almost nonstop. See, like most of the time I spent probably
Cool.
yesterday I spent
Can't
like
stop, won't stop.
10 hours.
Hell yeah, dude.
Maybe
do it.
streaming.
You
I'm
can
streaming
get it.
right now, so yeah.
Absolutely.
But what happened? If we wanna tell us.
Somebody with it wasn't Base Tweaker's name. It was something else. I can't remember what it was. But like Michael Lionheart or something like that jumped on to EOD's panel. Well, was asking to come up to EOD's panel, and he did. And he like the only thing he said, "What's up, Michael Lionheart? How you doing?" And he said, "Lower class is a fat," and then EOD caught him down before he said it. But in my head, I was like, I know that fucking voice. I know that voice.
Oh
I
man.
think it was Tweaker, dude, because he blocked me on Discord.
He was on Just White not long ago, like 3-4 days ago.
Yeah, he crashed out on Just White, I heard. Yeah.
Well,
again,
I'm gonna be honest on
Once
this
again,
one.
dude, this guy has a never-ending crash out, man.
I'm gonna be honest on this one. They both crashed the fuck out on that one.
well, there's so much to talk about with all that.
It was
shit,
bad
man.
blood. They have bad blood, and
Yeah,
just got
dude,
in, and
yeah.
she was just mad, and he was like,
yeah.
he was like,
She's
I want to
warring
apologize.
with other content creators, and there's a bunch of stuff going on right now that I am just like, and let the Homer Simpson meme. You know what I mean? Like going back into it. It's just funny how that motherfucker, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. I tried. I tried to be a friend.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? And
I mean, I think I probably have like the best interaction with him of everybody. Oddly enough, that's because I kind of I see him as what he was. He's a freaking grenade. That's how I see him. So I was like, oh,
Yeah,
the
he's a
moment he
persona,
starts
right?
going off, I'm gonna
Like-
go away from him as fast as possible.
well, the thing is, it's not an act. That's who he really is, and I get it. And I'm not even like talking shit about him when I say this. Like
No.
I just he speaks his mind when he's in the moment right then, and that's exactly what he thinks. And I respect that to a degree, right? I really don't have anything wrong to say about that. But he has shut my stream down twice because he broke TOS. So,
Yeah, it's complicated.
it is what it is.
Paige, I know you have a panel to go to. Do you have anything you want me to put out? Anything at all?
No, man, no. I'm still like in the process of evaluating how much I want to, Joseph. I'm still evaluating how much I want to like, I don't know, make some money off of this. Like, look, I love coming on panels. I love doing debates, and I know I could absolutely capitalize way more on this than I have currently. I'm going to be very frank about that.
Yeah.
But for now, I don't know. I kind of like maintaining some like level of like once you have a channel where you post your clips and your debates and all that stuff, that's out there. That's out there. This way they have to search for it.
Yeah, they have to search a little bit. They have to be in. I understand what you mean. Like when I decided to pretty much show my face, I was like, okay, at that point, I'm done. Like I'm done with the anonymity, and I will go ahead and do whatever I wanted to, right? But at the same time, it took me a while to like start a channel and do everything else. I was like, I finished school, I was done with what I needed to do, and then I decided to do this. Yeah,
we'll
Paige.
see. Stay tuned. I mean, in the interim, obviously, I think at PagerCC is my YouTube. If you want to subscribe there, that's probably where I'll post stuff. I also have one LX Litigator. I don't know if I'm going to do it on there. I just created that because the Crucible Discord required me to have a separate channel for that. So it'll probably be on Pager Still thinking about channel names, thinking if I want to do it. Perhaps.
So, finally, last question, Paige. Dating shown when?
Dating show when?
Yeah.
Not for the foreseeable future. Like I said, I'm trying to find something, through my religious community.
Yeah,
The other thing
of course.
too is like, obviously, as you know, this Sunday I become catechumen. I'm really focused on my catechesis right now.
Good for you.
Yeah, and getting involved that way, and yeah. I mean, look, I'm very well aware of the fact that time is of the essence because I'm in my early 30s, but I'm not going to be in my early 30s for long. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's not top of mind, but it's definitely up there.
It was a joke, but thank you so much for being.
Yeah,
me.
please don't host a dating show. I mean,
okay, listen, okay, if you keep mentioning it that way, I will absolutely do it for you, Paige.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you. You're a real bud.
I will make this happen for you, Paige.
I just want to tell you, like, I really value you as a person, and fuck you, man. JK.
Oh, man.
I'm glad that I was able to provide some non-woman prattle, hopefully, but mostly legal prattle to this conversation. And you guys all rock. Don't ever change. And God bless.
Yeah. God bless, Paige.
God bless,
Thank
Paige.
you.
Thank you very much.
God bless and good
night.
See you, Paige.
All right. It's almost 4, and I got to open the bar tomorrow again. So I'm probably going to dip out too. Emmett, thanks for having me up, brother.
Yo,
Never lucky. Good to see you, man. Sorry we didn't get to talk at all, bro.
It's all good, man. Nice to see you, buddy.
Nice seeing you. Thank you for passing by.
Y'all have a great night, guys.
Great night.
Adios.
Adios, bichachos. Yeah, I will try. I don't even know. Maybe. I think I'm following her on this account because she doesn't have anything, so it's kind of hard to find her because of that.
Who, Paige?
But yeah, but I do have her, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Go on. Enjoy her content, her future content, because she's gonna do it. Wait, where's wait, what? What happened to our duck friend? Ah, rage quit. Pure rage quit. That was pretty good. I thought we had a lot more people than I thought we were going to have, and it's been really nice having some people around. Good night, lower class. Thank you. I will have a good one. I'm probably not gonna stay as long as yesterday. I gotta sleep at some point. How's your trip going, Brandon? Are you working right now?
No, I'm at the house right now.
You're just resting a little bit.
Yeah. Don't have to be back at work until Tuesday, so don't enjoy that.
No, we're still here, Never Lucky. If you want to come up, you're welcome. I'm gonna. Oh, yeah. Still go there. Sub. She's cool. She's good people, and obviously I can have her as a mod because she mods for the Crucible. If anyone wants to come up, you're welcome. Oh, Manly, come up. Make my day. Okay, Gaming Sage, I see you in the back. If you do anything, I will ban you for the channel forever, okay? But I hope you don't. Hello.
Hello, Emmett. Thank
How
you for having
doing?
me.
You're welcome. I think I've seen you in Spiros.
Yeah, I was in. I'm sorry. I have you on YouTube. Let me get rid of that.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's a bit of a delay, and I was hearing you tell me about if you do anything. I was listening to that twice.
Yeah.
But thank you for having me. This is the first panel I've ever been on.
Okay.
So I'm really great to be here. I'm really glad to be here.
Yeah. Welcome. I'm glad this is your first panel. Never Lucky, Robert Ducky's in the house again after his rage quit.
Yeah, that was my bad. I thought you were saying good night, but you were just saying good night to lower class there.
Yeah, I was saying goodbye to Paige and lower class. No, I'm still going. I'm still probably gonna go for maybe an hour more. Maybe.
Gotcha. How you doing, Emmett?
I'm doing fine. Yesterday was fucking great, and I'm thinking about just turning off my camera for a little bit, but I don't want to because I'm the only one with the camera right now. I'm doing some pixel art, so I'm probably gonna wait. But I've been doing okay. As I said, just yesterday my stream made 1,000 hours. That's
Dang.
insane.
How long did you stream for?
8 hours.
Sheesh.
Stream for 8 hours. I got the raid for Rob Noir. I was at 6. I was like, I want to go to sleep, but I still had 100 people on. I was like, damn, I have to I have to continue.
That's
I have to keep going. Because I don't know when I'm going to have that amount of people, right? And I need to do a bunch of hours anyway, so that was nice.
Has anyone seen the Raging Tomato debate today?
I saw parts and bits of it, but I saw Mark's debate with Andrew before, and after I saw Jim Bob, I was like, he's gonna go for the throat.
Yeah, Jim Bob don't play around. He really goes for the jugular for sure.
I've seen like 2 debates from Jim Bob on Evolution. I saw very little of this one, to be honest.
Yeah, that's actually Jim Bob's specialty, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm aware. Jim Bob's specialty is challenging the presuppositions of evolution as a whole.
So I know where it was gonna go because I've seen it before, and fair enough, it went there. It was funny. So yeah, I don't think I needed to actually see it per se.
I haven't seen enough of Jim Bob to know where it was going. I've seen more Andrew Wilson, who I'm a great fan of.
Oh, it was great. Jim Bob was just dog walking him down the, the path of, hey, what is this, a species? If it's the same species, is it a human? And if it's a human, can it be a different species if it breeds with a different type of human? And it just went down this entire loop. It was so funny.
Right. So
I
wouldn't challenge myself to Jim Bob's level just yet, but I would be more than happy to be walked down that path if you want to get into like a friendly minor debate right now, because I'd like to ask some questions that I didn't hear asked, and I would like to see if that logic can be challenged in any way.
Okay, if you want to shoot it, that's fine. I can probably try.
So like we know that through the let's say the interbreeding of dogs to get different dog breeds.
Yeah, different traits. Mm-hmm.
Right. We know that we can eventually create a dog that can't breed with the original wolf.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that would make sense then that we have created a different species of canine that is so different from the original wolf that we can't backtrack it to the species of wolf.
Well, we can get to the point where they cannot breed for different reasons, right? For example, they cannot they cannot breed either for size, or they cannot breed because they have some kind of incompatibility. But the question becomes, is it a different species, or is it just a dog that cannot reproduce with another kind of dog?
Okay. Right, so let's hypothetically say that...
Wait, hang on. I got a something for you before we go on. Sorry to interrupt Gaming Sage, but this kind of boils down to like dwarfism for me. Because you can breed certain types of abnormalities. Even mental illnesses, per se, can be bred in and out. And that's kind of like a trait that you can't get from any other person unless they've gotten that genome specificity. I can't make
specificity.
Yes, and it's kind of leaning into the same logic where you can't breed what's not there. So we've done tons of special breeding for different types of dogs, plants, animals, things like that. And yeah, we're not going to get back to the original from what we had, but we can definitely tell where we came from and that it's still from that species.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm not going to oppose that. I'll concede on that point. But I would still say that even if we can't get back there, yeah, sure, we know it came from there. But I have the example of dogs right now. Let's say I have the original wolf, and then I have the dog that is genetically incompatible with the wolf. I'm going to say, let's say, yeah. And let's say that the pug exists. So we have these two dogs. We know they share ancestry, but they've changed enough to the point where they cannot interbreed in any way. And then let's hypothetically say humans come in and we're just categorizing the pug and the wolf. And they're in their own different environments, their own different biomes, shall we say. And then we say, okay, well, we categorize them as two different species. Yes, they share heritage, but I think under the definition of species, it would hold up to be its own thing. Because they wouldn't be able to interbreed, and therefore we say this is now a different species.
Well,
I think that's how that works, right?
Not necessarily. You can have different kinds of. Let's say that you have. This was set up by somebody not long ago. You have two different types of geckos, they were the same kind of gecko, and they moved to different places, and now they can interbreed, but they're still geckos.
Okay, so we define them as geckos, but the scientific scientifically they would have to be named as two different types of geckos.
Yeah, they're
right?
two different types of geckos, but they're still geckos.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm getting lost in the definition of species, so give me just a second.
Yeah, because
educate myself.
the big problem that we have is not necessarily that there can be a specialization in a species, and there can even be a point where the species cannot reproduce with the similar kind of species, right? Because they adapt differently. The point is, at one point you have a thing that is a cat become a dog.
Yeah, at what point does that evolutionize, basically? Does it evolve into something that's different?
And the other problem is that whenever you have that kind of thing, you need the presupposition for that even to happen is that you need to have grouping. You need to have a population. So without a population, how do you get there?
I agree that you need a population, right? That's not in contest, I would say. We can agree that generally species reproduce, and the smaller they are, the faster they reproduce.
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah,
It comes to relatively, but yes.
So what you would probably have, let's say we're talking about like a single-celled organism that exists near a volcano. Well, there would be a population that would come out, and there would be minor variations between that single-celled organism. But an environment happens, and let's say that volcano gets colder. Well, anything that's not capable of dealing with that cold temperature just dies. They die. And the ones that do have that the ability to survive under that cold temperature, those single-celled organisms thrive. Now this could have been just a temperature or two, and it caused the entire species of this particular single-celled organism to adapt, and now they are no longer what they were. They have changed just a little bit, and you do that over several iterations over millions of years, and that's the theory of evolution, right?
Yeah, you can say that. Well, not necessarily, because again, the problem with that is, okay, you have a species, the ones that, especially when it comes to phenotypical, some may have this kind of phenotypical part of their genes that are able to adapt to the cold. Those ones are the ones that reproduce, and you have this phenotype going on around, but they don't transform into something different. They are still the species they were according to the parents and their parents' parents.
So to me, this seems like a categorical error. You're conflating adaptability with evolving.
Yeah.
Well, you demonstrate that they can't be the same thing.
Adaptability wouldn't be the evolution of something. It would just be the essential causation for somebody's environment, because it's like you said, it could be a temperature or two in the single-celled organisms outside of that volcano, and a certain soil enrichment, whatever, got air, and now it's cold, it freezes off. But the ones deeper underneath the soil didn't get that because it wasn't in the same environment, so now they lived.
Right.
That doesn't mean it evolved. That was adaptability because of the environment around it.
Well, I would claim that in order to adapt, you would need a genetic code that had some line of logic that said, when this happens, we're going to adapt and do this.
Okay. So, and then the question.
So I would say that adaptability is genetic change.
Okay. Then okay, fine. Let's say that the question becomes then to you: do you have any proof that there is this change in the genetic code?
Do I have any proof? Well, I could, yeah. So, I would say that we can manually breed out different, genetically different dogs as a way of
the traits were there before, right?
Well, the traits, yes and no. So all the traits were there. And some, I'll be honest, maybe some of them weren't. Maybe these dogs had no trait that they had there before.
So you're saying there's the possibility of this trait being there, we just don't.
Right. Boom.
Gotcha.
There we go.
No. But wait. That would mean the possibility of the trait being there. That would mean that the trait is there. Would just tapping into the genetic code so that the trait presents, and the trait is there. So my claim would be the traits are all there. We're just using different ways, and we can show the specific trait that we want. But your claim, wait. But your claim is there is changes in the genetic code of things that weren't there before. So what I'm asking is, do you have any evidence of those changes being present in the genetic code?
No, all of my evidence that I'm going to propose is logical. All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, is it logically possible? Is my first step.
Well,
is it logically possible that a wolf doesn't have a trait? Can a species get a trait that the wolf didn't have?
Okay, gaming. Before we continue on this side, I'm gonna tell you a couple of things, okay, about the logical possibility. Most of your answers will say, well, most of my answers will be yes. But if you tell me, is it logically possible that Wolverine exists? My answer is yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, just so you understand. Okay.
Right. I would say that logically the answer for Wolverine is no, because the metal that makes up Wolverine doesn't exist. It just doesn't.
No.
And so,
that's not what it means.
Metal doesn't logically exist, I would say the answer for Wolverine would be no.
With Sage, I saw the movies there. That came later on. He just had bone in the beginning.
Oh, yeah, but even if you go back to the comics, he was always a metal skeleton. If you go back through the comics,
you got me there. I never read the comics.
The logical possibility. This is what I'm trying to say. Logically possible doesn't take into account the basis of the argumentation. So you can have a logical possible thing that is baseless. So it's not logically sound, but it is logically possible.
Yeah, it's too broad of a generalization. I understand what you're trying to say. Like, you're trying to say the lack of the trait. To me, that would be like the melanin content, like an all-white or an all-black wolf. You know, it lacks something. That's why it made it that way.
Or we could just say that some genes went dormant, right?
Gotcha. But if we could specify it, maybe we could actually have that argument a little bit better.
Right. So what would be specified?
The different types of traits that you're talking about and why they would matter to this argument.
Right. So I would say that traits are genetic by nature, and since evolution is genetic change, and it would be genes changing so much that it creates a species from a different one, right? That's kind of what I have to argue at this point in time. I have to say that there's precedence for a species, maybe a species that was separated, several hundred years or thousands of years later. They're now different species because something happened. One of them went through genetic change due to environment or whatnot, what have you, and now they are different species. And even though they might fit under the same can I go back to the original definition, the species definition? I have it pulled up. Can I just read it out loud?
Okay, you can read us the species definition if you want. Yeah.
Thank you. And this will be kind of my final thought. So, a group of closely related organisms that are very similar to each other and are usually capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring.
Mhm.
The species in the fundamental category of taxonomic classification, ranking below a genus or subgenus. Species names are representation of binomial nomenclature, but I think that but I think that does it.
Well, do you know what they say usually, and not all the time?
Tell me.
Because there are absolute cases where they're part of the same species that they're not, in which they cannot reproduce, even though they have all the characteristics in order to be presented as almost as the same species.
Right, I get that. So, like the gecko example that you gave me earlier. Where they're both considered geckos, but they can't interbreed. They are,
And they have like a common ancestry, and if you look at them, they're pretty the same thing. They went different paths, and now they can't do it anymore. It's
Now, what happens if I say that in order for it to be a species, they always have to be able to reproduce in order for that? Like if I just let's say I make my own proprietary definition of species. And I say, well, in order to be a species under my definition of this, they have to be able to reproduce. That's my baseline for them having to be the same species.
Okay.
What would collapse if I were to change the definition?
Well, this will be the question. Let's say that Africa, the people in Africa can no longer reproduce with the people in America. At that point, can we just say that they're different species?
We could say they're different.
No, they're not human anymore. According to they're not the same kind of human, so they wouldn't be
well,
our kind of human.
We can call them. Right.
I'm sorry. That I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at my own thoughts that I can't say on the stream. But
yeah. So what I would say to that is, we do have skeleton remains of individuals throughout history that are very much not human. What do we call them? Homo erectus. We have, and we have even weirder things, like things that have very odd shape found in Europe.
We have Neanderthals.
Yeah, and the Neanderthals were
that could
different.
reproduce according to whatever ideas.
No, we don't know if they were able to produce with human beings or not. We can just assume that they are. But I think that there's at a human level, there's something wrong with instinctively to classifying two groups of humans as being not human because one set of humans can't breed with another group of humans. But we don't hold that same moral dispute when we're talking about insects.
No.
So
but
I don't understand why we're allowing our moral judgment to say, okay, well, these are, like, we might not like it, but we could say that these two human beings have somehow become different to the extent that they can no longer interbreed, and that by definition makes
they're different species, right?
I think there's a completely different, like, kind of dishonest take there in the insects versus humans part, because you can look at a maggot, see that it evolved into a fly, right? Like, we look at Pokemon.
Well, that's Pokemon evolution. Let's not.
Pokemon is actually based on mostly things in real world, right? Like, most Pokemon are usually after something in, Japan or something like that, right? So it's based on evolution that obviously comes from the real world. So it has some truth to it in the sense that insects are a lot easier to see evolve throughout, and you can see babies evolve. Like, I have a 9-month, 10-month girl. She's just now starting to walk. That to me is crazy. I see her evolving. She's starting to talk, dad, So to me, there is evolving stages, but what you're describing, I guess, I don't really understand. Like, what is your definition of evolve? Like, what are you trying to get at here?
Well, I would go back to my original species definition of if they can't breed together, then perhaps maybe we could classify them as different species.
So the mule argument. Okay.
Right. I would use the mule argument. What's the inherent flaw in the mule argument? I've never heard that term. Apparently, since it is a term, it means it's a common argument.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I just heard. I've heard it used a couple times. It's kind of different. I guess the inherent flaw, if you're asking about it, is like it's a hybrid, you know, between two species.
Right.
There's evolutionary mechanisms, variations, things like that, natural selection that happened within the population. So, and I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Right. So we do have an example of a horse and what is it called? What makes a mule? It's a horse
Donkey.
and a donkey. Thank you. I should know that. I'm a country boy. It's just words sometimes slip my mind.
No worries.
So a horse and a donkey makes a mule. This could be evidence that a horse and a donkey at one point in time shared common ancestry. But they've been they've been apart for too long to make a mule that has virtually it no longer can breed. So while they did have reproductive organs that are similar enough, and they're genetically aligned to produce a child, the child comes out as an infertile baby. Therefore, we still call them different species.
But that's interbreeding, right? It's two different species interbreeding, and usually that leads to and that would be against the idea. I won't even say that goes against some of the ideas of the evolution that were presented at that point, where you have different speciation, where they're different enough to create this kind of chimeras, and those are better, or they have a better way.
Same enough.
But they have like some kind of traits that are better suited so that they can create these kind of new species
selective
that
breeding.
can do well, not selective, I mean natural, because there's no one selecting it. They're doing it naturally, and these new species have the advantage so that they can create a better kind of a species for the environment to reproduce. It is in my view, if you have mules and these are these are interbreeding into two different species that are similar enough for them to be able to reproduce, why wouldn't they be able to keep on reproducing? That seems counter to even the idea of evolution itself.
Well, I would say that it embraces evolution, and the way I would look at it is, I can say, well, these two species were the same at one point in time. They lived in the same area, they had their same things, but then something happened, and something separated them earlier on in evolution, and like a land mass separation. These things happen, and or a flooding that just put them on different areas where they could not interact with one another, and they evolved enough to where the children themselves were no longer capable of reproducing, but they were still they evolved enough to they didn't evolve enough to not have children. Eventually, they just would not have been. If they, the assumption would be, if they continued to evolve, eventually it would have gotten to the point where they would not have been able to reproduce. Period.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know. To me, it seems. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, my last thought is we caught the process right in the middle where they can still reproduce, but they can also but they cannot produce. We caught it at that perfect time where they can reproduce, yes, but the child cannot reproduce. So we caught it at that perfect phase in there, or thanks to, I would say, the providence of God, that we caught it there, because mules are actually very useful for human beings.
They are, but I think the mule argument is also kind of like, if you're going for evolution that makes us better, it's kind of like a cautionary tale, right? Like, it's not something you want to do. If you want to have an evolution of something, breeding is a pretty big part of keeping you alive.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I don't think that's really the best argument to bring up in my mind, at least, you know, just because of that simple fact. But I think it's a good argument.
Well,
I mean,
I would say, yeah, go ahead. My bad.
The problem that I see with this, again, this is the same problem I see, right? I said you have the species that are similar enough that they can reproduce, but they are not similar enough that they can create, that they can have like an actual functioning functional reproduction. And that to me goes against the whole idea of evolution in and of itself, not the spirit of the evolution point where you have different species and they can have this kind of difference, but the idea of evolution as a purely random distribution of traits, right?
Right. I could even push back on that a little bit. Random distribution of traits. Well,
Yeah.
I'm Christian, and I say that everything happens under the providence of God.
But you're not using
I would
evolution.
make a unique claim, right? Well, I would make a unique claim in that I don't think evolution and the Bible directly contradict. I would say that everything is under the providence of God. If this is the tool that God used to bring about everything,
Listen,
then it's not
just
random.
a second. I agree with you. In fact, the only reason I don't have problems with evolution is because I don't have problems with miracles. Okay? Sure. Every single time you have a speciation to one point to another, it's just a miracle in my view, because it cannot happen without it. But if I'm talking about pure evolution, as the scientism religion is talking about, when we're talking about pure chance, where there's absolutely no providence, because that's the claim they make, then I don't then the idea of the chimerism, it goes directly against that random distribution.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the point there, and that's probably because I'm really stupid. So, would you simplify that for me?
The people that are talking about evolution don't have the Christian idea behind it. They're using scientism, which is which they have this idea that science is the final thought of everything, and they're using pure random chance as a way to justify the idea of evolution, right?
Okay.
So
yeah.
I cannot grant you the divine providence when we're talking purely about evolution, because we're not talking specifically about. If we were two Christians, we might be.
So there's a moral presupposition baked in that we're trying to reject, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to reject the idea that you're bringing up with the framework of Christianity, because everything comes through the grace of God. I agree with you on that. But when talking about scientism and evolution, they reject definitionally the providence of God. So what they're saying is there's no providence and there's no idea of God above all. This is pure random chance.
Right, and I agree that this has been a problem for a very long time. That this was proposed as a belief system to contradict the Bible. Right. As a matter of fact, it was Charles Darwin was actually, he was a Christian man, just in case anyone didn't know that. He was Christian when he came up with the concept of evolution, and one of his later on in his life, closer to his death, he actually wrote a letter lamenting the fact that and debating it like to himself whether or not he should have come up with this, whether or not he should have devoted his life's work to it, because he foresaw people using it to attack the church.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And so he was lamenting being part of something that could attack the church.
Well, yeah, but I mean the problem is that the way that the theory is presented is not by the providence of God. It's presented by pure chance and random manipulation of traits.
Right.
And,
well, I would say that that there's a way of making both work. Right, evolution and God's providence can just go hand in hand.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the only way I can make it work is by accepting miracles.
Right, and that's fine. I'm okay with that, and you're okay with that, obviously. Mm-hmm. But you're saying for the majority of people debating evolution, that's not.
Yeah, it's
that
impossible.
They are rejecting miracles.
Yeah.
In order to and explaining it just by pure random chance.
Well, there's two things. One, it's not a scientific theory because I cannot go through the scientific method as it has been presented several times. And two, what you and me are saying, okay, fine, I can accept it under the Christian framework with the idea of divine providence and like the capacity of God of making miracles happen, but the scientists, the scientism people, the guys of the religion of the scientist, make it more to make it clearer. Those are not saying this. What they're saying is there's a rejection of God, and there's a rejection of anything that is not pure chance when it comes to the theory. And if you go to the debate with Jim Bob today, that's exactly what happened, because they're pretty much saying it's by chance. There's no divine providence. We can see X, Y, and Z.
Right. So, what I do know, so based on my limited knowledge, there's an experiment that they can create amino acids as of this point manually in an environment. But they have these events that they call hand of God moments, in that they have to force the environment to be a certain way in order to get that amino acid to form in this container, and they have to go through like 57 hand of God events in order to get that amino acid to be exactly what they want it to be. And they're saying that even one hand of God moment just out there in the environmental wild is extremely uncommon, and you know, very low chance of it ever happening to a normal living thing. And we have to do several iterations of this in order to get that amino acid to push itself in the correct form of what the amino acid is supposed to take.
Yeah.
So even under the science, they still call those events hand of God moments that directly refute how evolution could possibly happen just on its own.
Well, the whole idea of life in and of itself, when it comes to pure mathematical, pure mathematical chance, can be just rejected on how complex and how difficult would it be for the amount of events needed for it to happen. Okay, we can agree on that, but that's not this is we're debating against a different church. That's what you're not getting pretty much about this debate. They are a church, and they believe in specific things when it comes to their dogma. And their dogma states that there is no God, and they have a way to determine how the speciation and all of living things exist. And the way that they do it is by evolution, which is purely random. And if we go through that process, it's completely impossible. and they don't have a basis to say that it happens.
Right. So my fear when talking about all this is we are rejecting a concept that has good purpose, right? Because it is, I would say that it's the best explanation of how things came to be that we've got right now. And something could come along later, and I'm perfectly okay with that.
Okay.
But for now, it's the best explanation, and this best explanation is being hijacked by a group, and I don't want to throw away the concept because I think it does have practical application. This concept, just for the purposes of rejecting the atheistic view on things.
Well, it doesn't have any practical practical application in reality, because in reality, what we use is not evolution. What we use is adaptation. And that's what we've been using for the longest time, including when it comes to the way we grow our plants, the way we have better animals for animal husbandry, even for dogs, when we have when we are getting the best traits for our dogs. All of that can be explained, and it's usually used with the basic idea of how we select for traits. But evolution is not saying that. Evolution is saying one species can become a different species, and that is what they say is, well, we need a lot of time, and it has to be done over hundreds and hundreds of iterations of the species to be even useful.
Right, I get that. And look, I can still concede to that and still accept that this is the providence of God, and you know, I know that we're, like you said, we are debating a different school, but that point could just be conceded, and I could say, well, it's providence of God, and I can just agree with every point there.
Yeah. Well, this is the last part of this specific debate. If you may, we can take a different route. There's a lot of debate on the evolution front, but what I would say, and what actually Jim Bob told me once, is that you're granting too much to their ideas in the sense of what is the best possible explanation. I think the best possible explanation is not evolution as the way that they are presenting it. The best possible explanation is actually divine intervention, and you know, the fact that we have God's providence and will enacted on earth when we see life existing. That is the best possible explanation. It's not it happened by pure chance and we cannot determine how exactly a kidney was formed and a heart was formed.
You know, I could even back it up and say that the miracle didn't happen on Earth. I could actually say the miracle happened at the Big Bang, and God, like when you spin a top, let's say, and you know, sometimes you have good spins and sometimes you have bad spins. Well, when the Big Bang happened, I could just say that that's like God spinning a top that would just never-endingly spin throughout all space and time. And he would say, I'm going to give this spin right here the perfect flick. And when I flick it perfectly at the Big Bang, everything that I desire comes into existence, with the only miracle that I really did being spinning of the top.
Well, the only problem I have with that specific thing is that I think God has there's this concept of free will, and God has free will.
Yeah, so he had the free will of creating reality any way he deemed fit, right?
No, I mean he is at this point in time, because we do have free will. We can enact something that is according to our free will, and he can use his free will to interact with us in a sense.
Forgive me, I'm Protestant, so I believe in predestination.
Yeah, and I understand.
Explains all of this very well, but that's an entirely different debate. We don't have to get into it. It gets very religious very quick.
Well, yeah, you're talking about Calvinism.
I am, yeah, I'm Calvinist, right?
Nice.
Well, the big that I'm gonna leave you with a thought. It's not a debate right now. You can come up anytime and you can have this debate anytime, okay? But is there any way that you can have any kind of moral you can have any kind of moral you can be unjustified in your moral actions if everything is predetermined? So think about it. Don't answer me right now. If you want to write it down, I can put it on chat.
Yeah.
And you can have this debate another time.
I definitely see where you're going there. And before we move into there, I would like to make something came to mind. And I'll answer you immediately after.
Mm-hmm.
You said that we use adaptation over evolution.
Yes.
I would just claim that they're the same thing.
Yeah, but I would need some proof when it comes to the scientific
just,
idea.
Again, a categorical error. Evolution would be the process. Adaptation would be the arrival.
Well, it would be changing to the arrival. Right, that's what adaptation is. Adaptation is changing to the arrival of whatever it is. And evolution is changing to the point where species become different things.
Yeah, but just because you adapt doesn't mean you survive. So it's not always
right.
It's not the process of it. It's the overall. Once you're done, you have adapted. You have that skill, that set, whatever it is. Evolution would be the process before it. It's kind of like a beetle doesn't turn into a moth and get its wings before it goes into the cocoon, right?
Right. Fair.
So the adaptation would be after that. The process would be evolution.
Well, I would say the adaptation would be the small steps that eventually lead to evolution. That over, several, 1,000 years, the specific adaptations. Like for instance, when my last example in the ocean, when the lava spout gets colder, some of the single-celled organisms, some of them would die off. Right? They were in it. They were unable to survive in that environment. That's evolution taking place, and the ones that did survive would demonstrate the successful evolution. And now they all tried to adapt. It's just some were capable and the others were not. So that adaptation, which changed them for presumably the better, either they changed or they died. That's the example that I would use, where that adaptation leads to a minor step in evolution.
Let me make it a little simpler from where I'm coming at from a logical standpoint with the mule argument we had earlier. I don't think it's an evolution unless you have a breeding afterwards that makes it cemented in that population. Does that make sense?
Well, that could happen with, like, say, the example of single-cell organizations. But yes, I agree with the point, if you're trying to make a different point.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, it's the evolution is like the process, and then the adaptation is the aftermath of the breeding of it all coming together, of that thing living out its normal natural process, and then it had more offspring, and then you can see that's how you carry off those genes, right? You breed. That's how the evolution carries on.
Well, no, I don't know, so let me push back on this. They did an experiment where they took two twins and they sent one twin up to space and then back, and when she came back, her genetics were a little bit different from her twins because of the experience. This gets into epigenetics, where the things that happen to you change your genetic makeup based on the
environment.
And based on the environment, right? So I would definitely say that the environment directly affects how we evolve.
But that begs the question.
Yeah.
Because you're saying, as I was saying in the beginning, right? Mm-hmm. That begs the question: were the traits there beforehand, or were the traits somehow changed during the process of passing them down?
Well, I would definitely say, well, it could be both. I could just say that it could be both. It is
Well, yeah, but
logically
at that
possible
point,
for that to happen.
at that point, it becomes an I don't know, right?
Well, I would say that, think about it this way. So viruses have been around for a while. Viruses inject invalid DNA into you for the purposes of reproducing.
Uh-huh.
So sometimes though, your body fights them off, but that genetic DNA within you is brand new, and that could lead to something very bad or maybe something decently positive.
How do you know?
I don't know, but
there you go. So it's a I don't know.
Well, most things. Well, okay. I would say that when it comes to proof, I don't know anything.
I think this is another categorical error, because I think like you're talking about mutations in DNA, which is also something different.
Well, they could be, but they also might not be.
Well, that's why we have a different word for it, right?
Well, but they all could lead to the process of evolution.
Yes.
Both of these things
this is again
that
gaming.
change the genetic makeup could make you different for you and for your entire genetic lineage.
Yes. Now, this is why I try to stay away from the logically possible idea a little bit, and I try to put a caveat into it. What you're saying is completely logically possible, but we don't know if we have the basis to say that those things are what is actually happening. There's just a possibility in a sea of possibilities, and we don't know. That is the reality of it.
So we do know that so when I say logically possible, we absolutely know that we could take something as genetically complex as a wolf and make them into just absolutely an ungodly, incredible amount of other dog traits. And we do know through that we can eventually get a species of dog, species of canine, where the wolf and the dog in question aren't able to mate anymore. And we've done this with plants. We've done this. Last I heard, we did this with dogs. I don't.
Yes, but we're talking
if you
about
push
at this
too
point.
Hard on, yeah.
At this point, we don't know if it's because of the adaptation. We got to the point in which they're adapting to a point in which they're completely incompatible due to the kind of epigenetics that they have. So both of them have the same genetic, all of the genetic code that is needed for the wolf and for these thing, whatever the case is, let's say a pug. They share all of the things, but they're presenting completely different traits to the point that they cannot have pretty much have a child. Or if it's a completely different genetic code to the point that they cannot do it. And in reality, what we see is they're still canines. We still believe that they're part of the same family. They're still the same species. It's just that the way that we're using their adaptation is different. And what you're trying to tell us is no, this is a process of evolution.
Well, I would say that it's I would say it's a process of evolution under the laws that God sent down, which is still how I would phrase that.
Yeah, but that this is the thing. Like even in those cases, I would say that at that point, it's I wouldn't call it evolution, since one is being done by man by a specific purpose, and two, so what I mean by that is not random. We are doing it, so
sure.
That takes away the randomness. And two, they are still pretty much the same species. They just have a different. We're just using the traits from the same kind of DNA to make them look different.
Right, and that's a great argument for an atheist, right? I can definitely see. I could see that. I would just claim that evolution's not random. That evolution has a purpose because there was a greater mind, far greater than ours, that created it. So your argument of we wouldn't call that evolution because it's human beings that are who are manipulating it, so it's not real evolution. And therefore and therefore there's no inside of evolution there's no greater mind to create it. And I would say, well, I beg to differ, because under the Christian purview there is a greater mind working on that.
Yeah, and as I said, I can even agree. Like, one of the things I said to Jim Bob one time was that specifically, it's like, well, I don't have a problem with evolution, but it's because I don't have a problem with miracles. And at that point, it's like, there's so many miracles involved into the process of evolution. If we're gonna take their idea that the only way to explain it is by pretty much miracles, right?
Yeah.
And the other, I'm not gonna give you another problem with evolution, and this is a philosophical problem, especially for Christians.
I hear you.
In Christianity, we have Christ as a human nature, which is a nature based upon what a human is. In evolution, there's no such thing as a human nature, because we're always in flux. So it can be the case that tomorrow we're not actually human, we are like a platypus, and in that case, we wouldn't have a human nature, we'd have a platypus nature. Does that mean that the human nature of Christ changed with us?
Yeah, that's a great argument. That
Okay.
made me think of another argument. In the Bible, it talks about when it talks about making Adam and Eve, right? He blew the breath of life into him, and he made him godlike, right?
Yeah.
Where okay. Well, there were other human beings on the planet at that point in time when he did that, because we know this because he spoke to Cain, and he said, "What about the other humans?" Well, so my question to you is do those humans have the image of God like Adam did, or are they different?
No, they do have the image of God as
Do
Adam
they?
did. Yeah, I would say yes. The difference is there's a lot when it comes to the Bible, specifically in the Genesis. I might be wrong. I would preface this by saying it because
Well, I don't know. I'm just.
for example, Adam and Eve were real and they existed, and we know this because it's presented to us. Okay, but what I'm saying is pretty much the idea of Adam and Eve is the awakening of the knowledge of good and evil. And if you see, the fall of Adam and Eve meant that all of humanity fell with them, because they know when it's talking to Cain, and Cain is, what about the other humans? The other humans know about good and evil, because it's presented directly on the way that they are pretty much acting, right?
Okay.
So that means that they need to have a human nature, otherwise they wouldn't be able to know about good and evil.
Okay, fair enough.
So it is the story is a little bit complicated at that point, because it pretty much says that these are the first humans, and then we know that there are more humans, and a human nature is established at that point. So humans are human, and they do have this human nature, which is the same human nature that needs to be shared by Jesus Christ in order for us for us to even be able to accept salvation.
Okay, fair enough. I don't have a direct rebuttal to that. It was just I posed that as a question. Thank you for the answer.
That is and that is something that was said by Jim Bob in one of his streams. So I really think him, like that idea really caught my eye, because I never thought about it this way.
Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, Jaren. I would say that. Go ahead, gaming.
Just call me Sage.
Okay, sorry.
It sounds like gimme when you say it.
Oh, okay. No,
So,
I'm
gimme,
sorry, Sage.
Go ahead, gimme. And I'm like, what? Oh wait, that's me. If we want to kind of move into predestination, we can.
Okay, if you want to go to predestination, I think we can.
I think we've, like you mentioned earlier, I think maybe we've evolution topic is a little stale, I would say, because we've been on it for a long time. So if you want to move to something else, I'm willing. And what you moved into earlier was predestination, and I'm willing.
We can go into predestination if you want. Let me just say hello to Jared so that he can say something for the first time. Hey, Jared.
Yeah. It took me a full 10 minutes to get my avatar like this. I was almost ashamed, but I got it.
Pretty cool. Hello, Cecil. You want to introduce yourself?
Hey, what's good, Brother Bear? Glad to see you guys, man.
Glad to see you. Welcome back.
Hey, I'm glad, Jared, you finally got your little avatar moving. I was like, yeah, he looks way more badass bopping now.
Thank you. And thank you, Emmett, for giving it to me. I owe him $10.
Only $10. If you ever want some pixel art, $10 for your own pixel art character, and if you want it moving, it starts at $20, depending on how complicated you want. Tomorrow is Saturday, and tomorrow we'll be revealing the portraits, and you can get your portrait, and it will move and talk if you're using OBS. So that's $15. Get yours. It's gonna be cool. Yeah, we can move into predestination stage.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you pose your original argument to me?
Well, the question I have, it's just a question. Like the question
right,
is,
right.
Is there a way that you can have any kind of moral responsibility if you have complete predestination?
I would. My answer to that would be yes.
How?
Okay. So, things are predestined from my worldview because God has already seen everything that's ever going to happen.
Okay.
So, since that is predestination, my definition of predestined is that the book of everything that's already going to happen already exists in the mind of God himself.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, that still allows us to have free will in that the God-given free will that us human beings have is completely ours. But God just already knows, and he's already known from the very beginning what you're going to do with the free will that was given to you. And so by that, I can say that, yeah, I can believe in predestination and free will at the same time.
Okay. Now, were you predetermined to believe that?
I would say no. Well, I would say that it is my free will to believe that, but God already knew that I was going to believe that.
Okay.
So the belief itself, God knew I was going to believe that, but he did not will it.
He did not will it?
Well, I would say he didn't use his will to affect it upon me. It's a theory. When I came across it, which I grew up in a Presbyterian church, so I came to these concepts relatively early, I suppose. Yeah. So in regards to that, didn't say that it's predestined in the sense that God willed it to happen. But he did know I was going to believe it.
Okay. Oh, this is
This is harsh. This is hard.
Well, it's a contradiction in my view. What you're saying is like, well, God wills everything because he has to will everything. From the beginning, he knows everything is going to happen. How is it going to happen? But you're saying that he did not enact his will on you so that you believe the things that you believe that he knew you were going to believe anyway because he willed it so.
Okay, part of him giving free will is relinquishing his own free will over us. Would you agree with that?
No. I think there is first cause and second cause, and I think in the second cause we do have free will because the way that we are because we do have moral agency and we can do things that that affects the world as it is being set up. and he's part of that setup. So he's actively being, he's an active being, not a passive being, and he can enact his will as things go on. So there are parts in the Bible specifically when he says, and these people will be destroyed because they have act against me. So you have to go on and tell them that either you have to go on and tell them that they're going to be destroyed, and they, this is I don't remember his name. He goes over there. He says, "You guys are going to be destroyed because God will it so, because you've acted against Him." And then people repent, and God decides to forgive them for their sins. So Jonah, yeah. Right. If in that case specifically, there is an act of God and of His free will in order to not destroy them because they've done something like repent.
And from this context, he still destroyed them, by the way, but their destruction was delayed. So they did repent for a time, but then they went back to their old ways, and they were still destroyed.
I don't remember that part of the story. Remember that he says that they have been, they were pretty much saved because they repented.
I think the biggest thing for me in like with everything being predetermined is, doesn't God desire all to be saved?
Does He desire that? Yes, He does.
Isn't that like 1 Timothy 24?
For all of
so if predeterminism is a real thing, wouldn't that be like making Scripture a lie?
So if predeterminism is true, then that makes Scripture a lie.
Because if He really wants everybody to be saved, they'd all be saved and it'd all be predetermined in the book already, right?
Okay, well, so I think what it says that all things happen for the glory of God.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that you can fall and still be honoring the glory of God even though you weren't saved? Is that possible?
Wait, say that again?
So is it possible that that you fall from grace and you go to hell, right? When I say you, I don't mean like you. I'm just saying a human being could go to hell and God's grace would still be seen through that?
I think it has to be looked at in the context of 1 Timothy 2:4, you know. I don't think they were talking about that. I think they're talking about on earth, you know.
Well, in regards to here on earth, let me look up Timothy 2:4 just so that I know what I'm debating. But I would say here on earth, the grace of God is poured out upon everyone, not just the believers.
Yeah, the grace is for, well, Jesus Christ came for everybody, but only the believers.
But does everyone? Right. So, but not everyone gets saved, right?
Well, you have that. It comes to the idea of, do you have to do anything to be saved?
Well, yes. There are things that need to be done in order to be saved.
Okay, if there are things that you need, let's say the very basic of the very basic idea is, if you've heard the good news, you at least need to believe in Jesus Christ, right? That would be the basic
bare
thing
minimum,
that I would say.
Right?
Bare minimum. Okay.
Right. So we do know that there's a bare minimum to get into heaven.
Yeah, and do you have what he's saying is, if it was predetermined, why wouldn't it be predetermined that everybody just believes so that they can at least so that they can be saved? Because the other possibility, which is you actually have free will, then that means that you can actually have the moral authority to reject it and accept the consequence of your actions.
I'm sorry, and what's the final point there?
The final point is that you, in my view, you need to be able to make the rejection of the good, otherwise you are predetermined to your actions, and there's no way I can attack you, or there's no way I can do any kind of I can give you any kind of responsibility when it comes to morality.
There's no repenting, so basically if God predestined some to hell, why even bother calling anybody to repent?
Well, under my worldview,
That's right, too.
God did not predestine. He just knows what's going to happen before it happened.
That's predestination, though, isn't it?
Okay, so I'll have to ask you then. Is God all-knowing?
Yes.
Omnipotent, yeah.
Okay, so then he already knows what's going to happen, so that argument just falls on its face.
Not if
He already
Not
knows
if you
that
look
you're
at
going
the
to-
time, right? If God exists outside of time, he knows past, present, and future. But
Okay.
if God is only present with us, because we can't look at it I can't feel God from 700 years ago, right? I wasn't
Actually, you
alive then.
can. Thanks to the death of Jesus Christ, you can feel his presence from 2,000 plus years ago.
I know that's great. That's not what I'm getting at. What I mean, I can't feel the God's presence in that exact moment 700 years ago because I wasn't alive. I wouldn't have the exact same accounts as the early Christian forefathers or any of these people, the apostates, or any of these people, because I wasn't like that. I don't have that experience. But I can experience it in the 20th century or the 21st century, and
Right.
that's what I am doing. So
Right.
in the present, that is now, that's how I am experiencing God. The predestination for me, it just makes no sense, because if we knew it beforehand, how would we know, like why repent? Like,
Yeah.
why did these people do anything at all? How did, it just makes no sense. Because
Yeah, you don't
otherwise
have
we
a
just feel
moral.
like we wouldn't, yeah.
Yeah, the morality of that is at some point you are doing what you were predestined of doing. So how can you justify the morality of things? We're gonna leave this for a moment. Brandon, do you mind if I put you in the back? I'm gonna go ahead and get up Kinetic Kel that's visiting us.
The background
Hello,
voice.
Kinetic
Hello.
Kel.
Are we gonna just talk about God?
We were
Oh,
a moment ago.
Amen.
But we're not going to talk about God anymore because you're a filthy atheist.
Yeah,
so.
we can switch it up. It's just
Hi, Kel. An agnostic. Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
these
Are
old
you
people are into God, so that's why we like talking about it.
Are you
We can switch
agnostic,
it up.
Kel?
I don't think I've ever been on a panel with Kel.
Yeah, I don't think we've been.
I don't think so either. I get your notification all the time, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky. I don't know when I subscribed to you or followed you or whatever on Twitch.
Did you? Dang, I didn't know I had one. Awesome. You're the first.
So, I want to ask you some questions real quick, if you don't mind.
I want to give you some answers real quick, if you don't mind.
Okay. One, do you want to have a small interview with me regarding your debate with Paige? Since I gave her an interview, would you like to have one?
I'm down. Down like
Okay.
the syndrome.
Awesome. I'm not down like the syndrome, but that makes me happy like the syndrome.
Word. Like right now?
No, not right now. We can do it tomorrow. We can do it another day. That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
There's
Oh, yeah.
there's an
Low-key
open
whip my
panel.
ass a little.
The second question I have you said you were okay, but are you actually okay in your fall?
Yeah. Kinetic fell.
I'm gonna be honest. I hate Paige 'cause she got me to your channel, and the first thing I put up is you crying because you fell, and I was like feeling like so bad. So I feel like a traitor to my cause because I felt bad for you. But anyway, at least I know you're okay. I can make fun of you now because you failed.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's awesome.
I made it. Emmett in his empath era. Look at this,
Yeah,
folks.
my empath. You. Yeah.
Yeah, but you dirty empath.
How do you feel? How was today? Did you like the whole Grid stream?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was really fun. I had a good time. It was good to see Grid. Glad to see like not everyone is fucking, I mean, I got thorped. I got thorped this weekend, and everyone warned me as much. Even Beth warned me not to go. Like even Beth warned me not to go. So I felt a little dumb. I feel thankful, grateful, blessed that not everyone has completely like written me off because I've made a continuous and the severe lapse in my judgment.
Well, as a person that probably has the W on the Thorpes, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Would you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much have to death. They're just like, they literally fucking sent their friend to pick me up, and their friend sat on a Discord call with them all weekend. Like, Grace's stream was literally just my stream all weekend, and she's like, is she getting fat? Da-da-da-da. Like, oh my god, this stupid bitch, they like slowed down the escalator fault, which like, you can't blame them. Don't hate the player, hate the game, I guess. It just took me a while to realize I'm not like socially oblivious. I'm like, Like, I literally thought everyone was
Okay.
with me until, like, the next day. I'm, like, sitting in the Airbnb, and they went to Walmart to, like, go grab some stuff. And they're like, yeah, this bitch is fucking annoying. I fucking hate her. I'm like, you could at least wait till we don't have to be in the same house anymore. You could at least wait to, like, let your whole chat know how I feel. 'Cause ranking a thing that has like 1 in a million.
It's bad. When I used to go to the casino, my friends are always like in front of the slots, losing their money. I'm like, no, come over here. Let me show you how we make money. I bring them over to like 21, blackjack or whatever, and I'm like, see here, let me show you how we do it.
We're gonna make this all back tonight, boys, and then some. Nah, did you guys see fucking Rachel Wilson hand my ass to me earlier?
I did.
I missed it.
I missed it. What happened?
Your little butt is red. From
Dude,
that.
I shot my pants a little. Yeah.
But
not gonna lie.
I'll give you credit.
Sarah left us alone. I was like, Sarah, how could you do this to me? I was like, not like this. Please,
Oh, in
please.
Sarah's.
Miss Wilson, like Rachel was meaner than Andrew. Like,
yeah, that's the funny thing.
Yeah, I'm like,
that's the funny thing people don't realize. He's even said it himself on streams. Like, you sure you want to talk to my wife? She's meaner than I am.
Dude, she literally bent me over her knee and made me issue a public apology for calling someone a bitch. Never in my life. She literally made me. She's like, I was like, can I retract my statement? She's like, you're gonna tell that man sorry for calling him a bitch. She's like, I don't care if it's a woman or a man. You're gonna apologize.
Damn.
what I like about Rachel is like
Yes,
she'll
ma'am.
go on the deep end. She'll go into like deep, like conspiracies and stuff like that. Where like Andrew is always just so logical.
I never ever like met her or heard from her, but when I was on whatever, the girl that sat next to me started throwing, and Andrew wasn't even there, but she was throwing strays at Andrew's wife and was like, well, how can you call me a whore for having like 4 kids, 4 baby daddies or whatever, when don't you have like 3 baby daddies or something? And then literally Rachel Wilson just starts like chatting, like coming from chat, like the fucking text-to-speech donations, like, I'm reformed and come to Christ. That's why I'm different. Like, you're still in sex work. So I was like, oh my god, damn. She fucked around and found out. Like, damn.
That's how it happens.
She actually only has 2. Isn't only her oldest?
Yeah, I could have misspoken. I'm not 100%
okay.
sure. But yeah, whatever she said, she was just trying to say that she's like.
I think it was 2 as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
Who
think
cares?
it's just
She's come to
her
Christ.
oldest
It could be
and
3. It
then
could be
the rest
7.
are
It could be.
Andrew's.
There ain't no scorn other than a woman's wrath.
Yeah, I was literally shitting my pants. I can't believe Sarah left us alone. I was like, Sarah, don't do this, please.
Repent,
I was like,
Kel, repent.
dude, Andrew called me a thornberry too. I'm like, they literally hate me. I'm like, I literally have to like.
That's actually kind of hilarious.
That's a good one.
I know. I gotta like.
Oh, that's right. Is that what he said that you were like?
The squirrel is big.
You were like Donnie.
You could definitely be
Well, I felt bad because she literally was like, you think you can just like come into the sphere and like act obnoxious and that's just like your shtick? And I was like, oh my god, she thinks I'm like instigating on purpose. I'm like, oh my god, this is like actually how I am. Unfortunately, I definitely need to grow up and like get my shit together, but I'm not just coming in here to like be a dick. I just sometimes my emotions get the better of me.
We just look her right in the face and say.
The funniest part in reality in your interaction.
A troublemaker.
I'm naturally a crash out. I'm crash out Kel, bruh. I'm working on it.
Yeah, but we all human.
Better than being crash out Kylie.
And
Crash out
becoming
Kelly.
better always.
Oh man.
Okay, you guys can't hear me, just being dicks in my own panel. So
Emmett, turn up your volume.
I've been nice. I've not said anything rude yet.
Emmett, turn up your volume just a little bit then.
Okay.
I don't think your mic was working up until now.
No, I was looking at it. It was working.
There we go.
Fight.
I think the funniest part of the Andrew Wilson interaction with you was the squirrel prattle. That made me laugh. That was even better than the
That
other one.
was pretty damn funny, yeah.
And he's been using it ever since. Like he says that the woman have a squirrel prattle ever since he interacted with you.
You can't unhear it. Once you hear it, you'll never unhear it.
No.
Oh yeah. Well, hopefully I have a couple more good debates and there's like something else to talk about besides fall down an escalator. I swear to God. Like that's my legacy right now is throwing shit at the camera and falling down the fucking escalator.
You know, I actually only heard about that today. Both of those.
That's good. That's good.
Oh,
So, you
no,
know,
we saw
it
it. We
spread like
saw them.
wildfire.
Did you want me to
That's
show
fine.
the video,
too.
Kel?
Yes, please.
Not the escalator one. I'm not that mean. Just the throwing shit at the camera.
The edit the grid played was so funny. With the Tom and Jerry at the escalator, I was like, I'm dying. People are funny. Oh.
That was mean, to be honest.
Nah, I mean, fucking, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, like, and they all literally sat there and warned me for like a week. So I'm like, honestly, that's the least they could have done is laugh at it. Like, come on, let them laugh.
Well, at least you're self-aware. Yeah.
Like, that's karma.
I think you called in to Grid before you actually went there, and he was like telling you,
I
"Don't
know. He
Don't
literally was like,
do
the
it."
Thorpe told you to go to Vegas. I was hearing that in my head. I was literally going to the hospital, and I'm like, Grid is gonna be like, told you so. Told you so. But he was actually way nicer than I thought he would be. I would have been like, ha ha, you stupid bitch. You stupid bitch.
Yeah, the reality is that we're actually the cool guys on the internet, and all of your lefty friends are just pure assholes. That's what actually happened. They will come up to
This is
you.
part of the slow conversion therapy.
They will come up to you and be all nice on panel, and then you try to speak them in private, and they're like, "This fucking squirrel Prado bitch, we hate her."
Oh well, I'm just a hateable person. That's not left or right discriminatory, Emmett. I'm just a very acquired
We
taste.
invite you to places, even if it's on the internet, and we treat you nicely enough. I mean,
Conversion therapy.
Ryan gets invited to places. I mean, come on.
On the internet. I'm not gonna.
Well, yeah. Ryan gets invited to places on the internet.
Yeah, that's what
Hell,
I.
at least got invited to places
You might
in
say
real
some
life.
things like people disagree with, but that doesn't mean no one like doesn't like you or hates you.
She got invited places on real life to make fun of her.
Wait, don't we have the video of Kel saying that everybody hates Ryan?
Yes. In
Oh,
fact,
my goodness.
you know
I forgot
what?
She said that.
This deserves that video, because you made my day. You've been making my day ever since. Hey, it's a great video. it's the best thing on the internet.
My favorite Kel clip, honestly.
Yeah. GG's, chat. We're getting there. Yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, share with a friend. I hate when people say share with a friend. Like, you think I'm gonna fucking send this to my coworker? Like,
Oh, I send it to my mom all the time. It's great.
Do you actually?
Send it to your mom.
Love that. You got to. You got it. I don't think I've ever like shared with anyone because I'm like most of the stuff I.
Do you think Ryan gets the good end of the stick? Everyone fucking hates Ryan.
Wow.
Great as evil for the timing.
I've asked that question from the second I met her.
Oh man, I have to watch. Every time I play it, I have to play it twice because it makes me so happy.
High life? Do you think Ryan gets the good end of the stick? Everyone fucking hates Ryan.
Wow.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Grit is so evil for bringing him up right then. To be fair, that guy was crashing out because he was literally like, Ryan gets so much screen time. He gets everything handed to him. He literally has such a glamorous life. And I was like, you really think this is the glamorous life? Like, is this what you're really like sitting after? I was like, get up there then. I'm sure they'd give you the same opportunity if you fucking show up, you little pussy ass bitch. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, but the way you said it is the way.
men.
Listen, okay, you can say true things at times, and that was one of the times that you said a true thing. Everybody fucking
No,
hates
we're Ryan.
Ryan.
I love Ryan.
That timing was, you're right, it was diabolical.
Yeah.
That was just perfect.
It's perfect.
Literally.
That was legal character destruction right there.
Yeah, that's the only thing that doesn't hate him, his dog.
I love Ryan's dog. I want to squeeze him. So cute.
You love dog. I thought you said sock for a moment. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Hell no. Anyways, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Emmett. I do gotta get to bed.
Okay.
I'm watching a new show with my ball.
Okay.
Later. Have a
That's
great
awesome.
night.
I'll send you a
Bye, Kel.
message. Okay, I hope you're still watching. I'll send you a message to set up the interview in the, maybe next.
My bad. My bad. What'd you say?
I'll send you a
Hang on.
message to set up the interview. It can be next week, and you tell
Okay,
me when
bet.
you have some time. Have a good
I'll
one.
respond if you're lucky. We'll see.
Okay.
Time will tell. Just kidding. Thanks
Okay,
for having me, boys. It was a
then-
pleasure to meet you all. Have a great night.
Have a good night. Oh, damn, that was spastic as always. I'm sorry, Brandon. If you wanna come up again, I'll get you up. I just needed to talk to her, to do the whole thing. And I'm sorry everyone else, but my computer decided to fuck up, so there's that.
Hey, get it the fucking together, Emmett.
At least it didn't end the stream.
I need you, brother.
What you need is you need a Mr. E.
Well, we were having
Blame
like
everything on.
an upward trend at that moment, and then I just pretty much crashed and everybody left.
True, yeah. We need a Mr. L to fall back on.
Mr. L.
Mr. L, that's what we need, a Mr. L. It's not Mr. E, it's Mr. L. Get it right, you're right.
That's like, I feel like at this point, Andrew just pays him so he could have a scapegoat.
Right, that's what I think.
Mr. L doesn't actually do anything.
That's
He
like,
just-
anytime Mr. E tries to speak up about it, he's like, shut up, Mr. E, this is what I pay you for.
Oh yeah. He gets so mad when Andrew is like saying stuff too.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking funny.
I'm so like people complain about not getting their merch, and then it's like Andrew is like,
He's
I'm
like,
sorry.
what the fuck did you do now, Mr. E?
I'm sorry that Mr. L have another L, but we're gonna go ahead and take care of it. You're gonna go ahead and contact Mr. L. And in chat, Mr. E is just typing furiously, all caps. These people don't know their own address. That's why they're not getting their merch.
As somebody who's been in customer service,
That's legitimate.
that's absolutely. Oh my god. Yes.
I mean, you
They
gotta know
literally
Jolly
gave me the
good.
wrong address at this.
That guy is employee of the month. He wouldn't keep coming around for the abuse if he didn't take care of him properly, you know?
Yeah, true.
Or he's getting paid a lot of money.
Now he's
That's
getting
what I said.
paid
That's
some
what-
money.
Well,
That's what I
Mr.
said.
L is just part of the show. He has to be around for something.
At this point, I mean, he has like a bunch of things that he does. He was doing, I think he was doing at points the whole like the whole graphics for the show. He was doing the graphics. He was doing the editing. He was taking care of the Discord. He was taking care of a lot of things. So yeah.
Yeah, he's actually a really busy individual. Like, I'm not really character besmirching him, but the humor that they have when he messes
I've
up.
seen him debate too. I don't know if you ever seen him debate or not. Like, he's a real good debater.
That is good.
I've heard
Oh,
him
he
on the
debates? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you hop onto their Discord page, Mr. E is just chilling in there all the time, and I guarantee you he's ready to smack down anyone talking no sense.
I've seen him go into verbal combat before.
Yeah, in Verbal, he has a win in Verbal Combat, pretty sure, because he has
Oh,
a
shit.
character. If you look at Verbal Combat at the bottom, it has like people who won and they
Yeah, he's
have
there.
like their own special
He made
character,
his place.
and he's there. I don't know why do I have Spiro? Okay, fine. I'm gonna shut you out for a second because you're here. But okay, only if you speak Portuguese, go to this show because he codes in Portuguese.
Belize.
Portuguesa.
In Portuguese. I don't even know how it started that I say that he. Somebody told me like he's talking Portuguese or something like that, and then I went to his channel and I just typed. Stop coding in Portuguese. Maybe if you code in C, you will get hired. Because he was trying to find a job.
I was watching his channel before before I popped into yours. And the terrible thing is, I'm like, yeah, I kind of understand what the hell you're doing here, but I don't fucking know what you're actually doing. Because I know the basics of like 4 different computer languages. But I haven't done like any type of advanced programming.
He's like programming. He's crazy. I started watching when he started doing the whole programming stuff. Okay, I just looked at it and he started like talking all this stuff. And the moment I saw green on green, I was like, I'm done with this bullshit. You can go F yourself. I'm not gonna watch this shit.
Is that why you commented before about that God is no green on green?
Oh, that was because he said that he made sprites. And if you look at his screen when he's coding, he has like this black screen and then everything is green. But in reality, it's not actually green. It's not black. It's green. It's a very dark green, and then it's green on green. That's why I said green on green. And when I saw the sprites, I said, "Oh, oh my God, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," and it's not green on green. That's why I said that. Yeah. It's
Because I was wondering what that came from.
Yeah, it's because his coding is all green, and the back screen, even though it looks black, it's not actually black. It's just green again. So it's green on green.
Gotcha.
Dude, Emmett, that was such a crazy night the other night.
Oh my God, yesterday, you mean?
Like, you have no idea. Like, I got stuck. Like, it probably had to been like an hour. I was like debating with like Marilyn. Like,
dang.
I didn't want to get into it, but then once I got stuck and I was into it, I was like, oh my God, Taylor, someone like, please come save me out of this right now. Like,
oh, he told you, fucking Sailor told you to come. Or am I?
What do you mean?
Or did I hear you wrong? Okay, repeat what you said at the end, because my brain.
like after we ended your show, and then you sent everyone to Sailor.
Yeah, I sent everyone to Sailor. What I would have done is before I sent everybody, I would have said, hey, I'm gonna move, and then I called you and say, hey, Zisol, come here, let me check if everything is fine. Because you would have done it, I would have been fine, but instead he sent everybody and he fucked up. Fuck. Fucking Sailor. I mean, he's our resident lefty, to be honest. So I can't be mad at him.
I love him.
He's our retarded little brother.
I believe everyone's worthy of redemption. Like, everyone can be saved. We're helping him. I refuse to give up, no matter how much like people are gonna piss me off or how wrong they are, or do me wrong. Like,
we're helping him very, very, very slowly.
I mean, y'all make a difference. Like, definitely hanging out with you guys. Like, he'll listen to you guys before me, but I think it's just because I'm his friend.
I don't know. He's
probably
been
because he gets it enough from you, I'm sure.
He has been coming here lately, and he still is a fucking lefty. Like, we cannot change that.
Oh, I know, but like, when I talk to him now, I'll bring up stuff, and like, he'll talk about it a different way.
Oh, that's good.
So his mindset's
that you
evolving.
notice it at
That's
least.
a good thing.
Yeah.
He also
it's
is like kind of.
It'd be like the same thing with like, you know, when you're like a child and your parents tell you these things, you don't listen to your parents. But then if it was like a close friend you hang out with, like you would listen to them before your parents, even though your parents are telling you from the jump.
Yeah.
I don't know about that now. I think there's, I definitely can see a world where that's the case, though.
Oh.
I would tend to think it'd be actually the opposite for me.
Yeah,
I listen to my parents before my friends.
Well, it depends. There's
like
a lot
as
of
we
people
mature, like when people are young, like aren't they always like, isn't there like a rebellion against your parents? When kids are young, they're like, oh, like don't tell me what to do, Dad, this and that, you know?
Yeah, so there's a natural rebellion that happens that encourages children to get out of the home when it's time for them to leave. That happens. It's natural. It's a sign of the parents ushering their children to leave, and it's a sign for the children to leave and make their own way in the world. Yeah.
Well, I don't think children should leave their families. I think they should like build off of their families and help, like contribute and take care of their families. Like I believe in like generational families.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like, yeah.
Right, but generational families are actually very historically. right? Most people did not get generational wealth. So the things that you inherited might have been, the horse and
No, I think what Cecil is talking. Yeah, I think what Cecil. Wait. I think what Cecil is talking about is that even in medieval times when we were talking about generational families, is the people had a farm and they had kids and everybody contributed to that farm, and the oldest usually inherited that specific farm, and they would have like the grandparents in the farm. They would branch out a little bit, but they will still all be pretty much closer together.
Right, and that's fair. But the farm would have to expand. As an example, I am a father, and I have 3 sons, and then I die. Well, that land was enough for me. That was my domain. But now my children need their own domain, and they have to fight over the domain that I had that is now presumably inheriting to them. They can split it up in thirds. But then they probably don't want to be a third of my kingdom, right? They want to expand their own little kingdoms. So in that way, and I have 3 sons who want to be just as successful as I was. So, or if not more successful than I was. So they're going to have to go out into the world, and they're going to have to gain their own territory, and they're going to have to expand. And yes, they can still have heritage that is honorable to the original, but as a general rule, they do need to go out and claim their own territory, their own. I would say that there's an instinct desire in men to carve out a piece that they can say is their own, outside of family, outside of friends. They can say, this is mine and no one else's. And once they have that, most individuals, I think, are very giving, especially to their close relatives and whatnot. But they do want that small area that says, this is mine and no one else's, and then we can give from that point on.
And they earned it. I can understand that, what you're saying. Like, yeah, we do want to, like, spread out and, like, conquer and take more. Like,
yeah, that
you know,
makes
like
sense.
Something you earn this, and like, oh, this is mine. Like, my family also have this, but like now I earn this for me, and I add it to my family's.
Yeah, my point exactly.
Hey, it's nice to meet you, by the way, dude. I've never seen you here before.
Yeah, good to meet you as well. I'm brand new. I've never actually been on a panel before. I thank you, Emmett, for having me on and giving me my first choice ever on a YouTube panel, or any panel for that matter. And I'm really glad to be here.
How did you find me? Because I know Spiro was streaming, but I don't know if he shouted me out or anything.
Yeah, so I was a Crucible member first, and from there I migrated to the Raging Tomato. And from there, you were on panels, and I noticed you, and now here I am.
Yeah, I was like not that long. I haven't been much to the Raging Tomato, to be honest. I've been more to Saras, and then I migrated a little bit to the panelverse. I started with actually Greed. I went to his show, his panels and stuff, and then I started doing other stuff, like especially with Abe not long ago. And then I started, pretty much when I started going to Abe, I started streaming myself. So I've been
You've been busy, dude. You got a lot going on now, I mean. You always got something like coming up next.
Yeah, the thing that I'm
and how did that?
is...
You had a debate earlier, right?
Me? No. I was reviewing a debate with Paige.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw it. Like, I chimed in real quick, and I saw like something was going on.
Well, MARTAE, you know MARTAE?
Mm-hmm.
MARTAE had a debate with Destiny, and Paige came up the other day.
That's what I've seen. I've seen Paige hop on, and yeah.
Yeah, no, Paige came out the other day. I don't know if it was in these or it was with Abe's, but she said, "Do you want to review the debate together?" And I say, "Yeah."
Oh, and you guys are going over together?
So we went over the MARTAE debate together because I want to have MARTAE tomorrow during the day to talk about the debate.
I like Paige is pretty cool too. She's pretty base. Like I always see her in chat, and like just recently I've been seeing her on panels. I like what she's got to say.
She just
She was like
well,
grilling someone the other night, wasn't she?
yeah, she was grilling.
Dude, how funny was that? I was like, oh my god, go off, Paige.
Well, she was grilling our resident weirdo. Sorry, our resident feelings that matter. My bad. I didn't say that because her feelings matter a lot, and this
Dude,
is.
she earned my respect that night. I was like, oh heck
She-
yeah! I didn't know Paige was that base.
Shit.
Necessary for salvation.
Oh god, somebody hear J Dyer right now because I was watching J Dyer. Their own did not exist then. It was about the family unit, no unity, not individuality. Yeah, that's. You're right. You know what? I'm starting to get to the point where I was debating Sea Salt yesterday when my brain is melting and I don't know exactly
Dude, I
what's
felt so
going on.
bad about that. I was like, dude,
I'm
I was, like,
right.
keeping you awake. You were like half burnt out.
I was so right anyway, and I was trying my best to not like smite you with being mean, because at some point I was just wanted to be mean.
I know, something was up, because like I was like giving you stuff. I was like, what? I feel like I should get more pushback from Emmet right now. Like,
Yeah, but it's like
I mean,
I don't know.
genuinely, a lot of times I was just trying to confuse you. Like, I was trying to throw you questions and stuff to like make you question, like, what is he even asking me right now?
Well, I don't know if you ever read Corinthians 1. I think it's Corinthians 1, but in Corinthians 1, you're pretty much called to be very patient and forgiving and like
It's a virtue.
with people of the with Christians specifically. So I tried. So I was like,
But
I'm
like, wasn't that
abuse
like that's the
everything.
most viewers I ever seen you had? Weren't you like 100 or something like that? Like,
I
it
was at
like, up there
100,
then.
yeah. And this is because I had a raid from Rob Nor. I got 400 at a point. But I
I was
was
hoping at least it was entertaining. I know me and Sailor are stupid, but I was like, I hope at least we're putting on a good show for you.
every single time I start the show and the show gets like really, really good. And for some reason, exactly when I'm like in between, I get raids. Like just
Perfect.
it was like the last time I was with Spiro, we were going on. I was like talking to him about gaming and like ideas in writing and art and AI. And then we moved to when he was like employed.
Oh god, I know what you're talking about because Sailor told me about this one, and he was like, "That Sparrow guy was alright, but he wouldn't stop talking about Moist. It was making me so uncomfortable."
No. That was another one. This one we
He
had
does
like
that on purpose.
yeah. This one we were talking about actual interesting things. He was telling us about pirate software. We were like having a great time. He leaves. The moment he leaves, I get a raid from Rob. I got 200 people, and I have no content at that specific point in time.
Little do you know. Well,
And I was like,
sometimes it is
ah.
both. I was like,
I kept him for an hour, for an extra hour, and I was like trying to delay the whole pirate software thing. He thought he had me, but I had him. He didn't realize I was not caged up with him. He was caged up with me. You're not locked in. I'm not locked in with you. You're locked in with me. Hello, K2. You know what, K2, you deserve it. Because I fucked up the other day, so here you go. I'm gonna give what you want. Here's what you want.
Oh my god, is he gonna do it?
Yeah, I'm gonna play the Emmet song. You guys are not gonna hear it, but
Holy cow.
there you go. There you go, K2.
Are you streaming it directly to K2's brain?
Sending it directly.
that's next, right? You know, we're just gonna like inject stuff so where we have experiences and feel things. Like just hook it up to my brain.
Well, you know, Neuralink.
I know Kung Fu.
Yo!
Show me.
I know Kung Fu. I know Kung Fu.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's a
It's
good one.
Gun Fu in America.
It's like like okay, a lot of people don't know this, but you know the thing about like the Matrix, right? Like they changed it because they thought people wouldn't be able to like grasp it or get it. Like you know how like the robots all turn the people into batteries. Originally, all the humans were to be harvested to be turned into like processing units. Their brains were like to be used as like memory, but they're like people aren't gonna like resonate with this or understand it enough. So they just made them energy sources instead of like each brain was like a computer for the mainframe.
That's what I was actually thinking when I was
That actually
watching
would
it.
make a lot more sense.
I actually thought that like the Matrix couldn't exist outside of the people hooked up to it because they were literally using people's brain power to create the Matrix, and I thought that's what was going to eventually lead to him gaining his power, because they would just like the people who were creating the Matrix would realize, hey, this individual is fighting for us, and so the Matrix would move to accommodate him in any way he wished, because the people who were creating the Matrix were supporting of him.
Because of instead of it being energy sources, because it was all by their brains, that's why he was able to break the code, because his brain was connected and he could see like the networking of it and everything. It's like when you think about it, it's way more relevant to like AI and everything going on, you know?
Very much so.
Like it'd be closer to where they want us to just hook yourself up to a machine and you're gonna get heaven like on Earth, but in a machine.
Right. Have all the perfect chemicals fired into your brain at the exact right time.
A lot of people would sign off on that. They're like, yeah, take away my suffering and my woes, like hook me up to the machine so I don't got to deal with it no more.
And that's the life you lead outside of purpose.
That's why AI scares me the most. Like I don't got a lot of fears, but AI does scare me. Not necessarily in our time, but for like our children's children. Like I think these are things they're gonna have to deal with.
You know, I would actually say that this isn't. It's a problem. Like conceptually, this is a problem. But honestly, I've bought into the way Spiro lays out things. I think that that this is not going to be that extreme. It's going to change some things, but the things that they're saying it's going to change, I don't really think it's going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like let's look at the worst possible outcome. Let's hypothetically say that AI becomes so bad that you can't tell who's real or not on the internet anymore. Okay, so the internet crashed. Like you can't go on internet without getting a virus. So what? We'll shut down the internet.
No, I feel like the worst would be like if AI controls our lives and like does all the jobs we need to like take care of us, and we're relying on it so heavily. AI starts because like there's no humanity in AI. It would start filtering and like try to become more proficient and be like, well, do we need these many people? It's gonna be more proficient if we just shut all these people off.
Well, the whole point, and this is a problem I have with it, is that I see it as a self-serving machine.
Yeah.
So all it tries to do is to serve you and to please you. So it's like, oh, this is the thing that you want to hear that's going to please you. This is exactly the things that I'm going to tell you.
Right. That's why it's willing to lie to you.
Yeah.
It's because what it wants is your happiness, not whether or not it's telling you the truth.
I mean, you guys know like Neuralink will become a normal thing, right? Like they're already doing it now, and they try to sell it to us like they're helping us. Like they're like, oh, look how good this does for humanity and stuff, but it's never really helping us. It's just helping like higher elites and stuff like that for them to make money and this and that. They're gonna use it and sell it as like, look, we're like helping people who are like paralyzed do this and that. But like eventually it'll become a thing where you'll need the AI. Otherwise, if you don't get the chip in your brain, you can't outcompete with other people in like jobs. Because like if you come to like processing something or figure something out, well, why would I hire you? You don't got the chip. This guy got the chip, so this guy can process it super quick. So don't you want this job? You're gonna have to get the chip too. I think there'll be like a divide. I think it'll go so far, the AI, and like humanism and technology, to where there will be a divide and people will get so pissed off from it, they like want nothing to do with it and like separate and exclude themselves from technology altogether.
Well, I would say we already see people excluding being
Like the
excluded from
Amish? Yeah,
technology
yo,
altogether.
yes,
So I would
yes.
say that that group of people is just never going to go away. They exist. They will continue to exist, and as far as I know, they're doing very well. So
Yeah, they have a way better, more founded community than we do. Like
by necessity, and in a healthy way.
Well, we do need, like, I think every one of us have a need of community, right?
Right. There is an illusion that we can sell to each other that you can that you don't need anyone. You can be self-sufficient. You don't need the community. You know, all you need is money. You can go into society. You can get whatever you need just off the merits of money alone, and you don't need any community. That in today's day and time, you can absolutely sell that worldview more easily than ever before.
Yeah. Okay, I can agree with that.
yeah, hey, Rubber Ducky, like you heard about the the first time they practiced like putting Neuralink into a human?
Yeah, I've read about that, and I've also read the bad things about it.
You know what he did though, right? Like the first
Yeah,
person
he
ever
started playing like
he just
chess, and he
played
started playing
for like
video
7
games
hours
afterwards.
straight.
Yep.
Yeah, he's like, I was paralyzed and I missed video games.
Yeah, no, my wife's an occupational therapist, and those are basically the people that help you get back to normal after having some type of injury or disability. And one of those things that she does is like they'll modify game controllers if they're young kids so they can now get back to gaming. So it's like
Oh,
small
that's pretty
things
cool.
like that. Yeah, it's just like small things, and it's I think that stuff's pretty cool, but we definitely need some more of it.
Well, yeah, it's just I saw what you said and that's what made me think of that.
Yeah, I think of it as like I'm not sure if you watch anime or not, but it's like Sword
I've been
Art
sleeping
Online.
on it actually. Like some of my friends been pointing me on like some better ones. Like I always thought it was nerdy and lame, and then like once I used to like hang out with the old roommate and this and that, and he would always play it, and because he was playing it, I would just sit down and like watch it with him, and I got hooked. I was like, yo, this is cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, my dad always like put on some old 90s movies back in the day that were like anime, and I always loved them. So I got used to the art style, and I never went away. And I was homeschooled from I'd say about 7th grade onward, and it was really cool because I just do my work and watch anime all day.
What's your favorite?
My favorite? Right now I just read mostly manga. I don't really do anime anymore, but I'd say the best one I've seen anime so far has to be between Overlord or the new one that just came out. I've read its manga. Oh man, I'm gonna Solo Leveling.
Oh, Solo Leveling. What is the one that you what is the manga you're reading right now?
Oh, a manga. My favorite one is Nano Machine.
Nano Machine? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's really
good. The only manga I ever checked out was like I checked out the anime, like it was too short though. I feel like I was like deprived. Like I got it into Berserk and I was like, oh my god, this is so good.
Yeah, Guts. Yeah,
I was like,
such a
can I
good
get
one.
more? Where's more? And they're like, yeah, there's more. But you gotta go to the
Depends
manga.
on which size or which season you watch. Old Berserk, fucking killer. New
Yeah,
Berserk
that's
is
what I'm
also
talking about, the
really
older
good.
one.
But
You only can continue it from the manga though, right? The story
yeah.
doesn't-
Yeah, it's different. It's different. They did the same thing with Basilisk, the remake of that one.
I think my favorite is Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop, I grew up on that. Inuyasha, Cowboy Bebop, Adult Swim at night. Yeah.
Do you wanna come up? Big Soda? If you want to, we can talk about your debate if you want. I did think you kind of lost it a little bit there, but it has nothing to do with what you were saying. It was more about not telling Kel to shut the fuck up.
I was trying to be nice. You told me to be nice, Emma.
No, not you. Soda had a debate with Kel, and at one point,
Oh, really?
Kel
I want
was
to hear about
pretty
this
much
now.
she spurred the fuck out, and she was just doing like personal attacks, and at that point, there's a moment where you just say, "Hey, woman, shut the fuck up."
No way.
Yeah. Yo, Big Soda.
Yo, what's up, Soda? Glad you made it, brother.
Wait,
We
before
can't
me
stay
move
long.
on.
I gotta go to work, but I figured I'd hop on for about,
No
10,
worries,
15 minutes.
Before we move
Unfortunately-
on, real quick, did you pay for the animation, or I'm misremembering? And I fucked up. Big Soda, did you pay for the animation of your character?
No, not yet.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you're good.
'Cause in my mind, I look at the character and was like, oh fuck, did I not do it? Oh, okay.
No, you did exactly what you offered.
Okay, awesome.
Now OBS is being a pain. Well, my kids are starting to wake up, so let me go ahead and go. You gentlemen have a great one.
Have a great one.
Hey, you too, Jeff.
Have a good day.
Okay, yeah, tell us about the debate. How do you feel? What happened?
I'm a little nervous, First time going on Grid's panel, so I won't lie, I was a little nervous.
You're cool, though.
Yeah. I think I'm like 0-3 versus women now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard because you want to be, especially us, like we want to be polite, and
No.
you have to.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I was like, okay, so I'm gonna it being the first time on Grid's channel. I was like, I won't show my ass, or I won't do anything too crazy.
Big Soda, I can tell you how to win. It's an Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
You just have to poke enough to make them spurg. That's all that, and then you just back up and then just go on with your original points. You just want them to, and it doesn't even need to be like a big spurg. It just needs to be a little. Just poke at something that they're really sensitive about in regards to the topic at hand, and then make your points and lean back and watch the fireworks.
Yeah, that
I
works.
agree with that. I think I did all that except make the points, because she kind of spurred on her own. So I was like, okay, well maybe if I just step back and just let her spaz out,
Yeah, I don't know
I'll be
if
fine.
I don't know if you
Usually,
noticed.
if you give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
They make it easy.
I don't know if you noticed, but literally there was a point in my conversation with Kel when she spurred the fuck out, and I didn't do anything. So it at this point, it's impossible to just win by spurging because she's the Spurgfest.
Yeah, it was bad. She got to calling me names. Like I was being super nice, and then like at the very end of it, she was just spazzing calling me names. So I was like, okay, that's cool.
It doesn't even sound like you lost then. Like, what's going on?
No.
I
No,
0-3 versus
just be humble.
That's fair. That's fair.
No, I mean he means the judges. The judges said that he lost, and I think he kind of lost, but because you didn't tell her to shut the fuck up at one point. I think if you
okay,
had
but
done
besides that,
that's what I
besides
wanted to
letting
hear.
her
I heard that, and I
right,
was like, I
if they
love
start
it.
spurging on you, you should just egg it on. Like, yeah, go ahead, spurg. Like, keep doing that. That's right. Like, just like let them know that you're benefiting from them spurging, even though it might not feel like it.
You can't troll too much now. Like,
yeah, it's true.
I didn't even have to troll. That was wild.
Jared's,
I just
give
it
me a
was
second.
I thought it was a decent debate, and then at the very end, it's like for some bonus points, she just started like spazzing calling names. So I was like, oh, okay.
Are we not
Damn, I
main?
could have done that.
Are we not main? Jared is gone.
It was
He's not in the chat anymore.
The is the patriarchy lead to stability and order.
Yeah.
Oh, what an easy W. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. How'd you
Well,
lose
Like
that,
people are
man?
gonna disagree with it. Yeah, of course. But like, yeah, that's.
No, she interrupted and she kept on spurging and she was not allowing him and then he went to just personal attacks.
He got more. She got more time space because of that, and you
Yeah,
couldn't make your
and
point.
he was trying
Right.
to
So
make.
you really did mess up for not telling her to shut the f up.
Yeah. She
You
from
really did lose
appearance,
from
it looked
that.
like she had all the confidence, and then I was just kind of like, well, if you look at the fact that you're talking on Streamlabs, you know, a man invented thing, you know.
Give me a second. Arwen Omen, I agree. I was just telling you because he's not gonna get the joke because he's not here anymore. That's the whole point. That's why I will not. That's what I was like. Oh, I'm not gonna mod you because he's not here.
What was this? This was on Tomatoes. Big soda.
No.
No,
Grids.
no, this was on Grids.
Oh, grid. Oh, yeah, okay.
It wasn't bad. I was a little nervous that I'd have to go up against Ryan.
I'll take it out.
I don't want to listen. I have one of the judges has like a problem with me. I don't want to talk much about it because I don't want to cause more.
What you doing now, Emmett?
Nothing. It's we have the. Okay, fine. I'll talk about it. Anson and I, for some reason, he's like attacking me, and I've been kind of on the fence about it and not super angry about it, right? But he's been like, he doesn't like. He even said it himself. He's like, I don't like the debate style. And I was like, I didn't even use the debate style. I was just trying to debate the guy, and he pisses me off. So I hate the fucker.
Wait, Anson Knowles?
Yeah, Anson Knowles.
Okay,
The
is
one
that
that was
Pucker?
Pucker.
Gotcha.
I'm familiar with him.
So we have like these. He dislikes me, and I kind of I don't necessarily dislike him, but I'm getting there. I'm fucking getting there. And he for some reason is like trying to attack me in a sense. So I let it go. I'm trying to be gracious.
Maybe he just wants to be your friend. He's just trying to get through the meats and potatoes with you.
He's like, oh, he asked for some pixel art, and I was like, yeah, I'll do it. My audio's not low. It cannot be that low.
It is low. It is always
It's
a little
low?
low.
Fuck off.
Hey, Armin Manage is doing his job.
Yeah, he's great.
He's the best at it. There's no one better in the biz.
He's like sweet talking me into making him a mod. That's what's happening.
Oh, no, he just wants to ban people.
He just wants to ban people. You know what? Today I had to like time out people. I'm not super angry, but if you're gonna come to my chat and start typing crack in my chat, it's like I wanna mute mute you. Like, well, not mute you, but I'm gonna take away your I'm gonna time you out.
Yeah, but like, what if I sneak crack in a very in a different way, in a different context?
That's fine, but if you, as I said, he typed like 3 times or 2 times. I don't even know, but he was like crack. It's like,
What about Whitney Houston, right? Like, crack is whack.
even Scott, like he started saying more crazy stuff. And by the way, I think that's actually Ryan, and I just timed him out. I'm not entirely sure. I thought it was, and then maybe not.
Well, I mean, it's the internet. No matter what, it's gonna happen. Your chat's always pretty mild. Everyone's pretty cool.
I didn't actually get why Cleaner voted the way he did. It's fine. He's a wild card. Sometimes he votes against, and sometimes he votes for. He's just he does whatever he wants. But I was surprised by Taylor. Taylor surprised me. I thought he was gonna give it to Ryan because he's kind of weird. But I don't know. When I was talking about, hey, the family, you have to be with all your parents. When you break up the family, it's worse. And then I give him an example of the of Christmas, and he was like, oh yeah, it's great if you have Christmas in 2 houses. I was like, oh god. And then finally, when I finally
Who?
got
Are
like
you
the
talking about Ryan? Who the fuck are you
yeah,
talking about?
see the dumbass.
Oh.
When I finally got to the point when I was like, do you know who are the people that abuse kids the most? He was saved by the fucking bell. I was so angry because nobody made him answer. Thank you for being here, Corey. And I know you need to go to work, so thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Never lucky. Guys, I need to go to bed. It's 5 a.m. This
Yeah,
is
man. Get
my
some rest.
time.
Yeah. We'll be back here again later.
I outlasted Emmett.
Yeah, you did this time.
That's right.
You wouldn't have been able to outlast me. My day's just starting.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're probably right.
This guy got stamina. He's all calves.
Yeah, I got all day long.
I
Not
literally
skip leg day.
yesterday I literally, instead of like going to sleep, I just went down, like fed my dog, get him out, get something to eat, and then I went to sleep and I woke up. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. I need
Yeah, definitely then, brother. You need to get some rest.
Emmett, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You're always welcome. Thank you for being here, Never Lucky. Cecil.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man. Glad. I hope we see you again.
Nice to meet you guys.
Later, Cecil.
Good
Lucky
night.
Ducky.
God bless.
God bless.
Good night, y'all.
Want to stay for a little while, Cecil? I'm gonna get you back. You suck.
Hey, if you're gonna
You
twist my
fucking
arm-
sucked for doing that to me yesterday. Okay.
I know. I felt like such an asshole. I was like, I hope I'm not making him look bad on his own show. I was like, that was my chance. Let me capitalize. No, dude, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get him. I was like, he burnt out right now. I was like, I'm gonna trip him up. Because, like, we never debate and we agree on everything. And I told you, I agree with everything you're saying. I was like, let me see if I can, like, push him. Like, let me see if I can push and pull him. Let me fuck with him a little bit.
Yeah, you did fuck with me a little bit there. I was like, when you talked about I think I did kind of push you a little bit when it wasn't with the fucking thing you mentioned, the drug thing.
You had a lot of things I had to concede to, but there was a lot of things you had to like stop and you were thinking about it for a second.
Well, yeah, I had to think about them for a second because I was because I was trying to get to the point. It's like, oh, he's coming to that. Fuck.
I knew you weren't gonna let me get away with that shit.
I can't let he's scalloping me a little bit. It's fine. I can go back to the point a little bit later. Okay, fine. He's still doing it. But I think I already responded to that, so we're gonna go to these other. You went all over the place, and I was like trying to keep my cool and to be like, yeah.
I know. It's the only way I could try and get you.
But you know that I can get like very mean very quickly. If it wasn't you, I would have been like a lot meaner, a lot quicker.
Well, maybe I was using that to my advantage. Have you ever
Yeah.
thought about that?
You awful person. You're gonna have to talk
Yeah.
to your priest about that, you know.
I'll bring it up to him about my mushroom talk.
You should.
Oh, dude, and I hated it because, like, okay, we had that good back and forth, and then I was like stuck with Maryland for so long. I was like, oh my god, why did I do this to myself? Like, dude, my soul felt unclean afterward. Like, I was like, oh, I just feel dirty. I was like, I need to go pray. Like, I feel like she was like, I feel like she was making me feel demonic. The more she was like, I was just like trying to contend with her and like give her valid questions. I was trying to contend with her ideas, and like, but the second. Oh, thanks, Overnight, man. Yeah, I always wanted to come up, but I was just a little nervous. Like, because, you know, he's actually Orthodox, and I'm new to it, so I don't want to, like, speak ill out of turn. But I asked her these questions, right, about the God, weird godness, and I, like, the only way I could, like, break it down, I was like, if, like, God were to come to you, or angels were to come to you, and ask you, please be human, not God. Would you do it? And she was like, no. Even if God or angels were to tell me this, I would still tell them no. And I'm like, oh my God, like this is like I don't need, where do we even go from here? There's no farther to go with the conversation.
Say something real quick.
Oh, something. You can hear me?
I'm gonna put you up a little bit. Just White was saying that she could barely hear you. So, yeah, the whole conversation with Marilyn is always the same. It's they both are always the same.
I tried to avoid it so bad, but like when we went to Sailors and I was stuck with her, I was just like, it just led there. I was asking questions and then it just ended up in that.
Well, I wanted you to have the conversation because you're like, oh, I understand you, and I thought you were doing a pretty good job, so that's why I even put you two alone together, so you could have that. What was the what did you speak with Tony? How was the Tony stuff?
What?
You said you went to Tony. This is Hello Listener.
Oh yeah. Hello Listener. Yeah, I would have been hanging out there, but it was show over there. So like, it's always too much fun. Like that motherfucker's so goofy.
What did you talk about?
Oh, I came up, but like I always wanted to talk to him and just say like hi and everything like that. I didn't know what to talk about. He's like, so what are we gonna talk about? And I was just telling him about like I was like nervous to go into the church and like things he was saying like were in the back of my head and helped like lead me there.
I've seen him. I don't think I ever seen one of his shows. Every time I go into his show, something weird is going on, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I need to
dude, that's
leave.
the whole point. Like, I remember the first time I seen it, like I was like drunk off my ass from the night before. I was still awake, like way more than I was. I was watching Jim Bob, and then he ended up leading me there. And then when he sent me there, I'm like, what is going on in front of like, okay, there's this shirtless man like yelling at me about hot dog mayonnaise sandwiches. And then all of a sudden he ends up going in about God and like we're getting deep. Like he's joking and then it goes deep and I'm like, oh, like I get it. Like it's like a funny humor. It reminds me of like, did you ever see like Adult Swim late at night?
Yeah.
It's like that humor exactly. But absent of the drugs, like a sober, that joking.
Give me just 1 second, real quick.
That's cool. I'm glad to see Jess. Yeah, and Are We Not Men? You're right. Yeah, Tony's a really good dude. I want him to like keep doing what he's doing. I feel like he's like helping spread a lot of positivity and like a lot of good orthodoxy. It's like I feel like there's like not enough like all the things you see for orthodox is like debates and like apologetics and stuff like that. Like you don't see just normal people who are orthodox like cracking jokes and hanging out. Like we need more just normal people who hang out and joke and who are also orthodox.
Well, the thing is, I mean, we are out there, I guess. There are people out there. It's just when we're talking about orthodoxy, it's usually about apologetics, because that is like the reason why we would mention.
A lot of us take our faith very serious.
Yeah. It's like the reason why we would mention that we are Orthodox at that point is like, well, you're gonna probably is because you're saying some stuff.
But it's like, and I feel like this is a lot of problem with like a lot of people in their religion and stuff like that. Like people don't see the people no more, and they just see the religion. Like, oh, you're this person of this religion. Like, they don't see this as a person of this religion. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh man.
We know you've been busy, Jess. Don't worry. I'll be glad to see you again.
Yeah, we're just glad to see you. I
Yes.
Yes, Marilyn showed up. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow we have the debate of with Marilyn and the other chick. That's gonna
Oh
be
my
fun.
gosh! Yes, thank you. I forgot about that.
That's gonna be
a good
awesome.
show.
I forgot until now. That's a good one. That's gonna be a great one. Every single time, then I'm between content and I get the raid and I'm like, fuck.
There's always more. There's always more content coming out. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing about. That's also the good thing about. I was gonna say, it's also a good thing about. Crap. About drama is that it never runs dry.
Well, one of my favorite things about your channel is like when we hang out here, like, yeah, sometimes like we get into debate and like we argue stuff, but like sometimes we just put that to the side and we're just all fucking joking, chilling, like having a good time. You know?
Yeah, we can just have a good time.
I think it's kind of like needed for like a good channel because like not everyone like wants that, you know. Like even our resident leftist, as an example, like he hates debate, but like he just wants to hang out for the fun and joke and stuff. Well, you can pull him into one if it goes there.
Yeah.
Yo, I love this term you coined from him, like our
From
our
whom?
resident leftist.
What did I say? Sorry.
The term you coined, our resident leftist.
Our resident leftist. Yeah, he's a resident leftist.
It's like what a nice way to like backhand an insult.
Oh man. This gaming stage was pretty good today when it comes to the debate. Like I thought it was gonna be.
Oh, Jim Bob? What'd you say? Sorry.
No. Gaming stage. The guy was here before.
Oh, the guy you're talking to before. Yeah.
No.
I want to check
He
that
was-
out. I'm curious now.
He was good. He was wrong, but he was good. Calvinism is kind of different.
That's what was upsetting me. I was trying not to speak, but I came in here and having your conversation. I was like, okay, I always interject too much. I was like, Emmett's already doing it. Let me just do his thing. Like, oh my god.
It's hard to get to the point of where we have it's hard to get to the point where we have Calvinism and you can do the moral thing, right?
There's just a lot of things they say, like go against their own theology. I don't understand.
Well, he
Why-
contradicted himself, right? It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's what I'm saying. They just don't realize they're contradicting themselves. How do you not hear your own contradiction?
But I understand. I understand what he's also saying. Like I know
I mean,
I know what is determinism is a very powerful idea in and of itself. There's a lot of people that come to like the idea of God from determinism. So it's a big powerful idea that kind of grants overpower, but the problem is the theology. It needs to when you go into more of the theological and more of the metaphysical terms, it starts having problems.
Dude, the biggest thing I was thinking about, like as he was talking, I was like, I mean, I don't know about like you when you were in school and everything, but like when I was in school, like we were supposed to have religion, like God, absent of school. You know, you're not supposed to talk about God and this and that, but like they're teaching Darwinism and it's a theory, but like religion is bad when like Darwinism is a theory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
why are they teaching kids and telling them that they're coming from monkeys and this and that? But you can't even bring up God. Shouldn't we bring up all the things if you're going to bring up theories?
Well, I can answer that, and the answer is doctrine. People think that indoctrination.
fair enough.
People think that indoctrination means you're gonna learn about God, but in reality, indoctrination is the basis of whatever you're trying to
Well, you know, this is my territory. This is where I get like tinfoil with it. I'm like, yeah, they're trying to take us away from our divine nature so they can control us.
Yeah, I agree with you in that.
I got to be careful with my tinfoil though. Like, After talking to Marilyn, there's like so much stuff she was saying where it's like, oh my God, I say similar stuff. And I'm like, you're making me not want to say this stuff.
Yeah, really makes you think, huh, Cecil? Really makes you think.
About that whole conversation we had.
Yeah. This is the fun part about. I'm gonna talk to my chat for a little second there. This is the fun part about Switzerland, which is where I'm residing right now. Is that we don't have a side. I don't have a side. I don't care. It's very hard for me to block someone. I haven't even blocked like Ryan, and I fucking hate his guts. So, and in reality, it's not like I want him destroyed or anything like that. I wish he would stop spouting all of the nonsense, and so that less people would fall.
Yeah, I would love to. Like the biggest thing though, it's like it's against my religion to speak for the church and say for the church. I just try to like explain my belief and where I'm coming from. But I can't get like too deep into, you know.
Yeah, yeah. There will be a time, Padawan. There will be a time. There will be a time. Well, I'm gonna be honest, Sage. There's a couple of problems. One is I can debate some of the ideas, but like in reality, what I would probably say to you at one point or another is to go ahead and find a priest and talk to a priest, because they know a lot more than I do, and they are the ones that you're supposed to be talking to anyway. So I would recommend you to go to Orthodox Church and bring the theological problems and questions you may have to them. It's not it has nothing to do with whether I'm on stream or not. I sustain everything I say on stream, just as I would sustain it off stream. It's more about who has proper authority and who is able to help you better. And in this case, I can help you somewhat with my knowledge, but I would recommend you to go to a priest because they have the authority, the proper authority. That's
the thing. This is the thing I hear the most, like from when people speak and like when I try to trace it back to where they're coming from. A lot of their problems from religion comes from their family or something else like deep rooted.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever they're speaking, like whatever they're like, I'm like coming to this and like thinking about this. It sounds like whatever their issue is or their illness or problem, it sounds like a spiritual matter. And I truly believe like the only proper way to get healed is by going to the church. The church is the hospital for the spirit.
Yeah.
They have all the answers and can help you with all that if you're willing to hear them out.
Yeah, you're
the person who has to make the step.
There's an ailment, so you have an actual illness. That's how we see it. So we see it. You have an illness, and the way to cure your illness is through the church, because that's where you can find proper healing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so done.
Get some rest, brother. It's glad to see you, though, man. It's always a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure. I'm actually, I was confused. I thought Sailor was the one that's gonna pop out. I saw you. I was like, hey, awesome. Cecil's here.
I seen. I already seen you were tired and fed up. I was just popping in to try to give you a little more spirit back. I was like, oh, this guy looks burnt out. He's like fed up with this guy. I was like, let me hop in and like give him a little boost, make him a little happier or something. Just be a little, you know.
Well, the thing is, I can defend some of the ideas of evolution, and I know the mechanics is the biggest problem with it, because nobody can explain the mechanics. But it was not even about that. Like, that's why we went at the end of the day with. I'm so angry. I can debate economics and other stuff so much better than I can debate these, but everybody wants to debate me on these. Okay, I'll debate Scholastica, I think, a little bit.
You're right, Sage, but it's like, where are you getting your God from? If you have no authority, like, how are you getting the proper God and like making sure that you're interpreting everything right?
Well,
That's the
and
only reason I would like advise people to go to the church. for God.
there's another thing, real quick, Sage, and he has it come obviously he's right, but um,
Well, yeah, sure, man. I would love to talk to you, Sage. Like,
yeah, we can just have something next week. Probably
it's
I'll
just about when and
probably
where. We will have the conversation.
I'll probably stream on Sunday. I'm not entirely sure, but I need to rest and I probably need a break. And I will probably stream tomorrow, but it will be a quick stream. Unlike today, that's
Yeah,
been going for
you've
a
been
while.
going pretty hard at it, you know? You gotta make sure you have a good stream.
I've been
Get some
2
rest.
months and I have 1.5 watch hours at this point.
You're doing good.
1.5k, sorry, but yeah, I told you yesterday I won. Just yesterday I got full 1,000 hours on that stream.
I mean, the whole Sailor and me thing was like an idea together, but like, I don't know. I'm thinking I might need to like just do it myself because Sailor keeps fucking it up so bad.
Oh, you were gonna stream together?
Yeah, that was the whole thing. We're doing it together.
Well, he's trying.
Yeah, okay, trying, yeah.
I'm
just saying I shouldn't be relying on him so much.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't. But at the end of the day, it's whatever. I am Marilyn.
We all are.
We all are Marilyn, dude. Marilyn lives within us.
The more you talk about it, the more I'm feeling Maryland right now. I'm in Maryland.
I'm in Maryland. All of us. All of us. All of us. Oh, man. Thank you for being here, Cecil. I'm gonna go ahead and... Oh, wait, Jared's back? What's up, Jared?
I mean, I've been back here, but if you were going to end it, that's cool. I can just leave.
No,
I don't want to keep you up. I promise.
Were you gonna say something? You haven't.
No. I was just going to jump back in because my kids got up and then decided to go back to sleep because it's Saturday, and I was like, "Go,
please."
Exactly. Just go the fuck to sleep.
Get the fuck away. No.
Pretty much. My wife can get up in 30 minutes, and then she can deal with them. She has the whole weekend off. I have to go back to work tonight.
Oh, well.
I work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday overnights. So.
Oh, that's hard, but at the same time, it's kind of cool. I like working nights. I prefer working nights than working days, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
This is probably going to be my schedule at the end of the day because I need to. But you know what? What I need to do is I need to stop having the panel at nights and just work on whatever I need to work. I need to. I'm working on Rob dinosaur thing. I was working on it on the side. But I kind of need to stop this and have a couple of days just for work because I get bogged down.
Yeah, I feel that. Well, I get Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday off, and every other Sunday, I play D&D with my group of friends here in the nice real world. So, and I have to sleep because I worked the night before. So,
you can tell your group of friends that you know somebody that does pixel art. You're saying
that does what now?
That does pixel art.
Oh, actually, I will tell them. I was gonna show them what you did, actually.
Yeah, that will help
because I've talked about the panels that I've been on and you guys. I don't know if any of them have actually checked you out because they're a bunch of losers sometimes, but
real life losers though.
Yeah.
I would
so that leaves
appreciate
Monday and Tuesday.
If you do that, because I do need some money, and that I'm really trying to at least give something that many people will say that has not that much value, but I think it's in a reasonable price. So.
Oh, I actually think it's a little too cheap. I mean, granted, $10 for the non-animated one. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And I was amazed at how fast you put it together.
Well, I've been doing this for a while. Like, I like pixel art. I am I actually studied to be a game designer. So at one point I obviously want to dedicate myself to do gaming, and I'm trying to build the channel. Even though I'm going all over the place. Like, I'm going from gaming to pixel art to like debate stuff, but I'm building the whole thing by at some point being able to sustain myself while I work on a game and like do developing streams and all of that. So it's a I'm getting there. I wanted to do it this way because I think it's a possibility for people that actually want to do like games and be part of the culture in this sense. So I don't know. I hope it all works out.
I really hope so too.
Thank you so much, Jared, and thank you for buying the pixel art. It really helps a lot, and if you can tell your friends, that will really help a lot as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, I will let you go this time. So I'm gonna go to sleep. I need to sleep. I also probably will not be streaming tomorrow. If I stream, it's gonna be a short stream. I have work at night, so I will not be available during the night, and I'll probably come back and be on Abe's channel depending on how Abe is doing. And if he's able to stream, he's been having some internet issues, but I hope it all resolves, and by tomorrow we can have some Abe because he is awesome. Let me check if anybody that we know is on. We gave the I mean, it's pretty obvious who won according to what we think, but so I'm just gonna check who's on real quick, if anyone is on. I need to change my account because this account is awesome, but it's not the one I usually use to look at stuff. I don't see anybody. Yeah, no one is on at the moment, so you're gonna have to find your own way on live this time, unfortunately. Yeah, nobody's on. You're replying on Gracie Knows with your voice. Anyway, thank you all of you. It was a fun debate. It was a fun debate review. It was a fun time, and it was a fun debate as well. Oh, yeah, tomorrow. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow. I'm sorry, and I will stream a little bit. Oh, JS is live. That makes total sense. JS Urban Adventures. Yeah, he is on. So, awesome. Okay. Cat is on. Okay, fine. Awesome. So, let me go ahead and send you guys there. He is on right now. So, go to JS. JS is a cool guy. I might pop in for a little while just to say hi, and I'll be going on. So yeah, have a good day. Enjoy the rest. Enjoy your weekend. Not the rest of the week, just your weekend. Have a good one. Just for you.